Simon & Schuster Audio presents Light of the World, a Dave Robichaux novel by James Lee Burke. Read by Will Patton.
I was never good at solving mysteries. I don't mean the kind cops solve or the ones you read about in novels or watch on television or on a movie screen. I'm not talking about the mystery of creation either, or the unseen presences that reside perhaps just the other side of the physical world. I'm talking about evil. Without capitalization, but evil all the same. The kind whose origin sociologists and psychiatrists have trouble explaining. Hitler, Nero, Ted Bundy, the bitch of Buchenwald, their deeds are not ours. But if these individuals are not like us, if they do not descend from the same gene pool and have the same DNA, then who were they, and what turned them into monsters? When I was in plainclothes at the NOPD, I used to deal with problems such as these in a saloon on Magazine Street, not far from the old Irish Channel. With its brass-railed bar and felt-covered bourrée tables and wood-bladed fans, it became my secular church where the Louisiana of my youth, the green-gold, mossy, oak-shaded world of Bayou Teche, was only one drink away. I had come to feel loathing and disgust with the mythology that characterized the era in which I lived. I didn't serve in Southeast Asia. I survived and watched innocent people and better men than I die in large numbers while I was spared by hand outside myself. My real problem wasn't the militarization of my country or any of the other problems I've mentioned. The real problem went back to a mystery that had beset me since the destruction of my natal home and family. My father, Big Aldous, was on the monkey board of an offshore drilling well when the drill bit punched into an early pay sand, and a spark jumped off the wellhead, and a mushroom of flaming oil and natural gas rose through the rigging like an inferno ballooning from the bottom of an elevator shaft. My mother, Alifair May Guillory, was seduced and blackmailed by a gambler and pimp named Mac, whom I hated more than any human being I ever knew, not because he turned her into a barroom whore, but because of the Asian men I killed in his stead. I stayed 90 proof for many years and got a bachelor's degree in self-immolation and a doctorate in chemically induced psychosis. When I finally entered sobriety, I thought the veil might be lifted and I would find answers to all the Byzantine riddles that had confounded me. That was not to be the case. Instead, a man who was one of the most wicked creatures on earth made his way into our lives. This is a tale that maybe I shouldn't share, but it's not one I want to keep inside me either. My adopted daughter, Alifair Robichaux, jogged up a logging road that wound through ponderosa pine and Douglas fir and cedar trees atop a ridge overlooking a two-lane highway and a swollen creek far below. Alifair was listening to a song on her iPod when she felt a stinging sensation on her left ear. Without stopping, she swatted at her hair and pressed her hand against her ear and then looked at it. There was a bright smear of blood on her palm. Above, she saw two ravens glide into the boughs of a ponderosa and begin cawing at the sky. She touched her ear again, but the cut she believed a raven had inflicted was no longer bleeding and felt like little more than a scratch. That was when she saw the aluminum shaft of a feathered arrow embedded 3 inches deep in a cedar snag that had been scorched and hardened in a fire. She took off her earbuds and listened. "Is there a bow hunter out there?" Alifair shouted. "If you made a mistake and you're sorry, just come out and apologize," she yelled. She fitted both hands on the shaft of the arrow and jerked it from the cedar trunk. The arrowhead was made of steel and was bright and slick with a thin sheen of oil, and flanged and wavy on the edges, which had been honed as sharp as a razor. She made her way back down the ridge almost to the bottom, then walked out on a rocky point that formed a V and jutted into space and was devoid of trees and second growth. Below, she saw a broad-shouldered man with a narrow waist, wearing Wranglers and a white straw hat and a bandana tied around his neck. He was latching the door on a camper shell inserted in the bed of his pickup truck. "Hey, buddy," Alifair said. "I want a word with you." "Why, howdy doody," he said, an idiot's grin painted on his mouth. "Where'd a cute little heifer like you come from?" "Does this arrow belong to you?" she asked. "I'll take it if you don't want it." "Did you shoot this fucking arrow at me or not?" "I can't hear very good in the wind. What was that word you used?" He cupped one hand to his ear. "Want to come down here and talk?" "Somebody almost killed me with this arrow." "There's a truck stop next to the casino. I'll buy you a Coca-Cola. They got showers there if you want one." "Was that a bow you were putting in your camper? You owe me an answer." "My name is Mr. Wyatt Dixon of Fort Davis, Texas. I'm a bullfighter and a handler of rough stock and a born-again Christian. What do you think of them apples? Come on down, girl. I ain't gonna bite." He removed his hat and drew a pocket comb through his silky red hair, tilting up his chin. "I'm a student of accents. You're from somewhere down south. See you down the track, sweet thing." He let a semi carrying a huge piece of oil machinery pass and got in his truck and drove away. In the early spring, Alifair and my wife Molly, and my old partner from NOPD, Cleet Purcell, had returned to western Montana with plans to spend the summer on a ranch owned by a novelist and retired English professor whose name was Albert Hollister. Albert installed Cleet in a guest cabin located at the far end of the property and the rest of us on the third floor of the house. From the balcony, we had a wonderful view of the wooded foothills that seemed to topple for miles and miles before they reached the Bitterroot Mountains, white and shining, as bright as glaciers on the peaks and strung with mist at sunrise. The sun had set by the time Alifair returned to the house. She told me of her encounter with Wyatt Dixon. "Did you get his tag?" I asked. "There was mud on it. He said he was going to the casino." We drove in my pickup down the dirt road to the 2-lane and turned east and followed the creek into Lolo, a small service town at the gateway to the Bitterroot Mountains. The sky was purple and flecked with snow, the neon lights glowing in front of the truck stop and adjacent casino. "The orange pickup. That's his," she said. I rubbed a film off the rear window of the camper inset in his truck bed and peered inside. I could make out a lumpy duffel bag, a western saddle, a long barrel lever-action rifle with an elevator sight and a mud-caked truck tire, and a jack. I didn't see a bow. I looked through the passenger window with the same result. The inside of the casino was dark and refrigerated and smelled of carpet cleaner and bathroom disinfectant. A man in a white straw cowboy hat was at the bar, drinking from a soda can and eating a sandwich. "My name is Dave Robichaux," I said. "This is my daughter Alifair. I'd like to have a word with you. I understand you're a rodeo man." "What some call a rodeo clown. What we call bullfighters. At one time I shot mustangs for a dog food company down on the border. I don't do that no more." "Were you hunting about 5 miles up Highway 12? "No, sir. I was changing the tire on my truck." "You have any idea who might have shot an arrow at my daughter?" "No, but I'm getting mighty tired of hearing about it." "Call 911, I said to Alifair. People were staring at us, although he took no notice of them. I said, "You called my daughter girl and sweet thing. You also made a veiled threat about seeing her down the track. Don't ever come near us again, Mr. Dixon." He glanced through the front window at a sheriff's cruiser pulling into the parking lot. That 911 deputy ain't gonna find nothing in my truck, 'cause there ain't nothing to find," he said. "Before you get your nose too high in the air, Mr. Robichaux, your daughter asked me if that fucking arrow was mine. She talked to me like I was white trash." Maybe Alifair had indeed spoken down to him. Regardless, he had tried to frighten her, and there are some things a father can't let slide. I walked down through the pasture, past Albert's 4-stall barn to the cabin made of split logs where Clete Purcell was staying. His restored maroon Cadillac convertible was parked behind the cabin, a tarp draped over its starched white top, the tarp speckled with the droppings of ravens and magpies. Through the window I could see him eating at the breakfast table, his massive upper body hunched over his food, the grate on the wood stove behind him slitted with fire. Before I could knock, he waved me in. I told him about Alifair's encounter with Wyatt Dixon and our exchange with him at the casino. Clete opened the grate to his stove and dropped 2 blocks of pine wood into the flames. "Dixon allowed the deputy to search his truck?" he said. He was completely cooperative. The only weapon in there was an old lever-action Winchester. "Maybe he's not the guy." "Alifair says nobody else was in the parking area or on the ridge. She's sure Dixon is the only person who could have shot the arrow." "You think he has a jacket?" "I called the sheriff an hour ago. Dixon has been around here for years, but nobody is sure what he is or who he is. He was mixed up with some militia people in the Bitterroot Valley who were afraid of him. When he went down for capping a rapist, Deer Lodge couldn't deal with him." "A prison in Montana can't deal with somebody?" "They sent him to electroshock." "I didn't think they did that anymore." "They made an exception." Clete was looking at his coffee cup, his expression neutral, his little boy haircut freshly combed and damp from his shower, his face unlined and youthful in the morning sunlight. "Dave, don't get mad at me for what I'm about to say. I shut my eyes and I imagine things." Alifair's ear was cut. "We don't know that the arrow did it. She gets into it with people." "Do you know what I feel when you say something like that?" I asked. He blew out his breath. "Okay, we'll keep an eye out, but the guy has no reason to hurt Alifair." Clete was the best investigative cop I ever knew and hard to argue with. He would lay down his life for me and Alifair and Molly. He was brave and gentle and violent and self-destructive, and each morning he woke with a succubus that had fed at his heart since childhood. "I guess I worry too much," I said. "Alifair is your daughter. You're supposed to worry, nobleman," he said. But when he poured a cup of coffee in a tin cup and pushed it across the table toward me, his green eyes not meeting mine, I knew he was thinking about something else, not about a quasi-psychotic cowboy in a casino. "Say whatever it is that's bothering you." "Gretchen just graduated from that film school in Los Angeles. She called and said she'd like to visit." "Here?" "Yeah, since here is where I'm staying, this is where she'd like to visit. I already talked with Albert." Under 1 year before, Clete discovered he had fathered a daughter out of wedlock. Her name was Gretchen Horowitz, and she had been raised in Miami by her mother, a heroin addict and a prostitute. He also found out that Gretchen had been a contract assassin for the Mafia and was known in the life as Caruso. "Think she'll like Montana?" I said. "Why wouldn't she?" "It's cold country. I mean, cold for a kid who grew up in the tropics." I saw the light die in his eyes. "Sometimes you really get to me, Streak." "I'm sorry." "Sorry is right," he said. He picked up his dishes and dropped them loudly in the sink. 6 months ago, close to the Colorado-Kansas line, a little boy looked out the window of a house trailer not far from the intersection of a 2-lane highway and a dirt road. The sky was lidded with black thunderclouds, the western rim of the landscape banded by a ribbon of cold blue light. While the little boy's mother slept in front of a television screen buzzing with white noise, the boy watched a tattered man emerge from a beer joint at the crossroads and walk unsteadily down the edge of the 2-lane. one hand clamped to the hat on his head, his coat whipping in the wind, his face leaning like a hatchet into the flying snow pellets that were as tiny and hard as bits of glass. Later, the boy would refer to the figure as the Scarecrow Man. From the opposite direction, a prison van with a driver and a guard in front was approaching the crossroads. In the back of the van was a prisoner by the name of Asa Surratt, who was scheduled to testify at a murder trial in a small town on the Colorado border. The little boy saw the Scarecrow Man take a flat-sided amber bottle from his coat pocket and upend it against the sky, then screw down the cap and, for no apparent reason, stumble across the highway in front of the tanker truck. The boy began to make moaning sounds against the window glass. The driver of the truck hit the brakes, jackknifing the load. The tanker swung sideways across the asphalt, and the air filled with the screeching sound of torn steel, like a ship breaking apart as it sank. The van crashed with such force into the truck cab that it seemed to disintegrate as the tanker rolled over it. The moment of ignition was not instantaneous. Debris rained down on the asphalt and in the ditches along the road, while a dark apron of gasoline spread from the spot where the tanker came to rest. There was a flash of light from the far side of the truck cab, followed by an explosion and a yellow and red ball of flame that boiled the frozen snow in the fields. The little boy told his mother what he had seen, and she in turn told the authorities. If a Scarecrow Man was the cause of the accident, there was no trace of him. 4 people were dead. The bodies burned so badly that they virtually crumbled apart when the paramedics tried to extract them from the wreckage. The centerpiece of the news story was neither the macabre nature of the accident nor the loss of innocent life, but the death of the prisoner. Asa Surratt had stalked and tortured and killed 8 people, including children, in the city of Wichita, and had eluded execution because the crimes to which he'd confessed had been committed before 1994, when the maximum sentence in Kansas for homicide was life imprisonment. I didn't want to be unfair to Gretchen. Her childhood had been one of neglect and abuse. No, that's not quite accurate. Her childhood had been horrific. Her body was burned with cigarettes when she was an infant. Many years later, Clete Purcell caught up with the man who did it out on the flats on the backside of Key West. Later, a man's skin and most of his bones washed out of a sandbar, a Bic cigarette lighter wedged in what was left of the thorax. At age 6, Gretchen was sodomized by her mother's boyfriend, a psychopath named Bixco Lightly, who did smash-and-grab jewel store robberies and fenced the loot through the Dixie Mafia. Last year, Gretchen took a pro bono contract on Golightly and found him sitting in his van at night in Algiers across the river from New Orleans. She planted 3 rounds in his face. Clete saw it happen and called in a shots fired but protected his daughter's identity. His love for the daughter and his attempts at atonement almost cost him his life. I was helping Albert scrub out the horse tank in the south pasture when I saw Gretchen's chopped-down hot rod pickup coming up the dirt road from the state highway, the soft-throated rumble of the twin Hollywood mufflers echoing off the hillsides. "Albert," I said, "did Clete tell you very much about Miss Gretchen?" I asked. He said she was planning to make a documentary on shale oil extraction. "She got mixed up with some bad dudes in Miami. She did contract hits, Albert. Why isn't she in jail?" Clete and I looked the other way. I don't always feel real good about that. "Is she mobbed up now?" "No, she's done with it." He watched Gretchen's hot rod come up the dirt road, the horses running beside it along the rail fence. "If you were me, what would you do?" I had to collect my thoughts before I spoke. "I'd ask her to leave." Gretchen turned off the dirt road and drove under the arch above Albert's driveway and parked in front of the house. She walked across the front lawn, past the flower baskets hanging from the deck, and stopped at the pedestrian gate to the pasture where we were cleaning and refilling the horse tank. I wasn't sure if I should drive down to the cabin or turn into the drive, she said. Hello, Gretchen, I said, feeling both awkward and hypocritical. This is Albert Hollister. He's our host. Welcome to Lolo, Montana, Ms. Horowitz, he said. What a wonderful place you have, she replied. Do you own the whole valley? Plum Creek owns the crown of the hill behind the house, but the rest is mine. She gazed at the arroyo that ran from Albert's improvised gun range up to an unused logging road that traversed the top of the hill and disappeared inside stands of Douglas fir that were as fat as Christmas trees. I saw a man up there. He must be a logger, she said. Did you see his face? I asked. No, she said. Having trouble with the neighbors? Alifair thinks a guy farther down the ridge shot an arrow at her, I said. Why would someone do that? We don't know, I said. I wished I had said nothing to Albert about Gretchen's background. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate that, Dave, more than you can know. Thanks for inviting me, Mr. Hollister, she said. I went into the kitchen where my wife Molly was slicing tomatoes on a breadboard. Gretchen Horowitz is here, I said. The knife slowed and stopped. Oh, she said. Molly had the shoulders and hands of a countrywoman, and an Irish mouth, and heavy arms, and white skin dusted with sun freckles. She was my moral compass, my navigator, my partner in everything. Braver than I, more compassionate, more steadfast when the storm clouds started rolling. She looked through the window at the horses grazing down the slope in the shade, their tails slashing at the insects that were starting to rise from the grass as the day warmed. Gretchen saw a man looking at her from the hillside, I said. You think it's the rodeo guy Alifair had trouble with? I'm going to take a walk up there now. I'll come along. We climbed up the trail behind the house, through pine and fir and larch trees widely spaced in an arroyo that stayed in deep shade most of the day. The incline at the top of the trail was steep, and I was perspiring and breathing harder than I wanted to admit when we gained the road near the ridge. You okay, Skipper? Molly said. I'm fine, I said, my heart pounding. I looked in both directions on the road. It was an idyllic scene, one that seemed to have healed itself after years of clear-cutting and neglect. At the place where the logging road dead-ended in a huge pile of dirt and burned tree stumps, I saw the sunlight flash on a metallic surface. Stay behind me, I said. I walked ahead of her along the base of the bluff, through a low spot in the road where the soil was dark from the morning rain and marked by the tracks of someone wearing needle-nosed cowboy boots. Farther on, lying in the dirt next to a round boulder, were an empty potted meat can, broken pieces of saltine crackers, and a spray of what looked like fingernail clippings. Good God, what's that smell? Molly said. I walked another 10 yards up the road and held up my hand for her to stop. Don't come any farther, I said. Tell me what it is. It's disgusting. Stay back. Someone had defecated in the middle of the road and made no attempt to dig a hole or cover it up. Horseflies were swarming on the spot. Up above, behind a cluster of bushes, was an opening to a cave. I picked up a rock the size of a baseball and chunked it through the brush and heard it strike stone. Come on out here, partner, I said. There was only quiet. I threw a second and then a third rock with the same result. I grabbed hold of a tree trunk and pulled myself up on the slope and walked toward the cave, the ground spongy with rainwater and pine needles. I could hear Molly climbing the slope behind me. Hey, buddy, we're not your enemies, I said. We just want to know who you are. We're not going to call the cops on you. I took a pin light from my pocket and stepped under the overhang and shined the light on the back wall. I could see the dried skin of an animal on the floor, ribs poking through the fur, eye sockets empty. What's in there? Molly said. A dead mountain lion. They probably got hurt or shot and went in here to die. Let's get out of here, Dave. I turned to leave the cave. Then, as an afterthought, I shone the pin light along the walls and ledges. close to the ceiling was a series of gashes in the lichen, a perfect canvas on which a throwback from an earlier time could leave his message. I suspected he had used a sharp stone for a stylus, trenching the letters as deep as possible, cutting through the lichen into the wall, as though savoring the alarm and injury and fear his words would inflict upon others. I was here, but you did not know me. Before there was an Alpha and Omega, I was here. I am the one before whom every knee shall bend. Who is this guy? Molly said. The sheriff's name was Elvis Bisbee. He must have been 50 and a good 6.5 feet tall. He stood with me in the shade at the foot of the arroyo at the back of the house, gazing up the slope at the bluff above the logging road. The guy was wearing cowboy boots, he said. I can show you the tracks. I'll take your word for it. You're pretty convinced Wyatt Dixon is stalking your daughter? I don't know who else would be out here, I said. Albert likes to stoke up things. Right now it's these heavy rigs that pass at the foot of your road on their way to Alberta. Oil companies don't hire deranged people to defecate on the property of a retired English professor. It's not Wyatt Dixon's style, either. I don't think he's your man, but I'm going to bring him in and have a talk with him. There's something else. Somebody cut a message in the wall of a cave up there. I recited it and asked, You ever see anything like that written anywhere else around here? Not that I can recall. Sounds like it's from the Bible. He lit his cigarette and drew in on it and turned his face aside before he blew out the smoke. Let me confide in you, he said. A young Indian girl went missing 6 days ago. She was drinking in a joint near the res and never came home. Her foster grandfather is Love Younger. The oil man? Some just call him the 10th wealthiest man in the United States. He has a summer home here. I'm supposed to be at his house in a half hour. His choice of words was not good, or maybe I misinterpreted the inference, but a county sheriff does not report to a private citizen at his home, particularly at a prearranged time. I'm not following you, Sheriff. You're a homicide detective, right? That's correct. Mr. Younger is an old man. I don't like telling him his granddaughter had personal problems. I don't like telling him the girl is probably dead or close to it or in a state of mind that no 17-year-old girl should be in. That particular bar she went to is a hangout for ex-cons, outlaw bikers, and guys who would cut you from your liver to your lights for a package of smokes. We used to call Montana the last good place. Now it's like everywhere else. A few years back, somebody went into a beauty parlor just south of us and decapitated 3 women. I'll let you know what Dixon has to say. He mashed out his cigarette against a tree trunk and field-stripped the paper and let the tobacco blow away in the wind. Alifair had gone to town to buy several bottles of shampoo and baby oil and solvents to help Albert untangle the snarls and concrete-like accretions that had built up in the manes and tails of his horses. When she returned, I went upstairs to the back bedroom where she wrote every day from early morning to mid-afternoon, and sometimes for 2 or 3 hours in the evening. Her first novel had been published by a New York house and had done very well, and her second one was due to come out in the summer, and she was now working on a third. I sat down on the bed and waited. "Oh, hi, Dave," she said. "What did the sheriff say?" "He doesn't believe Dixon is a likely candidate." She set down her cup and looked at it. "I think a guy was following me in town." "Where in town?" "He was tailgating me in a skinned-up Ford truck on the highway. He had his sun visor down, and I couldn't make out his face." "It wasn't Dixon?" "I would have said so if it was." "The sheriff is going to pick up Dixon and talk with him. I'll call him and tell him about the guy who tailgated you." "He didn't just tailgate me. He was following me for 7 miles. The sheriff said a 17-year-old Indian girl disappeared 6 days ago. He thinks she may be dead. Maybe there's a very bad guy operating around here, Alifair." She rubbed her temples and widened her eyes and closed them and opened them again as though revisiting an experience she couldn't get out of her head. "The man who followed me today. I think I sat across a table from him 3 years ago and talked to him while he breathed through his mouth and tried to slip his finger on top of my hand. Don't do this. It was him, Dave. I feel sick to my stomach. Asa Surratt is dead. He's not only dead, he's probably in hell." "I knew you would say that," she replied. "I just knew it." 3 years earlier, Alifair told me of her plans to write a non-fiction book about a psychopath who for years had tortured, raped, and murdered ordinary family people in the land of Dorothy and the Yellow Brick Road, making his victims suffer as much as possible before he strangled or suffocated them. Her research would begin with an interview at the maximum security unit east of Wichita, where the killer was kept in 23-hour lockdown. I told Alifair not to go near him. "If you go inside the mind of a guy like Surratt, you'll never be the same," I told her. "He's just a man. He's not Lucifer. Don't look at me like that. I'm not your little girl anymore." "Don't ever say that again. Never." Wyatt Dixon saw no great puzzle at work in the universe. He had learned long ago not to walk too far through the corridors of his soul. He had a house and 9 acres up on the Blackfoot, all of it sandwiched between the riverbank and an abandoned railway grade up on the mountain. The access to the house was by an old log road no one else used, or by a pedestrian swing bridge that was not for the faint of heart. Wyatt liked his life. What he did not like was people messing with it. Just that afternoon, his neighbors across the river were having a party on the lawn, the stereo blaring rap music that was the equivalent of broken glass in his ears. Wyatt's solution? He cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Shut up that goddamn racket before I have to come over there!" Then he got into his pickup and drove up the dirt road to the 2-lane and headed for a bar called the Wigwam on the edge of the Salish Indian Reservation. Wyatt sat at a table in the back of the saloon and ordered. When he looked up again, 2 large men, one in a deputy's uniform, the other in a baggy suit, were standing in his light. "Howdy doody, boys," he said. "The sheriff wants to see you," the man in the suit said. He was a plainclothes sheriff's detective by the name of Bill Pepper, whose manner and way of doing business seemed to come from an earlier time. "Is this about that girl who says I shot an arrow at her?" "She's not a girl. She's a grown woman. Grown women are sensitive about that these days." Wyatt folded his hands on top of the table, his face tight. "I ain't shot an arrow at nobody." "Let me ask you another question. You come in here a lot?" Pepper said. "When I'm of a mind to." "Do you know an Indian girl by the name of Angel Deerheart?" "A little bitty thing about 17 or 18, her breeches hanging off her seat." "That's the one." "She's the granddaughter of a big oil man. Yeah, I saw her in here a couple of times." "You see her last Thursday night?" "I don't remember." "But you were here." "I didn't say that." "Yeah, you did. If y'all had tended to your job, she wouldn't have been drinking in here in the first place." "We'll see you at the courthouse at 0800 tomorrow, Wyatt. The reason I'm not taking you in is I don't think you're worth shooting, much less wasting a cell on." There was either a malfunction in the furnace or someone had turned up the register too high, but when Alifair stepped through the door of the interview room at the prison east of Wichita, she felt a surge of superheated air that was like damp wool on her skin. She also smelled an odor that made her think of an unventilated locker room and pipe tobacco smoke that had soaked into someone's clothes. Asa Surratt was seated at a metal table, his wrists manacled to a waist chain, his khaki shirt buttoned at the throat. Alifair sat down at the table and placed a notebook and a pen and a recorder next to one another. "You have a degree in administration of justice?" she said. He watched her pick up her pen. "I took writing courses, too." His eyes shifted sideways, the manacles tightening against the waist chain. "I studied with a professor who claimed he was a friend of Lester Hemingway, Ernest's brother. Maybe he was just bragging. He wouldn't read one of my stories in front of the class." "What was in the story?" "I forget. Something that bothered him." "What would you like to talk about?" she said. "I'm waiting for you to ask the question they all ask. It's the only reason any of you come here." "Why did you torture and kill all those people, Mr. Surratt?" "See?" His eyes were dark brown and contained a greasy shine like rainwater in a wood barrel that never saw sunlight. "I want to clarify something. You're operating under a misconception," she said. "I have no expectation that you will ever tell me or anyone else why you tortured and killed all those innocent people. Your legacy will be the suffering you leave behind, and you'll leave as much of it as you can. Your first victims, or the first anyone knows about, were a mother and father and their 2 children south of Wichita. You strangled or suffocated all 4 of them. You saved the children for last. The little boy was 9. The girl was 11. That's what they say. You killed the parents first. Was that because you wanted to take more time with the children? Did you feel great anger toward them?" "I didn't know them. Why should I feel anger at them?" "So your feelings toward them were primarily sexual? After you strangled the little girl, you ejaculated on her legs. You're trying to embarrass me. You want me to feel bad about what I am. You remind me of that creative writing professor I had at WSU. You know what I told him on the student evaluation? I said it wasn't his fault he didn't like stories about boys chewing on each other's weenies. I don't think he liked my evaluation too much. You took the body of one woman to your church and posed and photographed her. You put the body back in your van and then dumped it on the roadside. No one has ever figured that out. Do you want to talk about that? I think you ask questions you already know the answers to. I think you ask questions that are supposed to degrade me." He straightened in his chair and shouted at the door, "On the gate, boss man!" "You took the woman to the church to mark your territory," she said. "Every animal does it." His eyes narrowed, and she saw his nostrils whiten around the rims. When the correctional officer escorted him out of the room, his eyes were bright and hard and receded in his face and still fastened on hers. It was 9 p.m. and rain was falling heavily on the trees and the pastures and the hillsides and cascading down Albert's roof when I got the call from the sheriff, Elvis Bisbee. "We found the missing Indian girl in a barn about 2 miles west of where you're at," he said. "She was tied up in the loft with a vinyl garbage bag taped around her head. The magpies probably got to her 5 or 6 days ago." "You're talking about Love Younger's granddaughter?" I said. "Her name was Angel Deerheart." "You've got to excuse me, Sheriff, but I'm not sure why you're calling me." "One of our detectives interviewed Wyatt Dixon at the Wigwam, the same place the girl was drinking the night she disappeared. Evidently, Dixon is a regular there. He didn't deny being there the night she disappeared." "You think he might be your guy?" "I got to thinking about that biblical message in the cave above Albert's house. Dixon's running with your daughter. I want to get a forensic team up to that cave in the morning." "The victim was raped," I said. "We don't know yet. Her jeans were pulled off. Her panties were still on. Have you worked many like this? More than I want to remember. Dixon is supposed to come in tomorrow at 8. If he doesn't, we'll pick him up. Does your daughter still have that arrow? I'll ask her. See you in the morning, I said. Be careful on our road. It looks like it's about to wash out. The early dawn was not a good time of day for Gretchen Horowitz. That was when a man with lights on the tips of his fingers used to visit her room and touch her with a coldness that was so intense it seared through tissue and bone into the soul. In this case, the soul of a child who was hardly more than an infant. She put water on her face and dressed, and while Cleet was still asleep, eased open the door and got into a pickup and followed the 2-lane along a swollen creek into Lolo. At the McDonald's next to the casino, she bought a breakfast to go of sausage and scrambled eggs and biscuits and scalding hot coffee, then drove back to the ranch and walked up the hillside and spread her raincoat on a flat rock and began eating, the first glimmer of sunlight touching the tops of the trees far down in the valley. She heard sounds up on the logging road and only then noticed the cruiser parked behind Albert's house. Down by the south pasture, a second cruiser was coming slowly up the road, as though the driver were looking for an address. The driver turned under the archway and parked by the barn and got out. He was a heavy man who wore a suit and street shoes and a rain hat. In his left hand, he carried a pair of cowboy boots. He opened the back door and pulled out a man dressed in skin-tight Wranglers and a long-sleeved, snap-button red shirt and a straw hat. The man was barefoot, and his wrists were handcuffed behind him. The man in the suit fitted his hand under the cowboy's arm and began to muscle him up the slope past the rock where Gretchen was sitting. "If you want to get tased, I'll do it." "I think you might have what they call anger management issues," the cowboy said, squinting up from the ground. "Is that true, Detective Pepper?" The detective dropped the boots he had been carrying and picked up the cowboy by the shirt front and sent him crashing through the pine saplings and into a tree stump. All of this was taking place 30 feet from where Gretchen Horowitz was sitting with her styrofoam container balanced on her knees. The detective removed a taser from his coat pocket and activated it and leaned down and touched it to the back of the cowboy's neck. The cowboy's head jerked as though he'd been dropped from the end of a rope, his face contorting. The detective stepped back and turned off the taser and glanced down the slope at Gretchen. "What are you looking at?" he said. Gretchen closed the top of the styrofoam container and set it on the rock and got up and walked up the incline toward the detective. "What am I looking at? Let me think. A guy in cuffs getting the shit kicked out of him?" "You're interfering with a police officer in the performance of his duty." "Why not let the cowboy put on his boots?" "Who the hell do you think you are?" "You don't want to find out, Bacon. Where's your boss?" I had gone into Missoula with Albert early that morning to buy a fishing license, and until we pulled into the driveway, I didn't realize the forensic team was up on the hill. "Waste of tax money," Albert said. "I'm going to walk up on the ridge. I'll see you inside." As I worked my way up the slope, I could hear people talking on the far side of the trees. Then I saw a deputy in uniform, a second man in a baggy brown suit, a man in a checkered shirt I figured for a crime scene technician, and Wyatt Dixon, who was barefoot and hatless and sitting against the hillside, wrists manacled behind his back, clothes mud-streaked and sticking wetly to his skin. Gretchen Horowitz had just started back down the slope, her face as hot as a wood stove. "What's wrong?" I said. "Don't ask," she said. I gained the road and looked down at Dixon. His teeth were red when he grinned. "Howdy doody, Mr. Robichaux," he said. "You all right, Mr. Dixon?" "Where are your boots?" He studied the bloodied tops of his feet as though seeing them for the first time. "The detective stomped my toes proper and told me I wouldn't need no foot covering for a while." "What do you want here?" the man in the baggy suit said. I opened my badge holder. "I'm Dave Robichaux. I'm a homicide detective in New Iberia, Louisiana. What did y'all do to this fella?" "Nothing. He slipped down the slope," the man in the suit said. "The woman who just left here." She was angry about something. I don't know anything about that. The crime scene technician was standing in the background. Come on up to the cave with me. I want to show you a couple of things, he said. I grabbed hold of a pine sapling and pulled myself up on a footpath and followed the crime scene tech to the entrance of the cave. Here's what we've got going on. The rain didn't do us any favors. There was supposed to be a bunch of scat here, but I can't find it. Same with the fingernail clippings. The boot prints are wiped out, too. Maybe somebody got here before we did. Is Dixon lying about getting his feet stomped? Detective Pepper said he wanted Dixon's boots to be clean when he tried to match them with the tracks of the guy who was holed up in the cave. Sometimes Bill's way of doing things is a problem for the rest of us. Why is Dixon in cuffs? He didn't know the Indian girl's purse was found last night behind a hay bale in the barn where she was killed. There was a receipt in it for a bracelet she bought from Dixon. The bracelet wasn't on her body. The date on the receipt was the same day she disappeared. What does Dixon say? He weaves bracelets out of silver and copper wire and was wearing one in the wigwam, and she saw it and wanted to buy it. He says he sold it to her for $50. What was the deal with Miss Gretchen? When she was walking away, the deputy said, "Is she butch enough for you, Bill?" Pepper goes, "I'd probably have to tie a board across my ass so I didn't fall in." She heard them? Probably. Is Dixon going to be charged? Depends on what the prosecutor says. I looked at the biblical message incised in the soft patina of lichen on the wall and wondered what kind of tangled mind was responsible for it. It was dusk in downtown Missoula when Detective Bill Pepper entered a working man's saloon called the Union Club and ordered his first shot and beer of the evening. He was not aware that across the street, in the gloaming of the day, a young woman with a scarf wrapped around her hair had watched him enter the saloon and was now waiting for him to leave. At 8 p.m., just as the sun was setting, he emerged on the street and began walking toward the brick cottage where he lived on the opposite side of the Clark Fork of the Columbia River. Down the street, a chopped-down pickup with Hollywood mufflers eased to a stop under a maple tree that blocked the light from the street lamp. The woman in the scarf behind the wheel fitted on a pair of dark glasses and layered her mouth with lipstick, then got out and looped a tote bag over her arm. She began walking on the opposite side of the street toward a small brick bungalow set close to the river. Baskets of petunias hung from the eaves of the porch. There was a swing set in the yard and a basketball hoop nailed above the porte-cochere. The lights were on in the front, and she could see Bill Pepper pacing up and down in his living room while he talked on his cell phone. She removed her dark glasses and took a tiny pair of binoculars from her tote bag and adjusted the lenses on his face. There was a coarseness in his skin that reminded her of the skin around a turtle's eyes. She put her dark glasses back on and dipped her hand in her tote bag and felt the can of mace and the foamed butt of the telescopic baton she carried. She waited until a car passed, then crossed the street and stepped up on Bill Pepper's darkened porch. The bulb above the door made a loud squeak when she unscrewed it. "Go home. There's still time. He's a cop. Don't throw everything away over an insult," a voice said. When he opened the door, she could smell the whiskey and cigarettes through the screen. On the living room wall was a framed photograph of the detective holding a little girl in a pinafore on his hip, both of them smiling. Another photograph showed him with a little boy. "You the lady from the church?" he said. "Pardon?" she said. "The one who called about Sarah going to Bible camp? Why are you wearing sunglasses?" "I'm Gretchen Horowitz, and I need to talk to you about a comment you made." His eyes went away from her. Then he smiled with recognition. "Oh, yeah, I got it. Come in," he said, pushing open the screen. "I need to explain some things. My treatment of Wyatt Dixon this morning? I saw what somebody did to that Indian girl, and this morning I went a little crazy. I lost it. I wish I hadn't." She'd taken off her glasses and placed them in her tote bag. "You want a drink?" he said. When she didn't answer, he sat down on a couch with a cheap flower print cover. I shot off my mouth. "I'm sorry I did that. Maybe you can help me with something here." "I doubt it." "Your friend, the Robichaux girl? She's sure she didn't see who shot that arrow at her?" "Ask her." "Like I was saying on the phone, we got the arrow from her, but the only prints on it were hers. Wyatt Dixon had no reason to target the Robichaux girl." "Then who was it?" "I got a theory. Close the door and sit down. You want a glass of wine or a Pepsi? My guess is you'd rather have a Pepsi." "Why do you think that?" "Because you're all business, lady." He went to the small kitchen just off the living room and opened the refrigerator and placed the ice tray and a tall glass on the counter and ripped the tab on a soda can and filled the glass, all the while talking about his grandchildren with his back to her. "Dixon may not have shot at your friend, but that doesn't mean he's an innocent man. He stays viable through deception. He loved what I did to him this morning because he was center stage." "You seem to really hate him." "What I hate is deceit. How you think that Indian girl got killed? Somebody deceived her. We know she knew Dixon because she bought a bracelet from him. Maybe her killer was Dixon's friend, maybe a partner of some kind." She sipped from her glass, the fatigue of the day starting to catch up with her, her concentration starting to stray. He loosened his collar. "Are you listening?" Her mouth was dry, the muscles in her chest not working right. "Why don't you answer the question?" he said. She set a glass on the coffee table and looked at it. Her skin felt rubbery and dead to the touch, and her tongue was thick and her words slurred when she tried to speak. "It's kind of like being in a slow-motion film, isn't it?" he said. "I got you, girlie." Rohypnol, she thought. He picked up her tote bag from the floor and pulled it open against the drawstring and lifted out the can of mace and the expandable baton known as an asp. "I checked you out today. Miami-Dade PD says you may have been a female badass for the mob. This is Montana, girl. You don't do a beatdown on a Missoula County Sheriff's detective. You seriously fucked yourself tonight." He got up from the couch and turned off the light in the kitchen and the table lamps in the living room. "My van is in back, but just so you know there are no hard feelings." He leaned down, the heat and the smell in his clothes almost suffocating her. She could taste the tobacco on his tongue when he put it in her mouth. The accident on the state highway happened a short distance before the turnoff onto the dirt road that led to Albert Hollister's ranch. A tractor-trailer rig carrying a 3-story-high piece of oil field equipment bound for Canada had blown 2 tires and skidded off the shoulder, toppling the load into a stand of cottonwoods by the creek. The few cars coming off the crest of Lolo Pass had come to a stop, as well as the traffic from the town. Cleet and I got out of my pickup truck and started walking toward the accident. There was a trace of purple at the bottom of the sky, the evening star twinkling just above the mountains. A helicopter was hovering directly overhead. I thought it carried a news team from a local television station. I was wrong. The chopper landed on the highway, not in a field, but on the highway, and one of the wealthiest men in the United States stepped out of it. I had seen him once before, in Lafayette, right after an offshore blowout had killed 11 men on the derrick and strung miles of fecal-colored oil all over the Gulf Coast. If I ever saw a Jacksonian man, it was Love Younger. I saw Alifair standing by the side of her Honda, looking down at the massive load of machinery that had toppled off the trailer into the edge of the creek, snapping all the boomer chains like string. "Was he speeding?" I said, looking up toward Lolo Pass. "I heard the driver say his tires blew," she replied. Evidently that explanation did not work for Love Younger. He was arguing with the highway patrolman, jabbing his finger in the air, motioning at a hilltop on the far side of the highway. "That guy's name is Love," Cleet said. Cleet wasn't impressed. "Have you all heard from Gretchen?" Alifair said. "What about her?" Cleet said. "We were going to have a drink in Missoula. She doesn't answer her cell phone." "Did it have anything to do with those cops who were up on the ridge this morning?" I asked. "Maybe. I didn't think about it at the time. I gave the arrow to a plainclothes detective named Pepper." Cleet began punching a number into his cell phone with his thumb. "What's the name of that plainclothes again?" "Bill Pepper," I said. "Let me see how long this is going to take." I walked up to within 4 feet of the highway patrolman and Love Younger and 2 of his aides who were standing close by. "My driver said he's almost sure he heard the crack of a rifle," Younger said to the patrolman. "No, sir. Your driver said he heard 2 popping sounds. That could have been his tires." "Correct me if I'm wrong," Younger said. "We're 2 miles from the ranch of Albert Hollister. He's well known as an environmental fanatic and rabble-rouser. He and the Sierra Club have done everything in their power to stop the transportation of my equipment." "Mr. Younger, could I have a word with you?" I said. "Concerning what?" "Your granddaughter." In the illumination of emergency flares and headlights, I saw Love Younger's eyes sharpen and fix on mine. "Up on that ridge just west of us, somebody shot a hunter's arrow at my daughter. It cut her ear," I said. "A half-inch closer, she probably would have been killed. We think the guy who did it could be connected to the death of your granddaughter." "What's your name?" "Dave Robichaux. I'm a sheriff's detective in New Iberia, Louisiana." He pulled a notepad from his shirt pocket and handed it to me. "Write down your contact number. I'll call you as soon as I clean up this mess." I walked back down the line of cars and rejoined Alifair and Cleet. "Did you hear from Gretchen?" "No. Something's wrong. She always lets me know where she is, even out in California. Does a day come when you don't have to worry about your kid?" "Never," I said. As she lay helpless in the back of the van, her wrists fastened behind her with plastic ligatures, she could see the black shapes of the mountains through the rear windows and the rain slapping against the roof and sweeping in sheets across the highway. Pepper had been silent the whole time, filling the inside of the van with the smoke from his unfiltered cigarettes. She heard the hollow rumbling of a bridge under the van. Abruptly, the van swung off the asphalt onto a dirt surface, gravel pinging the undercarriage. Bill Pepper hit the brakes, tossing her against the back of his seat. "I like it out here," he said, staring straight ahead. He rolled down his window halfway and flicked his cigarette into the darkness. "You brought this on your own self. You know that, don't you?" he said. "My father is—" she began. "It doesn't matter who he is. It's just you and me now. You came to my house to do me harm. If you do me injury, you do injury to my grandchildren, and I won't put up with that." He got out of the van and walked to the back and opened the doors, the rain spotting his hat and leather jacket. He stepped on the back bumper and climbed inside and closed the doors behind him. His weight shifted, and she heard him remove something from his pocket. He moved his hand up the nape of her neck and slipped his fingers into her hair. "Do you think those things I did to you back there were bad? Or did you enjoy them a little?" She craned her head and in the corner of her eye saw the dull-colored blade of the clasp knife and the long sliver of brightness along the bottom edge where it had been honed on a whetstone. "Opposites attract sometimes," he said. "I can be good to a woman and love her like a father or a husband." She felt his calloused fingertips go inside her shirt and move along her collarbone and settle on her carotid. "Kill me." "You really mean that?" "Fuck you, asshole," she said, her hatred and level of helplessness so intense she could hardly say the words. She heard him snapping on a pair of latex gloves. Then he ran the blade of his knife down the back of her shirt and through her bra strap and through the back of her jeans and her panties. He tore the clothes off her body, even pulling off her suede boots and her socks. He opened a bottle of bleach and soaked a wad of paper towels and scrubbed her hair and skin with it, then climbed out of the van and fitted his hands under her arms and dragged her over the bumper onto the ground. She lay in the mud, the rain falling in her face, while he went to the front of the van and removed a paper sack from behind the seat. He took out a half-pint of whiskey and a Ziploc bag of weed and splashed the whiskey in her mouth and on her face and bare breasts and over her hair, then forced weed past her lips and teeth and rubbed it into her hands and forearms and ears and nose, his chest laboring from the exertion. He gathered up her clothes and boots and stuck them in the sack, then inserted the knife under the ligatures and sliced them loose from her wrists. "I threw your tote bag in the trees about 3 miles back. Write this off as a learning experience. For me, it's over, in case you ever want to let bygones be bygones. Nobody's going to believe you, Gretchen. People like me. I'm a good guy. You're shit on a stick." He got in the van and started the engine and drove past her with the window down, lighting another cigarette, the rain slashing across the taillights. She walked 1.5 miles up the road, her skin prickling with cold, her hair matted and dripping with water and dirt and twigs. A jeep passed her and turned into the trees at the peak of a hill. A boy and a girl got out and stared at her. "Jesus Christ, lady, are you okay?" the boy said. The phone rang at 7:14 the next morning. The caller ID was blocked. "Hello?" I said. "I could come out to your place, but I suspect I won't be welcomed by Albert Hollister." "I want to bring somebody with me. He's the best investigator I've ever known. His name is Clete Purcell," I said. "I don't care who you bring with you. If you've got information about my granddaughter's death, I want to hear it. Otherwise, let's stop this piffle." "Yes, sir," I said. Albert was putting a coffee pot and cups on the breakfast table. "Who was that on the phone?" he said. "I picked up because I thought it might be Gretchen." "She's back home. I saw her pick up by the cabin. Who were you talking to?" "Love Younger." His face showed no reaction. "I'm going out to his place," I said. "I think the murder of his granddaughter might be connected to the guy who shot at Alifair." I walked down to Clete's cabin at the far end of the north pasture. Gretchen's hot rod was parked in the cottonwoods by the creek. I tapped lightly on the cabin door. Clete stepped out on the gallery and eased the screen shut behind him. "Gretchen came in about 3 this morning," he whispered. "Is everything okay?" "She spent a lot of time in the shower and then went to bed with a piece under her pillow. It's an Airweight 38. "Did she say where she'd been?" "She told me to mind my business." "Take a ride with me to Love Younger's home." "I don't like the way that guy operates," Clete said. "Who likes any of the people we deal with?" Younger's summer home was a 10,000-square-foot mansion located west of Missoula on a pinnacle high above the Clark Fork. When I lifted the door knocker, electronic chimes echoed through the interior. Clete had lit a cigarette when we got out of his caddy. "Will you get rid of that?" I said. "No problem," he replied. He took 2 more puffs and flicked the butt over the porch wall onto the lawn just as a woman answered the door. Her skin was so pale, it looked bloodless, to the degree that the moles on her shoulders and the one by her mouth seemed to be individually pasted on her body. I had to remind myself of the loss the Younger family had just suffered. I introduced myself and Clete and offered our condolences, thinking that she was about to invite us in. Instead, she looked behind her, then back at us. "Who did you say you were?" she asked. "I spoke earlier with Love Younger. He asked me to come here," I said. "This is his house, isn't it?" "Tell him to come in, Felicity," a voice called from the hallway. A slight man walked toward us, a vague smile on his face. He did not offer to shake hands. He was unshaved and wearing slippers and a dress shirt open at the collar. "I'm Caspian," he said. "You're a police officer?" "Not here. In Louisiana," I said. "You know something about Angel's death?" he said. "Not directly, but I have some information that I feel I should share with you. I think someone tried to kill my daughter. We've also had a stalker at the place where we're staying." "I see," Caspian said. "I know my father will be happy to see you." The man and the woman went to the rear of the house. Clete and I waited on a leather couch by a huge fireplace filled with ash and crumpled logs that gave no heat. Cleet glanced at his watch.
"Do you believe these fucking people?"
he said. I knew that the Younger family and their ingrained rudeness were not the source of Cleet's discontent.
"Gretchen's never slept with a piece," he said. "She's never been afraid of anything. She stayed in the shower so long that she ran all the hot water out of the tank. I saw a bruise on her neck. She said she slipped while she was hiking up the hill behind the house."
"We'll leave in a few minutes. I promise." Felicity came back in the living room. "Follow me," she said.
"We can do that," Cleet said, getting to his feet.
She turned and looked at him. "I think you're here for self-serving purposes," she said. "My daughter may be in danger," I said. "She believes a psychopath she interviewed in a Kansas prison is in this area." "You telling me that your daughter may be the reason this man is in the area and that he murdered Angel?" "You can draw your own conclusions, Miss Younger." "I use my maiden name. It's Felicity Louvière. Do you want to talk to my father-in-law now, or would you prefer to leave?" "I didn't mean to offend you," I said. The rear windows of Love Younger's den looked onto the river and a ridge of mountains that were jagged and blue and marbled with new snow on the peaks. Younger was seated at a large work table scattered with oily rags and boar brushes and the tiny tools of a gunsmith and the clock-like inner workings of early firearms. He looked up at me from his work on an 1851 Colt revolver, one almost unblemished by rust or wear. "Thank you for coming, gentlemen," he said. "You know a sheriff's detective by the name of Bill Pepper?" he asked. "I do. I believe he abused a man who was in his custody, a rodeo clown by the name of Wyatt Dixon. I've been getting feedback from Pepper, but I didn't know that about him. He says Dixon may have a partner, and the partner might be the man who shot an arrow at your daughter. Pepper interviewed a salesman at a sporting goods store who sold a hunter's bow to a man wearing a bracelet like the one Dixon sold my granddaughter." "Pepper didn't share that information with me, Mr. Younger." "He didn't?" "No, sir. This is Cleet Purcell. He's the friend I told you about." "How do you do, Mr. Purcell?" Younger said. He rose slightly from his chair and shook Cleet's hand. Neither his son nor his daughter-in-law had uttered a word since we entered the room, and I had the feeling they seldom spoke unless they were spoken to. "My son and daughter-in-law adopted Angel from an orphanage by the Blackfoot Reservation. I did everything I could to keep her from drinking and hanging out with bad people. She was the sweetest little girl I ever knew. Good God, what kind of man would take a teenage girl into a barn and suffocate her? There are times in our lives when words are of no value. This was one of them. The foster parents of the girl were standing behind me. Caspian, the father, stepped between me and Love Younger. "I heard you say something to Felicity about a psychopath in Kansas, a man who might be living in this area," Caspian said. "My daughter is a writer. She had planned to write a book about a serial killer and sadist named Asa Surratt. Instead, she wrote a series of articles that she hoped would expose him to the death penalty." "Where is he?" Love Younger asked. "The authorities in Kansas say he died in a collision involving a gasoline truck and a prison van." His eyes searched my face. "You don't believe that?" he asked. "Somebody scratched a message on a cave wall on the hillside above Albert Hollister's house. It contained biblical allusions that indicate the message writer is megalomaniacal. Could Surratt have written a message of that kind? It's possible." "Why would Angel go off with a guy like that?" Caspian said. His chin was tilted upward, his throat coated with whiskers that looked like steel filings, a hazy smile in his eyes. "I don't know, sir," I replied. "Be quiet, Caspian," Love Younger said.
"There's something we skipped over here, Mr. Younger," Cleet said. "You mentioned this guy Pepper. Evidently he's been reporting to you, but he didn't report the same information to Dave, whose daughter is at risk. He also told you Dixon might have a partner. For me, that doesn't flush. From what I understand, Dixon's a loner, a rodeo man bikers don't mess with. A guy like that doesn't have to rely on backup, plus his jacket has been cleaned since he got out of Deer Lodge."
You're saying that Pepper is trying to earn his way into my good graces by manufacturing information? Younger said.
It crossed my mind, Cleet said.
Younger picked up the 1851 Colt and rubbed an oily rag across its blue-black surfaces, cocking back the hammer, locking the cylinder into place. I made this like new, he said. He set the revolver down heavily on an oilcloth, his face wan and older somehow, his hands as small as a child's. Cleet and I were both silent as we drove down the hill to catch the interstate back to Missoula. The Younger enclave, with its grand vistas, seemed to validate all the basic tenets of the American dream. But as Cleet's caddy coasted down the hillside through shadows that looked like saber points falling across the road, I felt only pity for Love Younger and his family.
How do you read all that back there? Cleet asked.
I don't. I've never understood the rich.
What's to understand? They get a more expensive plot in the boneyard than the rest of us.
Pepper is bad news. He's using the investigation for his own purposes, I said.
So we'll have a talk with him. Did you catch the broad's accent?
No, I lied.
She's from New Orleans or somewhere nearby.
Cleet looked sideways at me. Good. Now watch the road. When I returned from Love Younger's home, Alifair asked me to come upstairs. An envelope and a piece of typewriter paper with a letter written on it in blue ink rested on her desk next to her computer. I never showed you this, Dave. Surrett wrote it to me after the articles were published, she said. Why didn't you want me to see it? Because I thought it would make you mad. Read it. This is what he wrote in his prison cell and mailed through the censor to my daughter. Dear Alifair, I have read your articles and wanted to tell you how well written I think they are. I do not fault you for the way you have characterized me. I probably did not put my best foot forward during our talks. Nonetheless, I believe there was a certain spark between us. One thing you did not understand about me was my origins. Some people were born before the primal dust of the world was created, and have waited eons for their time to come round. Maybe you were also there before the hills and the mountains were settled. Perhaps we have much to share with each other. Someplace down the road, I know I will see you again. Until then, I will always think of you in a fond way. As ever, Asa. Why'd you dig out that letter now? I said. You know why. The line about being here before the primal dust of the world? I looked it up. He lifted 2 or 3 lines from the Book of Psalms. It sounds like the stuff written on the wall in the cave. I'm going to make some calls to Kansas. You don't think I've already done that? I called the Eagle in Wichita and talked to a reporter who told me an interesting story. An autistic boy may have witnessed a collision. The boy told his mother that a man walking along the edge of the highway stepped in front of the gas truck and caused the accident. If that's true, there should have been 5 bodies in the wreckage rather than 4. The reporter interviewed the little boy, who said the truck didn't explode until after the collision. Surrett climbed out of the van and lit the spilled fuel. It's the kind of thing he would do. Have you seen Gretchen? What about her? She's acting strange. Maybe she's still angry about those remarks the cops made up on the hillside. Maybe it's time we have a talk with Pepper. He told the grandfather of the murdered Indian girl that he'd found a store where a guy wearing the girl's bracelet bought a hunter's bow, except Pepper didn't tell us that. You said we, she replied. The rivers were blown out by the spring runoff and the constant rains, but Cleet knew a creek high up on a logging road in the Bitterroots where there was a long stretch of white water that boiled over into the trees. Then above it a chain of beaver dams and deep pools and undulating riffles sliding so clear over the gravel bed that you could count each pebble 5 feet below the surface. He had loaded his ice chest with beer and canned fruit juice and ham and onion sandwiches, and had put it on the back seat, and his waders and fly rod and fly vest and net and creel in a trunk. He'd put on his canvas coat and pork pie hat and was ready to go. There was only one problem. He couldn't get his mind off his daughter. He went back to the cabin. "Come with me," he said. "I have things to take care of," she said. "I saw the air weight under your pillow." "Tell me the truth." "I went to Bill Pepper's house. I was going to tear him up. Then I saw a swing set in his yard and a basketball hoop over the porte-cochere. When he opened the door, I saw pictures of him with his grandchildren on the wall. He pretended not to recognize me. He asked if I was a church lady."
"A what?"
"He said this lady was going to enroll his granddaughter at Bible camp. He said he thought I was her. He's a very convincing guy."
"Tell me what happened."
"I think he put Rohypnol or maybe some sleeping pills in a glass of Pepsi he gave me."
"Go on."
"I don't remember all of it. He put his hands on me first. Then he did some other things. He rubbed his penis on me, all over my skin. He drove me to a place on the Blackfoot," she said. "For a long time he let me think he was going to kill me. Then he cut my clothes off with a knife and poured whiskey and weed on me and rubbed it all over my body and left me to walk naked back to town. 2 kids gave me a raincoat and took me to my truck."
"You're not going to report him?"
"He scrubbed me with bleach. There's no DNA on me. My clothes are gone. I have nothing to prove my story. I want you to stay out of it."
"He's going down. You've got your whole life ahead of you, kid. You've made a documentary on music, and now you're going to make one on the damage these shale oil companies are doing. You can't throw that away because of a bum like Pepper. Leave him to me."
"I knew this was a mistake."
"What is?"
"Telling you. You're going to end up in prison." He started to speak, then gave it up and stroked her hair. A squall had just blown through Hellgate Canyon into downtown Missoula when we reached the tree-shaded neighborhood by the river where Bill Pepper lived. It was only 5:30, but he had turned on the lights inside. I had to knock twice before I saw him appear from the kitchen wearing a fedora, a leather jacket on his arm. He looked through the glass straight into my face, then unlocked the bolt and opened the door. "What is it?" he asked. "I met with Love Younger this morning," I said. "I need to confirm a couple of things he told me." "You're meddling in an investigation where you have no jurisdiction," Pepper said. "I'm on my way out of town for the weekend. You can come to my office Monday if you want to talk." "Our request for information is a reasonable one, Detective Pepper," I said. "I don't understand why you're upset." "Just tell us what you found out from the sporting goods salesman," Alifair said. "What did the purchaser of the hunting bow look like?" "Middle-aged. He paid with cash. It could be anybody," he said. "Maybe it doesn't mean anything." "That's not what you told Love Younger," Alifair said. "You told him the purchaser was wearing the kind of bracelet Dixon sold the Indian girl." "I'm leaving now. I don't have time for this," Pepper said. He seemed to collect himself like a man wanting a friend. "I'm sorry for what I did. They've got me figured out wrong. I think I'm going to go back to Mobile. I always liked it there, living by the salt water and pole fishing with the negras at sunset. It's a peaceful life there on the bay." Alifair and I stared at him. It was like watching a man disappear before our eyes. "Sorry you did what?" I asked. He closed the door just as the clouds broke and started to pour down, the raindrops hitting the rooftop and sidewalks as hard as hail. If there is a charnel house for souls, I believed Bill Pepper had just found it. Albert was gone when we returned to the house. The rain had quit and the sky had turned into an ink wash, and Molly and I grilled steaks on the deck and took them inside and ate at the dining room table with Alifair and watched the moon rise above the Bitterroots. Albert came in later, holding a FedEx delivery, his face ruddy from the wind. "This is for Gretchen. It was by the garage," he said. Where is she? At the cabin, I think, I replied. He set the FedEx box on the table. The return address was a geological lab in Austin, Texas. After supper, Gretchen had gone into her bedroom and lain down on top of the covers, her arm across her eyes, then turned toward the wall and fallen asleep. Cleet sat at the kitchen table, a cup of coffee in front of him, and watched her sleep. He tried to think about the choices available to him. Have a quiet talk with the sheriff? Gretchen would end up shark meat. The sheriff would pull her jacket from Miami-Dade and no credence would be given to anything she said. The moment Gretchen testified, she would be portrayed as a contract killer from Miami who had gone willingly to Bill Pepper's home and entered into a tryst that ended in a lurid and inconsequential denouement on the Blackfoot River. She'd be lucky if she weren't charged with perjury. Cleet could see the curve of her hip and the tautness of her thighs and rump against the fabric of her jeans and her back rising and falling as she slept. The combination of her chestnut hair and violet-colored eyes and statuesque carriage made men turn and stare as she walked by. It was hard for Cleet to separate the daughter he was looking at now from the woman who had been called Caruso in Little Havana. Somehow Gretchen had escaped the life she had fallen into. Cleet wrote a note on the back of an envelope and propped the envelope against the sugar bowl on the kitchen table. The note on the table read, "Don't worry about anything, kid. I'll be back before morning. All this will be behind us. Love, your pop, Cletus." 1 hour later, Gretchen woke and did not know where she was, nor for the moment did she remember the events that had occurred in the home of Bill Pepper on the banks of the Blackfoot River. Then she realized the sleep was an illusion, and the reality was the assault on her person committed by Bill Pepper. The touch of his hands and his genitalia seemed to cling to her skin like wet cobweb, and the more she rubbed her hands on herself, the more she seemed to recreate what he had done to her, as though she had become a surrogate for the man who assaulted her. She walked to the kitchen table and read the note Cleet had left. Through the window, she saw a cinnamon cub come out of the trees on the hillside and work his way through the fence in the moonlight. Albert had sent a chain email through the valley telling others that the cub had been separated from his mother and to be careful while driving down the dirt road. Bill Pepper had lied to her about everything except one item. He told the truth when he said he had thrown her tote bag in a tree by the side of the dirt road. What he had not told her was his motivation, which was probably to show his contempt for her possessions and to create a situation where he would continue to control her when she was forced to climb naked into a tree to recover what he had taken from her. She removed her airweight .38 from under her pillow and placed it in the bag alongside the expandable baton and can of mace, which was still in the bag when she plucked it out of the tree. Then she put on her scarf and her red nylon jacket, the same kind James Dean wore in Rebel Without a Cause. As she drove slowly under the arch onto the road in her chopped-down pickup, the subdued power of the Merc engine vibrating through the floor stick into her palm, she thought she saw the cub moving through the trees and wondered if he would find safe harbor for the night. Bill Pepper turned his van off the 2-lane highway and descended a gravel road through a grove of birch trees to the edge of Swan Lake. He got out of his van and glanced once over his shoulder at the highway, then entered the shingled cottage at the bottom of the incline and locked the door behind him. Just 1 week ago, opportunities had been opening up for him right and left. He had money in the bank, a new van, and was reporting to one of the richest men in the United States. Then it all went south because of a girl named Gretchen Horowitz. How had he let her get under his skin? She was attractive, certainly. She was a young girl buried inside a body that was every man's wet dream. She's getting to you again, he thought. You know the real reason for your fascination with her. She's not afraid. Not of you, Not of anyone, not of anything. Not even death at the hands of a man inserting a knife blade between her neck and collar, inches from her carotid. He thought he heard a tree limb break and fall into the yard. The wind was picking up outside, cutting long V's across the surface of the lake. Using only a pen light, he sat at the kitchen table and wrote these words on top of a flattened paper bag. Some guys think I'm tight with the Horowitz girl at Albert Hollister's ranch. I'm not. I've used up 9 of the 24 hours they gave me. If you find this and not my body, they got me. I'm sorry for what I did to that girl. As far as the rest of it is concerned, fuck it. Then he heard a sound that shouldn't have been there. A hand turning the front doorknob and then releasing it. The sole of a shoe scraping on the concrete step as the person stepped onto the grass and disappeared into the shadow. Bill Pepper picked up the Glock and went out the back door. "Who's out there?" he said. There was no reply. He walked down to the lakeside, constantly glancing back over his shoulder, his breath wheezing in his nose. Up the slope by the corner of the cottage, he thought he saw a figure step from behind a tree and stare straight at him. He lifted the pin light into the darkness, but could see nothing except a car passing on the 2-lane and the bone-like whiteness of the birch trunks in the headlights. Then he heard a loud thud, and this time he knew the sound was not a product of his imagination. It was heavy and solid, like a sack of grain smacking down on the roof. He lifted the beam of the pin light just as a cougar jumped from the cottage roof into a tree, and in one bound sprang off a limb and landed on 4 feet in the yard. "This is my place. You're trespassing," Bill Pepper said. "Go back up the mountain where you belong. Go on now, I don't want to shoot you." It turned and ran along the shore, leaping over a creek that fed into the lake, the whiteness of its hindquarters showing under its tail in the moonlight. "Well, what do you know?" Bill Pepper said to himself, except his satisfaction in standing up to the cougar was short-lived. He could not explain away the doorknob turning and the sole of somebody's shoe scraping on the concrete step. He returned to the house and walked through the kitchen and into the narrow hallway that led to the bathroom. In under a second, his universe turned upside down. The bone-crunching pain that exploded in the back of his head could have come from a sap or a chunk of pipe with a bonnet on it, or maybe someone touching a taser to his scalp. It didn't matter. He crashed against the wall, taking the telephone stand down with him, landing on his face, his nose bleeding. He wanted to crawl away, but his arms wouldn't work properly. A figure that smelled like rain and leaves and body heat was pulling his wrists behind him, fitting handcuffs on them, squeezing the steel tongues tightly into the flesh. "Who are you?" Bill Pepper said. The figure released his wrists and walked through the cottage, clicking off all the lights. He heard a sound that made him think of metal snipping against metal. "No, please," he said. "I haven't done anything to deserve that. Please don't do that. Listen to me. There's no reason for this." The phone rang at 6:15 Saturday morning. Everyone else was still asleep. I picked up the receiver and went out on the balcony and closed the door behind me. Gretchen's hot rod was parked by the creek bed, the top white with frost. The caddy was gone. "Hello," I said.
"This is Sheriff Bisbee, Detective Robichaux. I need to confirm some information. You know a man named Cleet Purcell?"
"I've known him for 40 years. He's staying with us at Albert Hollister's place."
"Right now he's staying in a jail cell in Big Fork. You know any reason why he'd be in the Swan Lake area?"
"Maybe he went fishing. He didn't tell me. What's he charged with?"
"He got stopped at a roadblock at 12:15 this morning. He was carrying a cut-down pump in his car. He also had burglar tools in his possession, along with latex gloves, a throwdown, a blackjack, plastic ligatures, brass knuckles, and a box full of buckshot. I almost forgot. He had some nylon fishing line with a hoop tied on the end. The kind of rig home invaders stick through a window to turn the latch.
He's a private investigator and he runs down bail skips for a couple of bondsmen in New Orleans.
He told me that. Otherwise, I might have thought he was planning to break into someone's residence. He wouldn't do that, would he?
No.
Glad we got that out of the way. I didn't get much sleep last night. Bill Pepper had his problems, but nothing that would warrant the mess I saw in his cottage this morning. Do you read me?
I'm trying to be helpful. To my knowledge, Cleet never met Detective Pepper.
Then I wonder why he was at Pepper's cottage. Just passing by, I guess. Maybe you should come up here. Pepper died with a plastic bag over his head. With luck, he died of asphyxiation. The blood loss is like nothing I've ever seen. Are you starting to get the picture?
Pepper was mutilated?
That's one way to put it. Somebody called in a 911 and reported a maroon Cadillac convertible with a Louisiana tag leaving the crime scene. Pepper was dead when Purcell left the cottage. Why didn't he report it?
I didn't have an answer. Ask him.
Oh, I will.
What did the killer do to Pepper?
His penis and testicles were in the sink. You believe in an afterlife?
Why do you ask?
I suspect Bill Pepper found his hell right here on Earth, the sheriff said.
The sheriff of Missoula County pulled up a chair to the barred door and sat down. He placed a yellow legal pad on his knee and studied it.
Other people will be talking to you, Mr. Purcell, but since it was a member of my department who was killed, I want the first crack at you, he said. You want to explain what you were doing at Bill Pepper's cottage?
I already did. To anyone who'd listen. I went there to talk with him. The back door was open. He was lying in the hallway. I didn't touch anything other than the outside doorknob. I left the inside as I'd found it. I tried to call in the 911, but I didn't have cell service. I got stopped at the roadblock 5 miles from Big Fork.
Why were you carrying burglar tools and ligatures and all those weapons in a duffel bag?
I'm sentimental about memorabilia.
That's pretty amusing. Do you think cutting off a man's penis and testicles is amusing?
The guy was a dirty cop and somebody caught up with him, but it wasn't me.
How do you know he was a dirty cop?
He was compromising the investigation into the death of Angel Deerheart in order to earn favor with her grandfather.
So you went up to his cottage on Swan Lake to talk to him about that?
He and another idiot in your department made sexual remarks about my daughter in front of her and others. This was right after your man kicked the shit out of Wyatt Dixon.
The sheriff stared at his legal pad. Detective Pepper left a note behind. Did you know that? He said.
No.
In the note, Detective Pepper indicated that he did something to your daughter. What would he be referring to?
I guess the remarks he made.
How did you know where his cottage was?
I called up a P.I. I know in Missoula.
The sheriff nodded, his face composed, the long white tips of his mustache hanging below his jawbone.
We pulled your sheet at the NCIC, Mr. Purcell. You have a longer record than most felons. You and your friend Detective Robichaux left a bunch of people dead on the bank of a bayou in Louisiana not once, but twice.
That's why we're here, to rest up.
There's only one reason you're not being arrested. There's no trace of blood on you or your clothing or shoes or in your vehicle.
The sheriff's face was tired, his eyes without heat or anger or any emotion that Cleet could see.
This is all about your daughter, isn't it? What is it you're not telling me, Mr. Purcell? What did Bill Pepper do to your little girl?
Wyatt Dixon was unloading 3 tons of 60-pound hay bales off a flatbed at his place on the Blackfoot River when he saw the 2 cruisers coming up the dirt road, their tires splashing through the puddles. The deputies parked in the shade of the cottonwoods and approached him as a group of 4, studying his half-crushed house, his barn, the trees, the bluebirds, the Appaloosas in the corral, the riffle in the middle of the stream. Anything that kept them from having to look directly at Wyatt Dixon.
"Howdy doody, boys," he said.
The lead deputy had to squint into the sun to look up at Wyatt.
Know why we're here?
To pester people?
Somebody killed Bill Pepper up at Swan Lake.
I'm totally broke up, Wyatt said.
We'd like to have you come down to the department.
Wyatt blew his breath up into his face and looked at the sunlight wobbling inside the riffle on the river, then jumped down from the flatbed into the middle of the deputies. All of them stepped backward before they could check themselves.
How'd Pepper go out? He asked.
Hard, the lead deputy said.
Did Pepper go out with a bag over his head?
I don't know all the details, the deputy said.
Did you know Angel Deerheart?
Afraid not, the deputy said.
Did you ever wonder why rich people would adopt a raggedy-ass little girl from the res?
Put on the cuffs, Wyatt.
Did you know y'all are living in the middle of biblical events?
Biblical?
That's what I said.
The deputy walked with him to the cruiser.
I love your accent, Wyatt. Watch your head getting in, he said.
At 1:30 p.m. on Saturday, the sheriff called me again.
You want to come down here and talk to this crazy bastard? He said.
Excuse me? I said.
I just spent 20 minutes listening to Wyatt Dixon talk about the history of the earth and the coming of the Antichrist. Did you know the world is 6,400 years old?
He's probably psychotic. Why paying attention to anything he says?
Because he had motivation to kill Detective Pepper. He's also one of the last people to see Angel Deerheart alive.
Does he have an alibi for last night?
His neighbors across the river say there was a light on in his barn and they thought they saw him shoeing horses until after midnight.
So he's not your guy?
Probably not. But he has information about the Deerheart girl that he's not sharing.
What kind of information?
He thinks she was adopted for reasons other than humanitarian ones.
What reasons?
He's a little vague on that.
Why'd you call me? I asked.
Because I don't know what the hell I'm dealing with. What makes it worse is that Wyatt Dixon has almost convinced me.
Of what?
That there's an evil presence in our midst. That the cave behind Albert Hollister's house is the source of something that I hate to even think about.
Don't let this guy get to you, I said. After Cleet was released from the holding jail in Big Fork, he did not ask Gretchen if she'd had anything to do with the death of Bill Pepper. At the cabin, she kept waiting for him to stop talking and look directly in her face and ask the question, but he didn't. She fixed bacon and scrambled eggs and set his plate on the table and sat down across from him and waited some more. I went looking for you, she said.
I figured you would, he replied.
You didn't find Pepper, did you?
Not alive, I didn't.
You think I did him? She asked.
Of course not. If he'd drawn down on you or tried to attack you again, you would have blown him out of his socks.
She got up from the table and went into the bathroom and washed her face and dried it. When she came back out, he was looking at the FedEx mailer she had left on the coffee table.
What's that?
He said. Some Sierra Club guys got a hold of a core sample from an exploratory well drilled on the Canadian side of the frontier. I sent it to a geological lab in Austin. This stuff has the same kind of sulfurous content that's coming out of the shale oil operation up in Alberta. Supposedly it heats up the planet a lot faster than ordinary crude.
Pepper left a note. Evidently some guys scared the hell out of him. They thought maybe you were his girlfriend and you had some information that was harmful to their interests.
Why didn't you tell me that?
I thought the sheriff had his ass on upside down. You think this has something to do with the documentary you're making?
I just got out of film school. Why should anyone be afraid of me?
I can't imagine, he replied.
That afternoon, she took her 9mm Beretta and her Airweight .38 up to the gun range behind Albert's house. She saw the man on horseback out of the corner of her eye, but showed no recognition of his presence. What do you think you're doing here? She said, as though speaking to herself.
I rent pasture on the other side of the ridge. You shot the doo-doo out of them cans.
Does Mr. Hollister mind you riding up here?
He never mentioned it.
You know who he is?
He seemed to think about the question.
A famous writer.
He was wearing a candy-striped shirt with a rolled white collar. His shirt was pressed, and his needle-nosed boots spit-shined, as bright as mirrors even in the shade. "You like rodeos?" "Sometimes." He sat on a boulder and removed his straw hat. "I ain't here to bother you. You stood up for me, missy. I owe you," he said. "If you hadn't been there, Bill Pepper would have put out my light with that taser. I thought he was going to dump in his britches when you called him bacon." "It's Wyatt, isn't it?" "That's me." "I'm glad you came by, Wyatt, but I'm tied up today." "They're going to hang Pepper's killing on you," he said. "Repeat that." "They wanted to stick me with it, but I got an alibi. They know Pepper insulted you up by that cave. Maybe they know he done even worse." He took a penknife from his watch pocket and pared one of his fingernails. He gazed at the sunlight breaking on the tops of the trees. "Whatever you do, stay away from that cave up yonder." "It's just a cave," she said. "Something is loose hereabouts. Something that ain't supposed to be here. I can smell it. That Indian girl that got killed?" "I heard about it." "I called her Little Britches, 'cause she was such a little bitty slip of a thing." "You've lost me." "You know the Younger family?" "Not personally." "It's got to do with them, and with that thing in the cave. I just ain't ciphered it out yet. I'm working on it." "Why?" "'Cause of what got done to that little girl." "Take care of yourself," she said. "If you ever want to mess around with an older man, I'm available," he said. "I'm not worth it. Keep your powder dry for the right girl," she replied. He laughed under his breath. She walked down the hillside to the cabin, her gun bag looped over one shoulder, the wind scattering her chestnut hair on her cheeks and forehead. On Sunday morning, Molly and I went to Mass at a small church by the university. When we got back, Cleet was standing on the porch of the guest cabin waiting for me. "I found a bug," he said. "Where?" "Above the door to Gretchen's room." "Have you told Albert?" "Yeah, he said, what else is new? I'm going to get a guy out here to sweep the place. We need to stop pretending, Dave." "About what?" "Somebody has us in their sights. It started with somebody shooting an arrow at Alifair. Now both Gretchen and I are part of a homicide investigation. It's time we take it to these cocksuckers." "Have any idea who these cocksuckers are?" I thought he would give me a facile answer, but Cleet was the most prescient cop regarding human behavior whom I ever knew. "I think we're dealing with multiple players, maybe guys with different objectives. The best place to start is with the money, always. Come inside, I want to show you some information I dug up." For years, he had chased down bail skips for two bondsmen named Wee Willie Bimstein and Nig Rosewater. Working for Wee Willie and Nig had one advantage only. They were anachronisms, but they knew everything about everyone in the city of New Orleans. "I told you Love Younger's daughter-in-law, Felicity Louviere, was from New Orleans, didn't I?" Cleet said. "She grew up by the old Britannia Theater. It's the accent, that's how I knew." "Yeah, I got that. What I don't get is why you're homing in on her, not her husband or father-in-law." "Give me some credit, Streak. The woman's in grief. You think I'd try to put moves on her?" I let my eyes go empty. "No," I said, "but you're a sucker for a woman who's in trouble." He gave me a look and picked up a handful of printouts sent to him through Albert's computer by a reference librarian who worked for Willie and Nig. Felicity Louviere's old man was René Louviere. Remember him? He was a social worker in Holy Cross and got fired for giving welfare money to illegals. He ended up roughnecking in a rainforest in South America. Get this. The local Indians burned the bones of their dead relatives and mixed the ashes in the food to keep the family line going. They also shot blowguns at the Americans on the drilling rigs. Some geologists decided to do some payback and flew over the village in a single-engine plane and dropped a couple of satchel charges on them. They killed and wounded a bunch of people, including children. I waited for him to go on, but he didn't. "What is it, Cleet?" I said. "You know the drill. The motherfuckers who start wars have never heard a shot fired in anger,
but they wave the flag and make speeches at Arlington and run up the body count as high as they can. I hate them. Every one of them.
I knew Cleet was no longer talking about events in the rainforests of Brazil or Venezuela. Finish the story, Cleet, I said.
René Louvière quit his job with the oil company in protest. He went back to the States and joined a relief agency and returned to the village the geologists had bombed. Guess what?
Don't tell me.
A couple of Indians got wasted on mushrooms and chopped him into pieces.
How did Felicity Louvière meet her husband?
At a Mardi Gras ball. He probably didn't tell her he got expelled from college for cheating. He's also a degenerate gambler and had $100,000 credit line in Vegas and Atlantic City until his father forced him into Gamblers Anonymous.
You think Younger's people put the bug above Gretchen's door?
They probably know she's doing a documentary on Love Younger's shale oil projects in Canada. But
what?
Nobody cares about the damage these guys are doing, including the Canadians. Why spend money eavesdropping on us?
Maybe they're hiding something that has little or nothing to do with the environment.
I don't know what it is, and neither does Gretchen.
There's another possibility, Cleet. I just don't like to think about it.
The guy up at the cave?
Asa Surratt is the name. So far, only 2 people gave any credence to the possibility that Asa Surratt had escaped from a gasoline tanker explosion in West Kansas, or that someone like him had stenciled the message on the cave wall. One was Alifair, and the other was Wyatt Dixon, a man who proved so uncontrollable in custody that the state had tried to short-circuit his brain. People like Wyatt Dixon understand how Frankenstein works and speak in metaphors that come out of their experience. Unfortunately, most of them have fried their spam, and their symbols and frame of reference don't make much sense to the rest of us. Here's the biggest joke of all. Wyatt Dixon was probably a genuine believer. He may not have believed in God, but no one could deny he hadn't been on a first-name basis with the devil. Where do you go on a Sunday if you want to find a man like Wyatt Dixon? I saw Albert working in his flower bed and asked him. There's a Holy Roller meeting up on the res this afternoon, he replied. You might try there. The Holy Roller meeting was held at a pavilion on the Flathead Indian Reservation not far from the Mission Mountains. At 5 p.m., Cleet and I drove in the caddy up a long grade through wooded hills that were a deep green from the spring rains into a valley that rose higher and higher as the road progressed toward Flathead Lake. The service was almost over when Cleet parked the caddy in a pasture lined with rows of cars and pickup trucks. The real show wasn't the preacher. When it was time to give witness, he paused and held onto the sides of the podium, lifting his chin, sucking in his cheeks, his mouth puckered, as though he were teetering on the bow of a ship bursting through the waves. "Come on up here, Wyatt."
These people vote in elections, Cleet whispered.
"Be quiet," I said. Dixon faced the crowd, his eyes close set, the sleeves of his cowboy shirt rolled above his elbows, the veins in his forearms pumped with blood. He began to speak in a language I had never heard. The syllables came from deep down in the throat and sounded like wood blocks knocking. The congregation was transfixed, some pressing their hands to their mouths in fear. When Dixon finished his testimony, if that's what it could be called, there was dead silence except for the wind popping the canopy. Cleet screwed a cigarette into the corner of his mouth and flipped open his Zippo. "Are you crazy?" I said under my breath.
"You think these guys are paying any attention to us?" he replied.
"I don't care. Show some respect." He slipped the cigarette back into his shirt pocket.
"Check out the broad in the last row."
She was wearing a hat and dark glasses, but there was no mistaking the creamy white skin and the mole by her mouth and the demure posture. "What is Felicity Louvière doing here?" I said.
"Maybe she thinks Dixon was mixed up in her daughter's death."
We were standing at the back of the crowd.
"Here comes our man," Cleet said. "I hope you're up to dealing with this crazy bastard."
I declare, it's Mr. Robichaux, fresh up from the bayou, he said. Or is it a swamp or a cesspool and such as that where ye live at? Dixon was standing 6 inches from my face, his head tilted to one side. He seemed to take no heed of Cleet. You been bird-dogging me, Mr. Robichaux? We have the same objective. We want to find the man who killed the Indian girl, I said. Who says I'm trying to find anyone? Mr. Dixon, I said, edging into his line of vision. Why is Felicity Louviere here? Who? Angel Deerheart's mother. How the fuck should I know? He turned his gaze on me. What ye don't seem to understand, Mr. Robichaux, is I ain't bothered y'all or put my nose in your business. I didn't bother your daughter, and I didn't bother them cops that drugged me out to Albert Hollister's place. But every time I turn around, one of y'all's in my face. It's Sunday, and we're fixing to have a community meal. All we want is to be left alone. Cleet lit his cigarette and snapped the cap closed on his Zippo. Why don't you peddle your douche rent somewhere else and let these poor bastards alone, he said. How's that for diplomacy? I gave up and walked away. Dave, where you going? I heard Cleet say. I was so irritated with Cleet that I kept walking toward the caddy and didn't turn around. I heard somebody walking fast behind me. Mr. Robichaux, said a woman's voice. She was a tank in her late 40s, dressed in a frilly blouse and a suit with big buttons, her hair piled on her head, her face flushed and as round as a muskmelon. She had a notebook in one hand and a ballpoint in the other. For whatever reason, she seemed to be wearing amounts of perfume that could knock down a rhino. Talk to me, please, she said. I'm doing an article on the Indians and the spread of fundamentalist religion. Also on the death of that young girl, she said. She told me her name was Bertha Phelps. Was that the mother of Angel Deerheart I saw sitting in the back row? That's correct. How did you know my name? I saw you in the grocery with Albert Hollister and asked someone who you were. Though that didn't quite come together for me, I didn't pursue it. I'm in a bit of a hurry, Miss Phelps. What's up? A sheriff's detective told me Dixon was the last person to see her alive. I'd say he's not a viable suspect. I turned to go. The caddy was locked. I looked back at the pavilion and saw Cleet talking to Felicity Louviere. I also saw Wyatt Dixon carrying a paper plate stacked with fried chicken to a picnic table. One more try, I told myself. I made my way through the crowd and without being invited sat down next to him. You're an honest-to-God believer, Wyatt. You see things out there in the world that other people don't. Does the name Asa Surratt mean anything to you? Never heard of him. The man who left that message in the cave was no ordinary man, was he? It wasn't no man that was up in that cave, he said. Want to spell that out? He's goat-footed and has a stink on him that could make a skunk hide. Think I'm taking you on a snipe hunt? Ask Albert Hollister if he ain't seen presences in that arroyo behind his place, Indians and such. A goat-footed creature was in that cave? I decided it was time to get a lot of distance between me and Wyatt Dixon. I tried to stay mad at Cleet for provoking a situation with Dixon, but I couldn't. Cleet was Cleet. He didn't like religious fanatics and believed most of them were self-deceived or mean-spirited and did great harm in the world. Regardless, Dixon had said something I couldn't get out of my mind. He had mentioned Indian presences behind Albert Hollister's house. The arroyo that led from Albert's gun range up the hillside to the logging road had been the route used by Chief Joseph and the Nez Perce after they outflanked the United States Army up on Lolo Pass and tried to escape relocation to Oklahoma Territory. Hundreds of them had filed down the arroyo in the dark, carrying their children and everything they owned on their backs. They followed Lolo Creek down to the Bitterroot River and then went south to the Big Hole, where they thought they would be safe. When the army attacked their village, the soldiers killed man, woman, and child, just as they had on the Washita and on the Marias and at Wounded Knee. It was genocide, no matter what others wanted to call it. I asked Albert if he had ever seen anything unusual up the Arroyo. "What do you mean by unusual?" he said. "Apparitions. One time at sunset, I thought I saw dark-skinned people coming over the ridge and walking down the trail through the trees. I went outside and nobody was there." "What happened to Chief Joseph and his people?" "When you kill large numbers of people in order to steal their land, they get pissed off and their spirits have a way of hanging around," he replied. I wasn't up to a barrage of Albert's morbid polemics, so I went to find Cleet, but he had gone off on his own and had not told anyone of his destination. I should have known a bad moon was on the rise. The saloon where they had arranged to meet was down by the railroad tracks in a part of town where the brick shell of a 3-story 19th century brothel was still standing, and cowboys and Indians and bindle stiffs and rounders and bounders and midnight ramblers still knocked back doubles and chased them with pitcher beer. Cleet was drinking at the far end of the bar when she entered. The front door was open to allow in the cool of the evening, and the redness of the late sun backlit her hair, and the creamy texture of her shoulders, and the beige skirt that swirled around her knees. He raised his hand awkwardly to indicate where he was, then tipped his shot glass to his mouth as she approached him. "What are you drinking?" She looked at the shot glass and the small pitcher of draft beer in front of him. "A glass of this will be fine," she said. He ordered a draft beer for the woman and another shot for himself. He waited until the bartender had filled and set down their glasses and walked away. "You said maybe I could help you with something." "You and your friend were talking to Dixon. He sold my daughter a bracelet before she died. Do you think he could have killed her?" "I don't doubt he's a dangerous man." "Dangerous to women."
"A man who strikes a woman is a physical and moral coward. There's no exception to that rule. We call them misogynists. The simple truth is they're cowards. Dixon is a head case and probably a lot of other things, but a coward isn't one of them."
"Could he have been working with someone else?"
"He's a loner. Most rodeo people are. I gotta ask you something, Miss Felicity. The wigwam the bar Angel was drinking in the night she died, it was full of outlaw bikers. A lot of those guys are sexual fascists and get off on smacking their women around. Dixon went to the joint for shooting a guy who murdered a prostitute. Why is everybody zeroing in on him?"
"Why were you all talking to him if he's of no importance?"
"My friend Dave thinks Dixon knows something about a guy who left a message on a cave wall behind Albert Hollister's place. Sometimes Dave reads more into something than is there." He motioned to the bartender for a refill. "Look, I'm sorry about your daughter. If I could help you, I would."
"You can't."
"Maybe I could, but not officially."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"I'm licensed as a PI in Louisiana. A private investigator's license has the legal value of a dog's tag."
"I want the person who killed my daughter."
"The locals will nail him sooner or later."
"Do you really believe that?"
"The locals are like cops anywhere. They give it their best shot. The bad guys go down, but usually because they do something really stupid."
"I think you are a much more complex man than you pretend." She rubbed her finger on the dial of his watch. He could feel the heat in the back of his neck, a tingling sensation in his palms. "Dave is the only cop from the old days who'll hang out with me. I'm not being humble. I worked for the mob in Vegas and Reno. I've done stuff I wouldn't tell a corpse." "If you're thinking about my marital status, my husband is the most corrupt, selfish man I've ever known."
"Maybe he had a good teacher."
He saw the look on her face.
"I'm talking about his father, Mr. Younger."
"Caspian couldn't carry his father's briefcase."
"Why'd you marry him?"
"I was the little match girl, looking through the window. I took the easy way." "I'm alone, Mr. Purcell," she said. "My daughter is dead. My husband is a satyr. Think ill of me if you wish. I don't apologize for what I am." Have you eaten, Mr. Purcell?
You want to go to the depot? It's right down the street. We can eat on the terrace.
You really worked for the Mafia?
Just one guy. His name was Sally Dio.
Where is he now?
Sally D caught the car to Jericho. That's an expression people in the life used in New Orleans years ago.
I don't get it.
Jericho is a dead city. If you got on a streetcar to Jericho, you weren't coming back.
They did not pay attention to a man leaning against a parking meter down the street. He was smoking a pipe and gazing at the freight cars pulling out of the train yard. His hair was oiled and combed back over the tops of his ears. He puffed on his pipe and let the smoke curl out of his mouth into the breeze. He did not seem to notice Cleet and the woman as they walked past him into the restaurant called the Depot. The man leaning against the meter tapped the bowl of his pipe on his hand, ignoring the live cinders that stuck to his skin. Then he put away his pipe and entered the restaurant through the terrace and took a seat at the bar, staring with self-satisfaction at the face he saw in the mirror.
"What are you having?" the bartender asked.
"A glass of ice water and a menu," the man said.
"You got it. Visiting?"
"Why do you think that?"
"Saw your tag through the window. How do you like Montana?"
"The state tree of Kansas is a telephone pole," the man said. "Does that tell you something?"
2 hours earlier, Gretchen had gone up to the main house and thrown a pebble against Alifair's screen on the 3rd floor. "Want to take a ride?" she said.
"Where to?" Alifair replied.
"A dump by the old train station."
"What for?"
"To find Cleet."
"Call him on his cell."
"He turned it off. If he's doing what I think he is, he doesn't plan to turn it on again."
"Leave him alone, Gretchen. He's a grown man."
"Except he needs someone to strap a cast-iron codpiece on his stiff red eye."
"Do you know how bad that sounds?"
"I heard him talking on the phone to Love Younger's daughter-in-law. Are you coming or not?"
They drove in Alifair's Honda to the saloon where Cleet sometimes drank. Gretchen got out and went inside while Alifair waited in the car, the motor running. Gretchen came back out and got in the car and closed the door.
"The bartender said he left with a woman 5 minutes ago."
"Sometimes Cleet drinks at the depot." They drove up the street and stopped in front of the restaurant. Gretchen went inside by herself. She looked in the dining room, then went into the bar and gazed through the French doors at the people eating on the terrace. A man hunched on a stool a few feet from her had just said something about the state tree of Kansas. Through a door pane, she could see Cleet sitting with a small woman at a linen-covered table under a canopy stretched over the terrace. "Buy you a drink, Legs?" asked the man hunched on the stool.
"Blow me,"
she said without looking at him. She went out on the terrace and approached Cleet's table.
"You shouldn't be driving,"
she said. Cleet and the small woman looked up. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes lit with an alcoholic shine.
"Miss Felicity, this is my daughter, Gretchen Horowitz."
"It's so nice to meet you," Felicity said. Cleet tried to hold his smile in place. He pushed out a chair.
"We just ordered. Did you eat yet?"
"Yeah, by myself after I fixed supper for both of us."
He looked confused.
"We were supposed to eat together? I must not have heard you. Is Alifair with you?"
"Yeah, I'll drive to Caddy. She'll follow us home. Let's go."
Gretchen propped her palms on the table and leaned down.
"What's your name again?"
she said to the woman. "Felicity Louvière."
"You're married to Caspian Younger?"
"Yes. How would you know that?"
"I'm making a documentary on your family and your oil and natural gas explorations. You're not aware of it?"
Somehow it escaped my attention.
"I don't like to say this, Ms. Louvière, but I think you've asked for it. You're out with a man who's not your husband after just losing your daughter. Does that seem normal to you?"
"Don't talk like that," Cleet said.
"It's your life, Cleet. Be a public fool if you want. You're really good at it,"
Gretchen said. People at the tables turned and stared.
"We'll talk later. I'll see you at the cabin," he said.
You mean after you get your ashes hauled, a bimbo lets you scope her jugs and you dump the only family you have?
She walked out the front door and got into Alifaire's car. What did Cleet say to you?
Nothing worth repeating. He's an expert at empty rhetoric. Fuck him.
Alifair drove down a brick-paved street that paralleled the train tracks. I'm going to forget what you just said.
Did I need to put this on flashcards? Cleet just made a choice. He wants to get in that bitch's bread. If that hurts his daughter, too bad. His swizzle stick comes first.
Alifair pulled the Honda to the curb and cut the engine. She waited for a rusted-out Volkswagen bus and 2 bicyclists to pass. She started to speak, then studied her reflection in the outside mirror. I thought I saw a guy come out of the restaurant and look at the back of my car. He's gone now.
A guy was hitting on me in there.
Who?
How would I know? The kind of guy who sits on a bar stool like a vulture. Who cares? Start the car and drop me by the caddy.
What for?
I have a spare set of keys. If Cleet wants to go to a motel, his punch will have to take her car because I'm going to boost the caddy.
You don't take prisoners, do you? Gretchen didn't reply and stared out the side window into the darkness.
I've always been on my own, she said. That's what none of you have figured out. You don't know shit about what's in my head.
They were silent while Alifair circled the block and pulled to the curb by the restaurant parking lot. Alifair cut her engine and walked into the parking lot. I'll make this brief, she said. I'll always be your friend, no matter what you say or do. Dave and Molly will always be there for you, too. But if you ever speak to me like that again, I'm going to kick your butt around the block. Cleet sat back down at the table and drank the melt in the bottom of his tumbler, crunching the cherries and orange slices between his molars.
I shut off my mouth, he said.
I don't know if I'm up to this kind of evening, Felicity said.
Gretchen is a good kid. She just had the wrong idea.
You treat your daughter as if she's a child. Mature people don't throw temper tantrums in a restaurant.
I think I've blown out my doors for tonight. I've got to square things with Gretchen. You're a nice lady. I'll help you in whatever way I can, but right now I'm done.
She placed her hand on his knee. Don't let our evening end like this.
End like what? I'm tired. I'm running on the rims. I'm a fucking mess.
Cleet stared out at the street, his jaw tightening. What is it? Felicity said.
My caddy just went by. There it goes, down by the red light. There's a pickup behind it. Stay here, I'll be right back. Did you see a maroon caddy convertible pull out of the lot? He asked the bartender.
Yeah, a guy at the bar did, too.
I don't follow.
A guy went out the door without paying for his drinks and sandwich. I went outside after him. He got in his truck and took off after the convertible.
You get the tag?
The guy said he was from Kansas. He made a crack at a girl who was in here. I didn't get the tag number.
Which girl?
Good looking, wearing jeans, long legs. That's the crack he made. He said she had long legs. He had a face kind of like a shoebox.
Did he use a name?
The bartender thought for a moment. I heard him coming on to a college girl. He told her his name was Toto. What kind of name is that? Gretchen turned off the brick-paved street by the tracks and drove aimlessly through the downtown area, unable to sort out her thoughts, her palms dry and stiff and hard to close around the steering wheel, her anger and depression like a stone in her chest. She passed the Wilma Theater and crossed the Higgins Street Bridge. On the other side of the bridge, she turned onto an unlit street down by the river, the same neighborhood of brick bungalows and early 20th century apartment buildings where Bill Pepper had lived. A pickup truck that had been behind her on the bridge kept going and disappeared from her rearview mirror as soon as she turned off Higgins. She parked under a maple tree and cut the engine and dialed Alifair's number on her cell phone.
Have a drink with me at Jakers, she said.
Are you there now? Alifair said.
No, I'm down by the river.
Is Cleet all right?
He's with the Louvière woman.
See you at Jakers, and stop worrying about everything. Leave a message on Cleet's cell and tell him where we are. She started the engine and glanced in her outside mirror. A pickup truck turned out of a side street and approached the caddy from behind, the driver slowing. In the mirror, she could see two silhouettes in the front seat. Was that the same truck she had seen earlier? She pulled open her tote bag and rested her hand on the checkered grips of the 14-round Beretta. The truck passed, its high beams bouncing off the trunks of the trees, lighting the bottom of the canopy. At the end of the block, it made a wide U-turn and headed toward her again, its headlights almost blinding her. Though the driver's window in the truck was down, she could not make out his face. Then she saw him lift a nickel-plated snub-nosed revolver into full view and point it at her. The first round shattered the outside mirror, and the second one pocked a hole in the windshield and blew glass on her skin. She had already thrown herself sideways on the seat and popped the door handle on the passenger side. She slid off the edge of the seat onto the swale and pushed the door shut, which turned off the interior light. She positioned herself on one knee, the Beretta in her right hand, and waited. On the far side of the caddy, she heard the truck turn around and head toward her again. She stood up and walked into the middle of the street and extended the Beretta in front of her with both arms, her feet 15 inches apart. The passenger was attempting to work himself partway out the window to get a clear shot. The driver of the pickup floored the accelerator, and the truck leaped forward and roared straight at her. Gretchen began shooting, each crack of the 9mm like a splinter of glass in her right eardrum. She tried to count the rounds but couldn't keep track. One thing she was certain about, anyone inside that truck was having a bad night. The driver ducked down as the truck veered out of control and passed her. For just a second in the glow of the dashboard, she saw the passenger leaning forward, staring straight at her. His cheekbone was shattered, and he was trying to hold it in place with his left hand. The blood from his wound had welled through his fingers and was running down his wrist. She turned with the truck and began firing again. At least one round went through the back window, another hit the tailgate. She let off 2 more rounds, hoping to punch a hole in the gas tank. Instead, one round must have ricocheted off the asphalt and popped the left front tire, bringing it instantly down on the rim, the truck skidding against the curb. The driver of the pickup wasn't finished. Steering with one hand, he opened the passenger door and shoved his friend out on the street. He landed on his side hard, then struggled to his feet and lumbered down an embankment toward the river. The pickup went through the intersection at the end of the block, the bare rim clanging like a garbage can rolling down a rock road. She followed the wounded man down to the water's edge. "Give it up, buddy," she called out. For a moment she thought she saw him inside a stand of willows, watching her, maybe sighting on her face or chest. "Your pal screwed you. You want to take his weight?" she said. The man in work clothes came around the far side of the willows, knee-deep into the current, the lights from the vaudeville theater in the park across the river reflecting off the rapids behind him. A dark fluid was leaking from below his rib cage, down his shirt and trouser leg. In his right hand he held a small semi-auto, perhaps a 25 or 32. He raised the semi-auto. "Chug this," he said. Maybe he fired, maybe he didn't. She didn't try to think it through. She was sure her first round hit him in the forehead, the second in the throat, the third in the chest. Maybe one went long or hit him in the arm. He went straight down, as they always did. Even while he slid into the current, the back of his shirt puffing with air, his head bobbing like an apple in the chop, she couldn't stop pulling the trigger, the bullets dancing all over the water's surface. In seconds, the current or a cottonwood snag took him under, and all she could hear was the incessant humming of the river. "Shit, shit, shit," she said under her breath. Inside her head, she heard a cacophonous voice that sounded like it had risen from the bowels of a building through a heating duct. "Hi, baby doll," it said. "Welcome back to that old-time rock and roll. It's so nice to have you back on board." By Monday morning, Clete Purcell didn't think much else could go wrong with his day. Not until he saw a hand-waxed, metallic purple, chrome-plated Humvee coming up the road, splashing through the rain puddles, almost running over Albert's border collie. The Humvee turned into the driveway and stopped by the pedestrian gate to the north pasture. A slight man wearing a Mexican vest and a flowery shirt with blown sleeves and a braided cloth belt and trousers stuffed inside hand-tooled multicolored boots came through the gate with a self-satisfied expression while he eyeballed the pasture and the low-hanging clouds and the sunshine spangling on the wet trees as though he owned whatever he walked on. Cleet stepped out on the porch, steam rising off the tin cup he held.
"What can I do for you, Mr. Younger?"
"Call me Caspian. Is that your restored Cadillac under the tarp?"
"Yeah, the ravens keep downloading on it. It's a way of life with me."
"Getting dumped on?"
"Yeah, think of me as a human dumpster. What do you want?"
"Did you enjoy yourself last night, Mr. Purcell?"
"Actually, I don't remember much of what I did. I have blackouts, see? I wake up in the morning and don't have a clue about where I was or who I was with."
"Know where I met her?"
"Not interested."
"You ever see skin like that on a woman? Or didn't you notice?"
"I met your wife in town to talk about the death of your adopted daughter."
"She'll fuck your brains out and throw the rest of your body parts on the roadside."
Take a chance, Cleet thought. "You know that dude who was following me and Miss Felicity around?"
"Which dude?"
"Driving a pickup, Kansas plates, rectangular face maybe. What's the gen on this guy?"
"The gen?"
"Yeah, the background. You know this guy?"
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"You know what bothers me most about your visit here, Mr. Younger? You haven't made one mention of your daughter."
"I didn't raise the subject, Mr. Purcell, because I don't think you know anything. I think you're a rotund, self-deluded fellow who will bed another man's wife and pretend he's part of a noir tradition he learned about from watching too many movies."
"Stay away from my wife. The first time wasn't altogether your fault. The second time won't be nice."
Cleet felt his hands close and open involuntarily at his sides. "And you look like you had a hard night," Caspian said. He reached out with his fingernail and ticked the lipstick smear on Cleet's shirt. "I hope it's worth it. When she gets rid of a cop, and there have been other cops before you, he's usually ready to eat his gun. Can you see yourself eating your gun over abroad? Hey, I like this place. You get to stay here rent-free." Cleet went back inside the cabin, his blood pressure throbbing in his wrists, a taste like copper pennies in his mouth. Gretchen had just gotten up. "Did you know you have lipstick on your shirt?" she said.
"Thanks for pointing that out."
He sat down at the breakfast table and rubbed his forehead.
"Let's go over a couple of things from last night. You tried to make the guy in the water give it up before you dropped him?"
"I'm alive. He's dead. What should I feel? I don't feel anything," she said.
"Don't lie."
"I fired on the truck in hot blood. I could have let the guy on the riverbank go."
"He was out to kill you, kid. He got what he deserved. I'm proud of you."
"I heard a voice inside my head. The voice said, 'Welcome back, baby doll,' or something like that."
Cleet's eyes went away from her and looked at nothing.
"Like the voice that was telling you you're back on that old-time rock and roll?"
"I don't like to think in those terms anymore."
"Think of it this way. At least one of them won't be back."
"I want to be a film director. How'd we end up in this mess?"
"You're my kid. In spite of the fact that your old man was a deadbeat and a drunk, you turned out to be the best kid on the planet. None of this other stuff means diddly squat on a rock. You roger that?"
"You're the worst actor I've ever known," she replied. "But you're a good guy just the same. Now change your shirt for Christ's sake."
That afternoon I was watering Albert's flowers for him when I saw Sheriff Elvis Bisbee come up the driveway in a cruiser. He walked into the yard and stood in the shade of the house, a manila envelope in his hand, a relaxed expression on his face. Cleet was grilling hamburgers up on the deck, glancing over his shoulder at us, pressing a spatula down on the meat.
"I want to talk with you and your pal at the same time, Mr. Robichaux," the sheriff said.
Cleet closed the top on the barbecue and came down the steps into the shade.
"Last night there was a shootout not far from the Higgins Street Bridge," he said. "The person who called in the 911 claims a woman driving a vintage Cadillac convertible was involved. Who might that be?"
Cleet's eyes showed no expression.
"There's another interesting development. We found Gretchen Horowitz's fingerprints inside Bill Pepper's home," the sheriff said. "We also found an abandoned pickup with a tire blown off the rim. Somebody had wiped the inside and the door handles with motor oil so we couldn't lift any prints."
"Sounds like you've got some pretty sharp criminals around here,"
Cleet said.
"We have our share of visiting comedians, too," the sheriff said. "Let me line this out a little more clearly so there's no misunderstanding between us. My biggest concern isn't the shooting by the bridge. 2 witnesses said your daughter acted in self-defense, Mr. Purcell. I want you to look at some photos."
He untied the manila envelope and took out at least a dozen crime scene photographs.
Beginning in 1995, there were a number of murders in the Northwest that seemed to bear similarities. I'd like both of you to study these and tell me what you see.
Crime scene photography, especially homicide, is never pleasant to look at. As you gaze at these photographs, you are tempted to revisit your objections to capital punishment. Cleet picked up the photos and looked at each and passed them to me.
"What do you want us to say?"
he asked the sheriff.
You think these people were killed by the same guy?
The killer was into bondage and torture. He was big on suffocation and using plastic bags.
"What else?" the sheriff asked.
The women's dresses have been pulled up. You or somebody else has drawn felt-tip circles on the women's legs.
That's where the killer or killers ejaculated on them.
Most of these bastards marked their territory, Cleet said.
"There was no penetration?" I said.
"None."
"You ever hear of a guy named Asa Surratt?" I asked.
"I talked to your daughter about him," the sheriff said.
"The state of Kansas says he's dead."
"What do you say?" the sheriff asked.
"Maybe he's out there. Maybe he was the guy who left the message in the cave. Or maybe somebody is using his M.O.
"Where's your daughter, Mr. Purcell?"
"In town."
"That's convenient."
"If she has time, maybe she can give you a ring," Cleet said.
"Repeat that, please."
"Gretchen isn't a problem," Cleet replied. "It's not our job to follow you guys around with a dustpan and a broom."
"Come back here, Mr. Purcell," the sheriff said. "Did you hear me? Sir, don't walk away from me."
That was exactly what Cleet did, gazing up at the strips of pink cloud in the sky and at the trees bending in the wind on the hillside. I knew we were in for it. Wyatt got up and put on his jeans and went outside barefoot and shirtless into the cold morning and the mist that was a ghostly blue in the cottonwoods and as bright as silver dollars on the steel swing bridge over the river. He pulled a tarp off a woodpile and threw it on the grass and lay on his back with his arm over his eyes, his chest rising and falling slowly. The world once again a place of leafy trees and a breeze blowing down a canyon, and German brown trout undulating in the riffle. When Wyatt awoke, the sun had just broken above the canyon, and he could hear footsteps clanging on the steel grid of the swing bridge and the cables creaking with the tension created by weight. He sat up and saw a heavy-set woman in a suit and heels, trying to work her way down the slope without falling, a notebook in her hand.
"Could I have a word with you, Mr. Dixon?" she asked.
"Who are you?"
"Bertha Phelps. I'm doing an article on charismatic religions among Native Americans."
"I was about to fix breakfast."
"I don't mind," she replied.
She followed him into the house.
"I heard you speaking in tongues Sunday afternoon," she said.
"You were the woman talking to Mr. Robichaux."
"That's right. Were you raised Pentecostal?"
"I didn't have no raising,"
unless that's what you call breaking corn and picking cotton from can't see to can't see.
Would you say you found your religion through the Indians?
I never give it much thought. He cracked 4 eggs and plopped the yolks in a skillet and set the skillet on one of the stove lids. She leaned over her notebook to write in it. She rubbed her pen back and forth on the paper, trying to make ink come out of it.
Drat, she said.
That's them kind Walmart cells. They're about as good for writing as tent pegs.
I have another one in my purse, she said.
He looked at her with increasing curiosity. You're not here to ask me about the revival, are ye?
I'm also doing an article on the local Indians.
You know where I saw that kind of ballpoint before? There was a cop hereabouts named Bill Pepper. He carried ballpoints just like that one in your hand. Did you happen to know Detective Pepper?
The name is familiar.
While I was in his custody, I heard him talking on his phone to Love Younger. Detective Pepper was taking money on the side.
You're saying this police officer was corrupt?
I'm saying you got something on your mind, lady, and it ain't religion.
I wondered if you knew the murdered Indian girl.
The Younger sent you here?
No, sir. I'm here on my own.
She stood up, then looked out the window at the deer.
There's corn on the grass, she said.
The doe's got a hurt leg. I put it out at night for her in the phone.
Maybe you are a kinder man than you pretend to be, Mr. Dixon, she said. Why are you looking at me like that?
You're a right handsome woman, if a little on the heavy side, he said.
That's supposed to be a compliment?
I'd call it a statement of fact. You already ate breakfast?
No, I haven't.
Stick around. My huevos rancheros ain't half bad.
You do have manners, she said.
He pulled on his boots and filled the coffee pot under the spigot, his mouth a slit, his eyes as empty as glass.
Is there some reason you're not speaking to me now? She asked.
There's something you hid from me. I just ain't figured out what it is, he replied. His eyes rested on the ballpoint in her hand. You like ham or a chunk of steak with your eggs?
The next day, the sheriff called Albert's house. By chance, I answered the phone. I wish I hadn't.
Where's the Horowitz woman? He asked.
Can I help with something?
The abandoned truck that woman shot up is registered to an old man in a remote place in West Kansas. The locals found him in his barn yesterday. The coroner said he'd been dead for months. Where did Horowitz go?
I don't know. What do you want her for?
Last night we pulled a floater out of the Clark Fork. He was peppered with rounds from a 9mm.
The guy Gretchen shot?
How would I know?
Run your bullshit on somebody else, Sheriff.
What did you say?
Bill Pepper was a dirty cop and on a pad for Love Younger, and you didn't do anything about it. You turned over the investigation of a young girl's death to a bum. In the meantime, somebody put an electronic bug in Clete Purcell's cabin.
When did this happen?
Probably a few days ago. What's the deal on the floater?
His name was Emil Schmidt. He was a private investigator in Fort Lauderdale and Atlantic City.
How did the owner of the pickup die?
The decomposition was too great. The coroner couldn't be sure.
Do you believe we're dealing with Asa Surratt? I asked.
Why would a Kansas sex pervert and a serial killer be mixed up with a PI from the East Coast?
What do you want me to tell Gretchen Horowitz, Sheriff?
I want her to look at the man she killed. Maybe it's time she becomes accountable for some of her deeds.
How about accountability from the society that produced her, I thought.
Clete and I will come with her to your office, I said, and hung up.
Thursday morning, Clete and I kept our word to the sheriff and drove Gretchen to identify the body his deputies had pulled out of the Clark Fork west of town. Her eyes roved over the bluish-white sheen on his refrigerated skin and the wounds in his head and throat and chest and side without seeming to register any of it.
His name was Emil Schmidt. He was a PI and bail skip chaser. He also worked for an armored car service. You're not familiar with that name?
No.
She said. But you recognize him as the man you shot and killed?
It was dark, but yes, I believe this is the man who tried to kill me and who I shot and killed after giving him every chance to surrender. Is there something about the words that you don't understand?
The pickup truck driven by the other man trying to kill you was stolen from a farmer in Kansas. The farmer may have been murdered, or maybe you already know that.
Cleet and Dave told me.
Do you believe the driver could be Asa Surratt?
How would I know who he is?
The sheriff started to speak, but Gretchen cut him off.
Bill Pepper abducted me after he violated every inch of my body he could rub his dick on. If I could have gotten to him before someone else did, I would have clicked off his switch, so would my father. We didn't have the chance. If that doesn't sit too good with you, go fuck yourself.
You're an angry woman, Ms. Horowitz, and sometimes angry women do irrational things. I could hear Cleet breathing through his nose, almost feel the heat radiating from his body. Sheriff, this isn't getting us anywhere, I said.
Stay out of this, Mr. Robichaux.
No, sir, you're out of line, I said. That crack was about as dumb a remark I ever heard an officer of the law make. The sheriff's discomfort was obvious. Sheriff, you found the perpetrator's semen on the body of Angel Deerheart, I said. You went to the data bank for a match, right? What did you find out? Are we dealing with Asa Surratt or not?
The specimen got lost,
he said, his face reddening. The only sound in the room was the hum of the refrigeration. Bill Pepper? I said.
I think he was drunk. Whatever he did with the specimen, we can't find it. I apologize to Ms. Horowitz for the remark I made, but I'll be damned if I'm going to have gunfights in the streets of my city. And nobody is going to show disrespect for my office either.
Forget the apology, Sheriff. Then pull your head out of your ass and do your job for a change.
When we returned to Albert's ranch from the mortuary, I made 3 calls to Kansas. My efforts on the phone with the Kansas officials were beyond worthless. I was left with the impression that I had just conducted 3 separate conversations with a grain elevator. I went out on the deck and sat on a chair in the sunshine, surrounded by huge pots of purple and blue and pink petunias, the wind ruffling the flowers. I sat for what seemed a long time in the chair without moving. When Alifair turned under the arch into the driveway, I got up and walked down the steps and across the lawn to meet her. Alifair got out of the car and walked toward me, her fingers holding a sheet of lined yellow paper by one corner. "This was under my windshield wiper when I came out of the post office," she said. The letter read, "Dear Alifair, it's so good to be in touch with you again. Are you still interested in doing a book on me? I think there's enough material for a movie. I will tell you later who I would like to see cast in my role. As ever, A." Wyatt Dixon had never been keen on picnics, at least not until Bertha Phelps called and invited him to go on one way up the Blackfoot Valley, a lovely spot she said she'd found on a drainage that flowed down through cottonwood trees into the river. Wyatt shifted into 4-wheel drive and clattered over a bed of white rocks and parked on the slope and lifted the wicker basket out of the camper shell. "I declare, Miss Bertha, there must be 30 pounds of food in here," he said. "You're a nice gentleman in every way, Wyatt, but you must stop calling me Miss. We are not on the plantation," she said. "I need to own up to something. I went out to Love Younger's place and had some words with him. I asked if you worked for him. He didn't have no idea who you were. I was glad." "Why would I be angry about that?" "I doubted your word." She was making the sandwiches on the tailgate of his truck. She turned her head toward him and smiled, her face lighting in a way that made something drop inside him. You're one of the most interesting men I have ever met. I think one of the nicest, too. The entirety of her face seemed suffused with a pink loveliness that he never thought he would associate with a woman who had upper arms as big as hams. He lifted his hat off her head and let it hang from his fingers behind her back while he kissed her on the mouth. Then he put his arms around her and did it again. She leaned back, still in his arms, and looked into his eyes, her stomach against his, her face glowing. Your physique is very appealing, Mr. Dixon. Congress with Bertha Phelps was not what he'd expected. This time he felt he had stepped inside a rainbow. Bertha's sexual embrace of his body was like riding a winged horse, or giving himself up to a cresting wave, or swimming through warm water carpeted with flowers. And all the while she kept moaning his name in his ear. Then he felt her stiffen under him, and knew that something was terribly wrong. When he pushed himself up on his arms, her face was sweaty and white and disjointed with fear and surprise, her eyes fastened on someone standing directly behind him. He looked over his shoulder and saw not one but 3 men silhouetted against the sky, all wearing gloves and plastic masks that were a bright metallic gray and gave the impression of a weeping specter with a down-turned mouth and cheeks pooled with shadow. One of the men was holding a police baton, a lanyard looped around his wrist. He stepped forward as though on cue and swung it across Wyatt's ear, putting his shoulder into it, snapping it like a baseball batter connecting with a fat pitch. Wyatt fell sideways into the grass, naked except for his unsnapped cowboy shirt, a trickle of blood sliding down his neck. When he woke, the shadow of his truck was in the same place where it had been when he was hit with the baton, but Bertha Phelps was gone. He pulled on his underwear and Wranglers and searched for his Tony Lama boots and the 6-inch bone-handled Solingen clasp knife he carried. They were not there. Neither was the money in his wallet. The wind changed, and he heard her voice up the slope, deep in the trees, and he had no doubt what the 3 men were doing to her. He opened the back of the camper shell. His 1892 lever-action Winchester lay on the floor, but the shells for it were at his house. He reached into a duffel bag where he kept his camping gear and removed an Army surplus entrenching tool. The blade was locked into the straight-out position of a shovel, the edges of the blade filed clean and sharp. His gaze swept across the hillside. Then he ran to the left of where the men had probably entered the trees with Bertha. The floor of the forest was soft with damp grass and seepage from a spring in the hillside. To his right, inside a widely spaced stand of ponderosa lit by a solitary band of sunlight, 2 men were holding Bertha on her back while the 3rd man attempted to mount her. They were still wearing their masks and apparently had not heard him coming. Wyatt's upper body was streaming sweat and stenciled with nests of veins when he struck the first blow, catching the man on top of Bertha across the back, slicing through his shirt, slinging blood through the air. He wielded the E-tool like a medieval battle axe and didn't aim his blows or plan his attack. Bertha got to her feet, stumbling off balance down the hill, her backside covered with dirt and twigs and leaves and pine needles. Wyatt kicked a man in the groin and split his scalp when he doubled over, and was sure he broke a 3rd man's ribs when he stomped him on the ground. One man fell out of the fight and scrambled away on his hands and knees, then rose to his feet and began running, his mask off, his long blonde hair tumbling from a bandana that had come loose on his head. That was the moment when Wyatt made a critical mistake. He took time to try to see the running man's face and instead saw a hand with a rock in it swing from the corner of his vision. His eyebrow split against the bone and he tumbled down the side of a ravine into a creek bed. The man who had struck the blow followed Wyatt in his slide down to the water's edge. He wore a painter's cap pulled down tightly on his scalp and a long-sleeved black shirt and tan-strap overalls. The hair on his chest resembled gold wires. Wyatt was standing in the creek, his feet freezing. He had another problem.
Just before he went over the side of the ravine, he felt his ankle fold under him like a thick tuber bent back on itself.
The man in the painter's hat opened Wyatt's 6-inch clasp knife and held it out from his body, blade up. "I'm going to cut off your sock, Jack," he said, his voice echoing inside his mask. Wyatt had dropped the E-tool at the top of the ravine. He picked up part of a cottonwood limb from the rocks. "Looks like you might have broke your ankle," the man in tan overalls said. "Maybe we'll call it a draw," the man said. "Maybe you learned your lesson."
Lesson about what? Wyatt thought. When the man in strap overalls stepped backward, Wyatt whipped the cottonwood limb down on his forearm, knocking the knife from his hand onto the rocks. The man fell backward, stomping Wyatt in the face. His gloves were cloth, the kind you would buy in a garden store. As he pulled away from Wyatt, his left glove slipped down to his knuckles, exposing the back of his hand. On it was a tattoo of a red spider. He kicked Wyatt in the side of the head and in seconds was running through the trees. 2 hours later, Wyatt was sitting on the side of an examination table in the ER at Community Medical Center out by old Fort Missoula, his ankle wrapped, his eyebrows stitched. A plain-clothes detective pulled back the curtain and stared at him.
"Heard you had some bad luck today."
"You could call it that," Wyatt said.
"Did you recognize any of your assailants?"
"They had on masks. I need to see Miss Bertha."
"I just left her. She's fine."
The detective stopped writing in his notebook.
"You don't like us much, do you?"
"I learned to read lips in prison."
"I'm not quite making the connection."
"I saw you out in the hall earlier. You was telling a joke to another guy. It was about Miss Bertha."
The detective dropped his eyes to his notepad and wrote in it. "What are you putting down?" Wyatt asked.
"That you read lips. That's quite a talent."
"What's your name?"
"Detective Jack Boyd."
"You took Detective Pepper's place?"
"What about it?"
"I think they got the right man for the job," Wyatt said.
Molly and I were clearing the table at sunset when she glanced out the French doors at the backyard. "Dave, come here," she said.
A man in a slouched cowboy hat was sitting atop the fence that bordered the north end of the pasture.
He was drinking from a long neck, tilting it up, letting the foam slide down his throat, his boots hooked on the rail below him. He dropped the empty bottle on the grass and took a second one from the pocket of his canvas coat and twisted off the cap, then put the cap in his coat pocket.
"That's Wyatt Dixon," I said. "The one Alifair had the run-in with?"
"The one and only."
"Why is he here?"
"The day you figure out a guy like Dixon is the day you check yourself into rehab." I put on a coat and walked down to the fence. The double metal gate to the pasture was creaking in the wind, the lock chain clinking softly. "You always throw your beer bottles on other people's lawns?" I said.
"I was going to pick it up when I left." He glanced at the cabin in the south pasture. The light was on inside, and you could see Cleet's rubber waders hanging upside down on the gallery. "Where's Dumbo at?"
"I'll give some thought to what I said about Cleet Purcell. What happened to your eye?"
"A guy caught me with a rock. That was after him and 2 others attacked the woman I was with. She's at Community Hospital now."
"Who were the guys?"
"I got an idea who one of them was. One guy had a tattoo on the back of his hand. I've seen it before."
"On somebody who works for Love Younger?"
"Here's what I don't compute. I got nothing on Love Younger. He's rich and powerful, and I'm an ex-con and rough stock supplier at state fairs. Why would I be a threat to him?"
"Who was the woman they attacked?"
"Her name is Bertha Phelps."
"The lady at the res?"
"She probably never hurt a soul in her life. With time, she may get over it, but she won't be the same. They never are."
"If I understand you correctly, these guys did everything they could to provoke you, but they managed to leave you alive knowing what you'd probably do."
"None of them tried to pull a piece. Maybe they wasn't carrying. Maybe they just wanted to shake me up. They ain't high-end operators, that's for sure. One of them stole my Cordovan Tony Lama boots.
You think you're being set up?
Ever see a bull fight? Before the matador comes out, the banderilleros stick the banderillas in the bull's neck. They're like miniature harpoons. The barbs hurt like hell and get the bull into a rage. That's when he makes mistakes and gets a sword in the soft spot between the shoulder blades.
Knowing all that, you still want to get even?
An eye for an eye. They done permanent harm to Miss Bertha, and they gotta pay for it, Mr. Robichaux.
You do the same. He climbed down from the fence, favoring one foot. He clasped the neck of the beer bottle with 3 fingers and tilted it to his mouth and drank until it was empty. Then he stuck it in one coat pocket and picked the empty off the grass and stuck it in his other pocket. He winked at me.
See? I always keep my word, he said.
I was wrong about Wyatt Dixon. If this man could be placed in a category, I had no idea what it was. I couldn't blame Cleet for what he did next. He had never done well when he left South Louisiana. Most GIs hated Vietnam and its corruption and humid weather and the stink of buffalo feces in its rice paddies. Not Cleet. The banyan and palm trees, the clouds of steam rising off a rainforest, the French colonial architecture, the neon-lit backstreet bars of Saigon, a sudden downpour clicking on clusters of philodendron and banana fronds in a courtyard, the slow-eyed girls who beckoned from a balcony, an Angelus bell ringing at 6 a.m., all of these things could have been postcards mailed to him from the city of his birth. I can't say exactly why he was drawn to Felicity Louvier, but I have an idea. She represented his memories of old New Orleans, alluring, profligate, addictive, filled with self-destructive impulses, her beauty as fragile as that of a white rose with a black spot on one petal. Cleet got the call on his cell phone early Saturday morning while he was eating breakfast at the McDonald's in Lolo. "Did I wake you up?" she said.
"No," he replied. "But whatever it is, I don't think it's too cool we see each other."
"I'm scared."
"About what?"
"It's Caspian. I always knew he had problems, but this is different. I can see it in his eyes. He went to meet someone yesterday and came home drunk. Caspian never drinks."
"Who'd he meet?"
"He won't say." Cleet got up from the booth and went outside with the phone.
"My daughter had just gotten off the plane that crashed west of Missoula 2 days ago," he said. "The pilot was a member of the Sierra Club. My daughter is making a film about the oil companies that want to drill next to Glacier Park."
"You think the plane was sabotaged?"
"What's your opinion?"
"Love Younger doesn't blow up planes."
"I didn't say he did."
"Caspian? He wouldn't know a can of 3-in-1 from Spindletop."
"Don't do it," a voice said. "You can't help her. She married into the Younger family of her own free will."
"I know you have every reason to distrust me, but I'm telling you the truth. There's something truly evil happening in our lives."
"Where are you?" he asked.
"Not far. We have a camp on Sweathouse Creek." He hesitated, his head throbbing.
"Give me directions," he said.
The cabin was built of field stones on a whiskey-colored, tree-shaded creek at the base of the Bitterroot Mountains. She had a hairbrush in her hand when she opened the door. "You found it okay?" she said.
"I fish down here a lot. Dave and I fish here together."
Her eyes went past him, then came back on his. "Your car looks like you just had it waxed."
"I just got it out of the shop. It got shot up when this guy from Kansas tried to kill my daughter. You want to sit out here?"
"No. Come in." "What did you say? A man from Kansas?"
"He was driving a truck with a Kansas tag. Maybe he's Asa Surratt.
The psychopath that Mr. Robichaux's daughter interviewed in prison?
Yeah, he's a bad guy. You told me you were afraid. What are you afraid of?
I don't know what I'm afraid of. I feel a sense of loss I can't get rid of. I think about Angel and how she died and what the killer probably did to her before he put a plastic bag over her head. I can't get those images out of my mind. I hate my husband. I'd like to kill him.
He stepped inside. She closed the door behind him and turned the key in an old-fashioned lock. Then she went to the windows and pulled the curtains closed. "Who do you think is out there?" he asked.
I can't be sure. Caspian is afraid of someone, more so than I've ever seen him. When he's afraid, he's cruel. To you? To anyone. I told him I didn't want him in our bedroom. Maybe he's depressed.
Depressed over your daughter's death?
I don't know. Nothing makes sense to me. Did this man Surratt kill our daughter?
Evidently, nobody saw her leave the wigwam. Would she leave with somebody she didn't know?
She was 17. A girl that age has no judgment.
Would she go off with strangers, Felicity?
Not to my knowledge.
Cleet looked around the cabin. What do you all use this place for?
Hunting during big game season. When Angel was younger, she had her friends out.
Were Caspian and your daughter close?
I don't know who Caspian is anymore.
Pardon?
When I met him, he was a different person. He had a brilliant mind for figures. He wanted to create a high-tech company and compete in the defense industry. He borrowed $500,000 in startup money from Love. Then he started gambling in Vegas and Atlantic City and Puerto Rico.
My ex gave our savings to an alcoholic Buddhist guru in Boulder, Cleet said. This guru made people take off their clothes at poetry readings. My ex thought he was a holy man and I was a drunk coos hound. Unfortunately, in my case, she was right.
Felicity propped her elbow on the table and rested her chin on her hand. You always talk like that to women?
Only the ones I trust.
When you talk, you make me feel good, she said.
I'm an overweight former homicide roach, Miss Felicity. I'm still persona non grata at NOPD.
She touched the top of his hand. No, you're a nice man. I mentioned something about Caspian that you wouldn't have a way of understanding. He asked Love if he believed in hell. Caspian has never had any interest in religion. Why would he ask Love a question like that?
Cleet shook his head. Guilt?
If Caspian ever felt guilt about anything, I never saw it. He's the most selfish human being I've ever known. The kitchen window was open, and the curtains were blowing in the breeze.
I think I better go, he said. I have a way of getting into trouble, Felicity.
Do what you need to do,
she said. He nodded and walked to the door and tried to turn the key in the lock.
Here, I'll get it, she said. She twisted the key and opened the door, her shoulder brushing against his arm. Cleet, she said.
Yeah?
You like me, don't you?
Do I? I've got a fire truck driving around inside my head.
My daughter and my father are dead. I don't have anyone. She let her arms hang at her sides and leaned her forehead directly into his chest, as though in total surrender to him and the level of failure that characterized her life. The cave behind Albert's house began to bother me. Had it provided shelter to Asa Surratt? I found 2 empty wine bottles in Albert's trash and filled them with gasoline I kept in a 5-gallon can inside a steel lockbox welded to the bed of my pickup truck. I corked both bottles and carried them and the gas can up the hillside to the old logging road that traversed the mountain above Albert's house. The area around the cave entrance had remained undisturbed. Inside the overhang, I could see the message. I began heaping dead wood and leaves and pine needles and big chunks of a worm-eaten stump that was as soft and dry as rotted cork, shoving it against the wall that contained the pirated lines. I poured gasoline on the pile and set the can 20 feet from the cave opening, then lit a paper match and threw it inside the cave. The flames spread quickly over the fuel, climbing up the wall and flattening on the roof. I heard a sound behind me and looked over my shoulder and saw Albert laboring up the hill, sweating, his flannel shirt open on his chest, a fire extinguisher swinging from his hand. "What in the Sam Hill are you doing?" he said, out of breath. "I thought I'd clean up the cave." "Why didn't you napalm the whole mountain while you were at it?" He pulled the pin on the extinguisher's release lever and sprayed the rim of the cave, then the inside. "I believe a genuinely evil man was up here, Albert. I believe he has no right to take language out of Scripture and deface the earth with it." I took the extinguisher and finished spraying the cave and the bushes around the entrance. "Better come have a look," I said. "What is it?" he said, getting to his feet. "Check out the wall." He stood at the entrance, the smoke from the ash rising into his face, his eyes watering. "It's an aberration caused by the heat," he said. The message had probably been incised into the lichen with the point of a rock. The intensity of the fire, augmented by 2 bottles of gasoline, should have burned the wall as clean as old bone. Instead, the letters were black and smoking, as though they had been seared into the stone with a branding iron. At dawn on Sunday, Wyatt Dixon awoke to a sound that didn't fit with either his dreams or the sounds he usually heard at daybreak. It was a sound like the pages of a book or magazine flipping in the breeze. He put on his jeans and limped barefoot and shirtless into the kitchen, his hair hanging in his face, his bad ankle wrapped with an elastic bandage. She was sitting at the table, her long legs propped on a chair, reading a copy of People, a cup of Starbucks coffee in her hand. "What are you doing in my house?" he said.
I didn't want to wake you, so I let myself in,
Gretchen said.
Dave Robichaud told me about the 3 guys who attacked you and your friend. How is she doing?
They messed up her head proper.
You recognize the tattoo on one guy's hand?
He sat down across from her and stretched out one leg. His glove slipped. It was a red spider. The gardener at Love Younger's place had one like it. "What are you aiming to do, Miss Gretchen?"
Cook their hash, hon. Want to come along?
She said. The saloon on North Higgins, down by the old train station, had been through a number of incarnations. The ownership changed, and the tobacco-stained floors were replaced, the restrooms painted and remodeled, and a small restaurant was installed in back. On Sunday evening, a man riding a new white Harley flanged with polished chrome drove up the alley behind the saloon and parked next to the brick wall and entered through the back door. The man's name was Tony Zappa. A few minutes later, Gretchen Horowitz entered the saloon through the front door and went to the bar and stood next to Tony and ordered a beer.
You ever been in New Orleans?
She said. You talking to me? Zappa said. I'm from Compton by way of Carson City, know what I mean?
Not exactly.
Compton is where you go if hell is overcrowded. You want a shot to go with that beer?
Long day, boss. Another time. You took a slide on your bike?
He gazed at her, puzzled.
The bruises on your arms and neck. I saw you on Higgins a little while ago. You were riding a white Harley.
You were looking at me?
What's the spider on your hand mean?
You know what Compton is like if you're white or Hispanic?
Your lunch meat?
Ever hear of the Arañas?
No.
That was our gang, the Spiders.
That's your Harley in back, right?
What about it? He said.
When I walked past the alley, there was a guy out there.
Which guy? What are you talking about?
A guy. He was dressed like a cowboy.
What was he doing?
Looking at your hog.
Who cares?
He squatted down like he was examining the engine, like it was his hog.
Does this guy look like he's part white, part Indian? Or more like a white Indian?
His wranglers were splitting on his ass. He was wearing a straw cowboy hat. A white Indian?
He had a limp, maybe?
I didn't stick around to see. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
Wait here, I'll be back. Tony Zappa went out the back and returned in under 5 minutes. He was grinning and obviously feeling good and ready to resume the conversation. No problem, I cranked it up, it's fine. You had me going there. How about that drink now?
No, thanks.
One last try. Was there anything different about this guy? Did he have weird-looking eyes, maybe a cut on his head?
He looked like a cowboy, I told you. You get into it with somebody?
No. There's a lot of riffraff around these days, that's all. How about dinner?
I need to take a shower and change.
So, shower and change.
I'm at a motel on West Broadway.
She gave him the name.
Know where that is?
You're staying there? That's a shithole.
Tell me about it. Room 9. Give me a half hour. If I'm in the shower, the door will be unlocked.
Tony Zappa drove around to the side of a motel by the river's edge and parked in a handicap zone not far from a green door with a tin numeral nailed on it. He tapped his gloves in his palm and went into the office. The clerk was a kid with zits on his forehead and thin arms wrapped with tattoos of snakes and skulls and bleeding daggers. You know the broad in room 9? Zappa said. She's a guest? I know she's a guest. What's her story? How the fuck should I know? The clerk replied. Zappa left the office and got 10 steps down the sidewalk, then turned around and went back. I'm going to ask you this once, and I don't want a smart-ass answer. Is the girl in room 9 by herself? She came in by herself? Are you retarded? Answer my question. You see anybody else hanging around? A cowboy, maybe? No. If you're lying to me, I'll be back. Go fuck yourself, man. Tell you what, I'll be back whether you're lying or not. Zappa went back down the sidewalk to room 9 and twisted the doorknob. He could hear the shower running in the background. All right if I come in? He said, his eyes searching the room. I got a little weed. You mind? No answer. He pulled a Ziploc bag from his coat and sat down on a chair by the bed and rolled a joint and lit it, ignoring the no-smoking sign above the doorway. He stood up and faced the bathroom, holding down the hit, releasing it incrementally, feeling a great calm take hold in his chest for the first time that day. What are you doing in there? He heard the outside door open behind him. Before he could turn around, an arm that felt as hard as angle iron clenched around his throat and squeezed his windpipe shut and almost snapped his head from his shoulders. Howdy doody, Wyatt Dixon said into his ear. Let's talk about what you boys done to my friend Miss Bertha. It's a pleasure to get together with you. Gretchen was dressed and blotting her hair with a towel when she came out of the bathroom. Tony Zappa was sitting very still in a chair, his hands duct-taped behind him, a rubber ball wedged and taped inside his mouth.
We're going to keep it simple, she said. You got stung. We win, you lose. Maybe you can walk out of here. Maybe not. That depends on what Wyatt decides and how much you cooperate.
She pulled on a pair of latex gloves.
I'm going to take the ball out of your mouth. You're going to talk in a normal voice and answer our questions. You've got no parachute, no cavalry, no Love Younger to back you up. You thought Compton was a bad gig? Those were your salad days, pal.
She pulled the ball from his mouth and set it on the carpet and wiped her glove with a paper napkin.
Don't speak until I tell you,
she said. He started to speak. Dixon slapped him across the side of the head so hard his eyes crossed and the imprint of the blow glowed on his skin. Leave him with me, Miss Gretchen.
No. Tony wants to cooperate.
It wasn't me, Zappa said.
Wyatt saw the red spider on your hand.
Years ago, kids all over East Los wore those, Zappa said. Love Younger hires ex-felons and gives them a second chance. I know at least 2 other guys working for him who are Arañas.
How'd you get bruised up?
She said. Fell off a ladder. She pulled off her latex gloves and dropped them on the floor.
Bill Pepper drugged and sexually tortured me.
I don't know anybody by that name.
I believe you. You know why?
Because I'm telling the truth?
No, because you blinked after you spoke. When I asked you the previous questions, you widened your eyes so you wouldn't blink. That means you were lying, Tony, she said. We're back to square one. You remember what square one was, don't you? On square one, you were the rapist who attacked Wyatt's friend. For me, that makes you the kind of guy who deserves anything that happens to him.
I'm a gardener. I stacked time when I was young. I got a good job in Carson City and cleaned up my act. If you know everything, check my sheet. I work for the Youngers, but I never talk to them.
Let me show you something, Miss Gretchen, Wyatt said. He positioned himself in front of Tony Zappa and ripped open his shirt, popping off all the buttons. Then he tore the shirt off his shoulders and peeled it down his arms. See that bruise on his forearm? That's where I hit him with a cottonwood limb. See that gold hair on his chest? He was sticking out of his shirt when he come at me with the knife he took off me. Dixon looked down at Zappa. I told Miss Bertha I was going to bring her your ears. She cried. That's the kind of lady y'all rip the clothes off. You smiling at me, boy?
I wasn't smiling. I wasn't doing anything, he said. Do to me whatever you want. I heard talk about a guy you're not going to like meeting. Maybe the guy who did Bill Pepper?
Gretchen said.
They say this guy can't die. I've heard about what he's done to some women. I hope you meet him. I hope I'm there to watch it.
Gretchen squatted on her haunches so she could look directly into Tony Zappa's face.
You were one of the guys who attacked White and his friend, weren't you?
I never saw the guy. Why should I want to attack him?
Earlier tonight you were worried about a cowboy with a limp and a cut on his head. That's the man you're looking at right now. How could you describe him to me if you never saw him?
The blood drained from Tony Zappa's cheeks. Gretchen rotated the cylinder of the air weight with her palm without looking at it, then snapped it back into the pistol's frame. She touched the barrel to his temple and cocked back the hammer.
Please, he said. You don't know everything involved. I didn't have a choice.
About hitting a man in the head with a baton, she said. About gang-raping a woman? You didn't have a choice about that? You're starting to piss me off.
Kill me. I don't care.
Tears were welling in his eyes.
I saw pictures of what this guy has done.
What guy? What's his name?
I don't know. I'm a gardener.
Gretchen heard the roar of a truck engine on the other side of the wall, followed by someone pounding on the door and shouting,
Hey, asshole! Your Harley is being towed. Come outside and see how it's being towed.
Gretchen pulled back the curtain and looked outside. The clerk had backed up a wrecker to the handicap zone and attached a steel hook and cable around the Harley and hoisted it into the air so it was hanging at an angle upside down, the handlebars and gas tank and engine partially on the concrete parking pad. The clerk climbed into the cab of the wrecker and shifted into gear and clanked forward into the street, dragging the Harley over the curb and banging it against a light pole. Gretchen and Wyatt were standing at the window dumbfounded. The curtain peeled back.
I don't believe this,
she said. This ain't too good, Miss Gretchen, Wyatt said. The reversal of their situation was not over. Behind them, Tony Zappa picked himself up from the floor, wobbled once or twice, and charged through the side window, smashing through the curtain and glass, the chair on his back, landing on the gravel slope behind the building. Upon impact, the chair splintered into sticks, and in seconds he was running across the rocks along the river's edge, his wrists still taped behind him, his ripped shirt streaming in rags.
Time to get out of Dodge, Wyatt,
she said. Cleet arranged to meet Felicity at the stone cabin on Sweathouse Creek Sunday evening and got there before she did. When she arrived, she was wearing a long, dark dress with tiny white flowers and a white lace hem, and a knitted white sweater and a tiny hat like a woman from the early 20th century would wear.
Her hand was shaking when she turned the key in the plated lock on the door.
"Are you okay?" he asked when they were inside.
"I'm not sure," she said. "We just made our first visit to Angel's grave. Something happened that really bothers me. Caspian cried. I've never seen him do that."
"The reason I wanted to talk to you, Felicity—"
"You don't have to tell me. It's written all over you. You made a mistake."
"I wasn't going to say that. I was going to tell you how much I like you and like being with you and like the way you talk and carry yourself. You're grieving over your daughter, and a guy like me seems like a safe harbor for a little while."
She sat down on a cloth-covered couch by the far wall. Through the window behind her, Cleet could see the limbs of a cottonwood thrashing in the wind and the flicker of lightning on the canyon wall. "When I married Caspian, I was a good girl. Caspian said he loved me, and he'd never slept with another woman. I didn't believe him, but after a while, I thought he was telling the truth. Caspian's money could have bought him any woman he wanted, but the only love he cared about was the one he couldn't have, the love of his father. I used to go to church and try to be charitable toward people, and I thought marrying Caspian would be wonderful, and we'd live in all the magical places we talked about. I slept around, and I was selfish, and any criticism others make of me is justified. What bothers me most about Angel's death is that she's dead, and I'm alive." Cleet was putting ice and 4 inches of rum in a glass of Coca-Cola, trying to concentrate on what she was saying. A storm had moved out of the south end of the Bitterroot Valley, and he could feel the barometer dropping and the air turning colder outside. "Are you listening?" she said. "We were happy, even though I couldn't have children. I thought after we adopted Angel we'd be a real family. That's not how it turned out."
"That's why you adopted her?"
"No, it was Caspian's idea. That's when I thought he had a kinder and more loving side." Cleet took a long drink.
"You regret getting involved with me?"
he asked. "No, not at all. You sit down, Cleet, and sit down now. Please don't be hard on yourself. You still don't understand."
"Understand what?"
"When you made love to me, I felt like I had gone off the planet. I haven't felt like that in years. I felt like I was 17 again. I felt like the world was brand new."
"I'm old, Felicity. I don't delude myself. You can do better."
"I want you, not somebody else. You appreciate a woman. You're respectful. You're loving. You do like me, don't you? I don't look too old or heavy or wrinkled."
"You're not any of those things. You're like New Orleans, Felicity. You're every man's dream. Give yourself some credit."
On Monday afternoon, I looked through the upstairs window and saw 3 cruisers pull up in front of the north pasture and 1 deputy get out and unchain the vehicle gate. The vehicles drove through the grass and came to a stop 30 yards from Cleet's cabin. By the time I got downstairs and out the front door, I could see 2 deputies shaking down Gretchen against a cruiser, running their hands under her arms and inside her thighs. Cleet was arguing with Bisbee up close and personal, his face red, his hands barely held in check at his sides, like a ball player getting into the face of an umpire. I went through the pedestrian gate past the horses in the barn. "Hold on," I said. The sheriff turned around, so did the plainclothes. I realized he was the uniformed deputy who had ridiculed Gretchen. "No, sir, Mr. Robichaux," the sheriff said. "No, sir, what?" I replied. "This time you back off." "What's she charged with?" I asked. "Put it in the plural," he replied. "You want me to tell him?" the plainclothes said. "What's your name?" I said. "Detective Jack Boyd." "Sheriff, this is the same guy who called Miss Gretchen Butch up on the hillside," I said. "Then she can file a complaint," he replied. "I asked you what she's charged with." "How about vandalizing a motel room?" said the sheriff. "How about kidnapping and assault and battery? How about conspiracy to commit kidnapping? Her partner in this is Wyatt Dixon. How do you like that?" "Who'd they kidnap?" I said.
A guy named Anthony Zappa, the sheriff said. Know the name? He worked for Love Younger. Yesterday evening, Zappa was taped to a chair in a motel on West Broadway. He bailed through a window, probably because he was being tortured. When I asked if you knew Anthony Zappa's name, I used the past tense.
He's dead, I said.
He was when he found his body up Rattlesnake Creek this morning.
She was with me last night, Cleet said.
Where? The sheriff said.
Here at the cabin, Cleet replied.
Detective Boyd came out here when we first got the report on the motel incident, except your Cadillac was gone, and so was her pickup. Where were you, Mr. Purcell?
Cleet started to speak. The sheriff raised his hand.
You lie to me again. You're going downtown, too, he said.
The deputies were putting Gretchen behind the wire mesh screen in a cruiser, her wrists cuffed behind her. You're charging her with homicide? I said. I saw his eyes waver, his confidence slip. What are you not telling us? I asked. I looked at the sheriff and waited.
Take her in, he said to Boyd. Yes, sir, Boyd said.
There was something wrong with the procedure, the way Bisbee and the detective were going about it, the circuitous nature of their conversation, and the sheriff knew that I knew. You don't have a warrant for the cabin, do you? I said. His eyes were empty, the white tips of his mustache lifting in the breeze.
Put her in the interview room when you get back to the department, he said to the detective. I'll wrap up things here.
The detective and one of the uniformed deputies drove away, Gretchen leaning forward on the back seat, her wrists cuffed behind her. The judge wouldn't give you a warrant for the cabin, would he? I said to the sheriff.
We're still in the early stages of the investigation, he said.
How did Zappa die? I asked.
He was shot to death. 2 in the head, 1 in the mouth. Sound like the signature of anyone you know?
What caliber? I said.
Approximately .44. There are no striations in the ball, he said.
The ball? I said.
All 3 projectiles were fired from a weapon with no rifling in the barrel.
Like a cap and ball pistol or a smoothbore musket?
Like one that Albert Hollister might have in his gun cabinet, he replied. One he might have given to Gretchen Horowitz.
Or like one that Love Younger might own, I said.
I'll hate myself later for saying this, he said. I know I will. I can't stomach you 2 guys. There's just something about you that really pisses me off.
Bail was to be set for Gretchen early Tuesday morning. Cleet and I drove to town and ate breakfast in a cafe across from the courthouse and waited on a bondsman Cleet knew. Cleet had lied when he told Elvis Bisbee he was with Gretchen the night Anthony Zappa was shot to death. So far, all he'd told me was that Gretchen and Dixon had gone after Zappa because he was one of the men who'd attacked Dixon and his girlfriend on the Blackfoot River. You were with Felicity Louvier Sunday night.
What am I supposed to do about it? Rip out my genitalia? Kill myself?
Bail out of it.
That's why I met with her at the cabin Sunday night, except things didn't work out as planned. I didn't get home till 2 in the morning.
We've been in worse trouble, I said.
When?
He asked. Gretchen didn't do Zappa. That's all we have to keep in mind right now. We get her out of jail and we get rid of this bogus murder beef, I said. After we returned from the jail with Gretchen, I sat down with a legal pad and a felt-tip pen by our bedroom window and began writing down as many details as I could about Surrett. Asa Surrett's pattern in Kansas was not imaginative. He used his job as an electrician to enter the victim's home and lie in wait. He bound and tortured and suffocated most of his victims and ejaculated on the women and girls but did not penetrate them. He posed them and took trophies home, purses, underwear, costume jewelry, wedding rings, driver's licenses. I had created 2 columns on my legal pad, one detailing the characteristics of Surrett's crimes, and the other a list of his jobs, the uniforms he might have worn, his travels, and his known friends. The murders in Wichita were aimed at women and girls with whom he had no known prior contact. Was the same true of Angel Deerheart? Why would a 17-year-old girl leave a biker nightclub full of music and excitement and go off with a seedy old man who had the social appeal of a soiled litter box? Unless she knew him. There was another troubling issue. To anyone's knowledge, with the exception of the farmer from whom he possibly stole a truck, Surratt had never attacked a lone male. If Surratt was our man, why would he go after Bill Pepper in the cottage up at Swan Lake? And why would he sexually mutilate him? I had only one answer. Surratt had planted the bug in Cleet's cabin and learned that Pepper had kidnapped and sexually abused Gretchen Horowitz. He murdered Pepper knowing there was a good chance Cleet or Gretchen would be blamed for his death. Why go to all this trouble to do injury to Cleet and Gretchen, neither of whom had done him any harm? It wasn't adding up. Also, what was Surratt living on? As I stared down at my legal pad, I realized there was one element missing from all the forensic evidence gathered by authorities during the 20-year period Surratt had been torturing and murdering people. He had not left messages with biblical or messianic overtones. Where and when had he taken on his new persona? He had his hair barbered by a stylist, and his suit dry-cleaned and pressed, and checked into a motel under the name of Reverend Getta Noonan, way up a long mountainous slope next to a river, almost to Idaho, in an area where people still lived up the drainages and off the computer. Inside his room, he threw away his pipe and tobacco and dyed and blow-dried his hair a sandy blonde and, for 20 minutes, used a brush and wash rag in the shower to scrub the smell of nicotine off his skin and nails. He shaved his chest and armpits, pared and clipped his nails, and layered his body with deodorant. When he was tempted to retrieve his pipe from the wastebasket and core it out and refill it with the dark mix of imported tobaccos he had loved for years, he put a piece of licorice in his mouth and sucked it into a tiny lump and did push-ups in front of the television and then ate another piece until the craving passed. Yes, he could do it, he told himself. The sacrifice of his only vice was small compared to the reward that awaited him west of Lolo on the ranch owned by Albert Hollister. He ate supper at the counter in the cafe attached to the motel. Through the back window, he could see the river flowing long and straight out of the hills, the rocks protruding from the riffle, the surface dark and glistening with the last rays of a red sun. A man in hip waders was fly casting in the shallows, working the nylon line into a figure eight above his head and laying the fly onto the riffle as gently as a butterfly descending on a leaf. Except the man who had registered as the Reverend Getta Noonan was not interested in fly fishing. He could see a swing set on the motel lawn, down by the water, and a little girl throwing rocks in the current while the mother watched. "The food okay?" the waitress asked. She was young and uncertain, her bones as fragile as birds. "It's perfect," he said. He gazed out the window, his eyes sleepy and warm with sentiment. "Salt of the earth," he said. "Pardon?" "I was talking about those people out there, mother and child. That's the salt of the earth." "You talk like a preacher." "That's because I am." "Which church?" "The big one, the one that doesn't have a name." She seemed to think a moment. "Meaning Jesus doesn't belong to just one denomination?" "That pretty much says it all." "Excuse me," she said. "I better get back to work." He put a $2 tip on the counter and waited until the waitress was in the vicinity of the cash register before he got up to pay his check. "I forgot to ask if you wanted any pie," she said. "We have peach cobbler that's good. The cherry pie isn't bad either." "I never pass up cherry pie. What time do you close?" 10. I usually don't work this late. I'm filling in for somebody else. In the morning I have to come in early and open up. I don't mind, though." "You belong to a church?" "I go at Christmas and Easter." "I'll wager they know you're there, too." "I don't understand." "I didn't mean to be too personal a moment ago, but I need to tell you something. You have an aura. Certain people have it. I think you're one of them." Her eyes filmed, and there was a visible lump in her throat when she looked back at him. In the morning, he rose with the sun and showered again and put on fresh clothes and ordered a big breakfast in the cafe. The owner was doing double duty, running the cash register and carrying plates from the serving window to the counter and the tables. "Where's the little lady who was working here last night?" said the man who called himself Reverend Geta Noonan. "That's Rhonda." "Where might she be?" "She didn't show up this morning." "She has a glow about her." "Sorry, what was that you said?" "She didn't come in. It's not like her." "Maybe she's sick," said the man sitting at the counter. "She didn't answer her phone," the owner said. "Does she have folks hereabouts?" "Not really. She lives away up a dirt road by Lookout Pass. I've always told her she should move into town." "I bet she had car trouble. Her cell phone wouldn't work out here, would it?" "I called the sheriff. He's sending a cruiser. You want more coffee?" the owner said. "Maybe a piece of that cherry pie to go." The owner turned around and looked at the shelf where he kept his pastries. "Sorry, the cherry pie is all gone." "I'll have some the next time I'm by. I like it here. You've got a nice class of people." The morning was bright and cool when Geta Noonan drove into Missoula and went into a hardware and farm supply store and came out with $400 in boxed and bagged purchases. After he had covered them with a tarp in the back seat of the SUV, he drove downtown and found a parking spot under the Higgins Street Bridge, 1 hour in advance of the out-to-lunch concert held weekly in the park by the Clark Fork. As the sun rose into the center of the sky, he took up a position by a concrete abutment in the shade of the bridge and watched the cars filling the lot. When he sighted a rusted compact with 2 teenage girls in it, he folded his arms over his chest and gazed at the riverbank and the crowd filing under the bridge to the concert. The 2 girls locked their vehicle and walked through the man's line of vision without noticing that he was watching their every move. He strolled close to their car, then placed his hands on his hips and looked up at the sky and the mountains that ringed the city, like a tourist on his first day inside the state. He stooped over as though picking up a coin from the asphalt and sliced the air valve off one tire, then another. At 1:05 p.m., the girls returned to their rusted compact and stared in shock at the slashed tires. "I saw a couple of bad-looking kids hanging around your car," the man said. "When I walked over, they took off. I got here too late, I guess." The girls were obviously sisters, perhaps 2 years apart, with blue eyes and blonde hair that was almost gold. "I'd offer to change your tire, but you've got 2 flats and probably only 1 spare. Is there somebody you can call?" "Nobody's home," the younger girl said. "Where are your folks?" "Our mother works at the Goodwill," the older girl said. "Our father drives part-time for a trucking company. He's in Spokane today. He'll be home tonight. He's a minister. We have assembly at our house on Wednesday nights." "I'm Reverend Geta Noonan. Call your mother and ask if it's all right if I drive you 2 home," the man said. "Whereabouts do you live?" "Out Highway 12 west of Lolo." "You'll have to give me directions. Now call your mother and tell her everything is okay." 45 minutes later, he turned off Highway 12 onto a dirt road and headed up a gulch between wooded hills that were scarred by logging roads from the days of the clear-cuts. "It's sure pretty out this way. Do you know if there are any rentals hereabouts?" he said. "We rent out a room sometimes," the older girl said. "You want me to ask my mother?" "I'd appreciate it. That wouldn't be any trouble. Say, that's a big ranch up there." "That's Mr. Hollister's place. He's a writer. 3 of his books have been made into movies." Imagine that. A man who makes movies, tucked away here in the backcountry. If you ask me, you have yourselves a regular paradise up here. It'd suit me to a T. I have always loved and welcomed the rain, even though sometimes the spirits of the dead visit me inside it. During the summer, when I was a child, no matter how hot the weather was, there was a shower almost every afternoon at 3 o'clock. After my father, Big Aldous, died out on the salt, I would see him inside the rain, standing up to his knees in the surf, his hard hat tilted sideways on his head. When he saw the alarm in my face, he would give me a thumbs up to indicate that death wasn't a big challenge. I saw members of my platoon crossing a stream in the monsoon season, the rain bouncing on their steel pots and sliding off their ponchos, the mortal wounds they had sustained glowing as brightly as communion wafers. Don't ever let anyone tell you this is all there is. They're lying. The dead are out there. Anyone who swears otherwise has never stayed up late in a summer storm and listened to their voices. The rain drummed on Albert's fireproof roof through Wednesday night and into the early morning hours until it quit at dawn and left the pastures pooled with water and the trees smoking with fog. When I looked out our bedroom window on the 3rd floor, I saw an animal emerge from the woods on the north end of the property and step through the wire back fence and enter the pasture. Its fur was black, flecked with silver, its shoulders heavy, its step quick and assured, its muzzle pointed straight ahead and not at the ground. The horses in the pasture were going crazy. I realized I was looking at a wolf, perhaps the leader of a pack that had come in from the Idaho wilderness west of Albert's ranch. I put on my coat and half-topped boots and went downstairs and removed Albert's scoped .03 Springfield from his gun cabinet. Albert was drinking coffee in the kitchen, dressed in pajamas and slippers and a robe. "Where are you going with my rifle?" he said. "There's a wolf in the north pasture," I said. "It's after your horses." "Don't shoot it." "You want to take care of it?" I said, offering him the rifle. "I'll be down in a minute." I could hear the horses whinnying and their hooves thudding on the sod and splashing through the water. Inside the gate, I passed the barn, and on the far side, saw the wolf splash through a pool of water, drops of mud splattering its muzzle and forequarters. I saw it look directly at me, its nose black and wet and filled with tiny lines, the nostrils dilating. I moved the sight 4 feet in front of the wolf and squeezed off around. I saw a jet of mud and water fly in the air. The wolf went back under the fence, the wire twanging on the steel stakes, a fence clip popping loose. I ejected the spent cartridge and pushed another forward in the chamber and locked down the bolt. The wolf bounded through the trees and up the hill. "Did you hurt it?" Albert said behind me. "No, I didn't try to." "I'm glad. They're protected unless you or your livestock are in danger." "If that wolf had its way, it would have grabbed one of your horses by its face, pulled it down on the ground, and ripped out its throat." "I guess that's possible." "This is not a rational discussion. Don't say anything else," I told myself. "I wish you hadn't shot toward the end of the pasture, Dave," Albert said. "There's a house inside that box canyon." "I know where it is. I exposed no one to risk when I took those shots." "Who lives there?" I asked. "Part-time preacher and his wife and 2 teenage daughters," he replied. "I'll talk to them later, in case they wonder why we were shooting down here." On Thursday morning, Cleet arranged to meet Felicity Louviere in downtown Missoula. At noon, they ended up at a grocery store in Delhi that had been open since the late 19th century. They ordered salads and cold drinks and sandwiches bulging with sliced meat and cheese and lettuce and tomatoes, and found a table outside under the canvas awning flapping in the breeze. She ducked her head until she made his eyes meet hers. "You're deep in thought," she said. "It's my kid. I think she's getting a bad deal." "With the sheriff?" "People are trying to kill her, but she gets rousted. I'd call that a bad deal. This guy who ended up with a pistol ball in his head. What's his name?" "Tony Zappa. He was part of Love's Grounds crew." "That's not all he was. When he wasn't clipping hedges, he was raping the girlfriend of this character Wyatt Dixon." "I didn't know him, Cleet. Love hires ex-felons. What are you trying to tell me?" "Somebody wants my daughter dead. She's making a documentary that exposes some of Love Younger's enterprises. What conclusion should I come to? In the meantime, this nutcase from Kansas is out there somewhere, and he's probably got connections to the Younger family." "That's not what you're really trying to say, is it?" "I owe my kid," he said. "Her father let her down.
That's me. Now I got a chance to make it right. I got the feeling I'm not doing a very good job of it.
Maybe you'd be doing a better job if you let go of me. Do you want me to disappear from your life? She said.
Don't say that. I care about you. I don't want to let go of you, but I can't forget that you're married.
She covered his hand with hers. You haven't done anything wrong. If anybody has done wrong, it's me. I married Caspian because he was rich.
What are we going to do, kid?
We can go away, she said. Maybe for just a little while, or maybe forever.
Go where? He said.
A friend of mine lets me use her ranch outside Reno. In the early mornings, you can smell the sage and flowers that only open at night. We could have such a grand time together.
I gotta take care of my daughter. I gotta help Dave.
Doesn't matter. You'll always be my big guy.
Let's go somewhere. I mean now. Maybe to Doubletree on the river.
I can't. I told Love I'd go with him to visit Angel's grave. He's not doing very well. He thinks of the world as his enemy. His real tragedy is he tries to control the people he loves most, and he destroys them one at a time.
Why didn't you 86 this bunch a long time ago? Cleet said.
Greed, selfishness, anger, because my father's ideals were more important to him than I was. Take your pick. She rose from her chair with her purse. I've got to go. Caspian was suspicious when I left.
I hate that word. It makes me feel like a bucket of shit.
I'm sorry for using it.
Meet me tonight, he said.
I think bad things are going to happen to both of us, Cleet.
In what way?
What's the expression? Our fate lies not in the stars, but in ourselves. I wish we had met years ago. Then she walked away.
He looked emptily at the street and took out his wallet to leave a tip on the table. That was when he saw Caspian Younger stepping into the intersection after the traffic signal had turned red, crossing the street without looking at the cars, his face knotted with the rage of the cuckold or that of a dangerous drunk who had decided to sail across the abyss. Cleet remained seated, raising one hand gently, avoiding eye contact. "Whoa," he said.
"I warned you before," Caspian said.
"You got a right to be mad, Mr. Younger, but not here. We can talk about it somewhere else."
"I'll decide that."
"Yes, sir, that's your right, but no good will come out of this. I say let it slide for now. I'll stay out of your way."
"You're bawling my wife, and you dare lecture me? Where did she go?"
"Time to turn the volume down, Mr. Younger."
"Really? How's this?" He picked up Cleet's iced tea and threw it in his face.
"I might do the same thing if I was in your shoes," Cleet said. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his face.
He picked up Felicity's plastic cup of Coca-Cola and poured it slowly on top of Cleet's head, the crushed ice sliding down his forehead and face onto his shirt and shoulders. Cleet wiped his hair and face again.
"She's a good woman," he said. "I think you're a lucky man. I'm leaving now. Stay away from me. Don't take your anger out on your wife. If you do, you'll be walking around on stumps."
2 hours later, he called me from the only saloon in Lolo, a biker hangout, one often crowded during the summer, particularly in the run-up to Sturgis.
"Come on down. I'll buy you a lime and soda," he said.
"Did something happen between you and Felicity Louvier?"
"Dave, I feel like killing myself. I've never felt worse in my life."
"How's that for getting a jump start on the evening?" I got in my pickup and drove down to the saloon. 2 rows of motorcycles were parked outside. Cleet was standing at the far end of the bar by himself, a long-neck bud and 3 full jiggers of whiskey in front of him. I ordered a Dr. Pepper and carried it down to the end of the bar.
"What's the haps, nobleman?" he said.
"You called me on your cell phone." He squeezed his eyes shut and opened them and looked into space.
"I feel like my brain has been soaked in a septic tank."
"Did Felicity Louvier cut you loose?"
"You know how to turn a phrase, streak."
He told me everything that happened at the outdoor table under the awning on a breezy day in early summer in the midst of an alpine environment that you would consider the perfect backdrop for star-crossed lovers. I think you did the right thing, I said.
Right thing in what way?
Walking away, taking the heat for his wife. I say blow it off. Let go of her.
She bothers me. I can't get her out of my head.
You don't think you deserve a good woman's love. That's a real problem, Cleet. That has always been a problem.
Quit it,
he replied. He tipped one of the shot glasses to his mouth and drank it down, then upended the bud and swallowed for a long time until foam ran down the inside of the bottle's neck into his throat.
Somehow Surrett is a player in all this, isn't he? With Angel Deerheart, with Caspian Younger, and maybe with the old man.
Take it to the bank. That evening after supper, Alifair and Albert and I watched the network and the local news. The lead story locally was about a 26-year-old single woman who had failed to show up at the cafe where she worked as a waitress on Interstate 90 east of Lookout Pass. Her name was Rhonda Fahey. Her automobile was found parked in front of her small frame house, the keys in the ignition. All the windows and doors in the house were locked, and the doors deadbolted from the inside. Her purse and wallet were on the dining room table. On camera, a sheriff's detective said the pink uniform she had probably worn to work the previous night had been washed in a sink and put on a coat hanger in the bathroom. Anyone with knowledge about her whereabouts was asked to call the Mineral County Sheriff's Department. Wyatt Dixon was sitting in the living room of Bertha Phelps' apartment, 10 floors above the old vaudeville theater called the Wilma, with a magnificent view of the bandstand and the merry-go-round in the park and the river that flowed high and roiling through the city. Bertha Phelps was an ongoing riddle he couldn't figure out. She was an educated and intelligent countrywoman who seemed to genuinely like him and accept him and smelled like a floral delivery truck on a hot day. She also had sand. After the attack, she called a woman's crisis hotline and made an appointment with a psychotherapist as though contracting a pest exterminator to rid her house of termites. As soon as she was released from the hospital, she insisted that she and Wyatt immediately go to bed to prove she wasn't snake-bit. Bertha was staring at the television screen. "Listen to this, Wyatt," she said. A sheriff's detective was being interviewed in front of a frame house sheathed with asbestos shingles up by Lookout Pass. The tenant, a woman named Rhonda Fahey, had gone missing, not unlike a Hutterite woman who had gone for a walk outside St. Regis 2 months ago and hadn't been seen since. The local anchor woman came back on the screen and said that the investigators could not account for the fact that the windows were locked and the doors bolted from inside. "This ain't the first time he's done this," Wyatt said. "He's what's called a house creep." "Who is?" Bertha said. "The guy who snatched her. The guy deadbolted the door, then went out a window and used a rig to slip the latch from the outside." "Do you think it's him?" "The guy who killed Angel Deerheart? Yeah, I do." She sat down next to him, the couch sinking under her. "I have to tell you something. Both the city police and the sheriff's department interviewed me. They wanted to know if you owned any cap and ball weapons." "What'd you tell them?" "I don't even know what cap and ball means." "Black powder firearms. Somebody put 3 lead balls in a man who worked for Love Younger. The cops want to put it on me, except I don't own no cap and ball guns." "The man who was killed is one of the men who attacked us, isn't he?" "No doubt about it." She placed her hand on his forehead and smoothed back his hair. "I have to confess something to you," she said. "I got my suspicions." "Like what?" "Those trashy ballpoint pens you was using. You didn't get them from Walmart, did you?" He saw her swallow. "No, I didn't." "You knew that no-good Detective Bill Pepper?" "I did. I knew him very well. He was my brother." Wyatt's colorless eyes showed no reaction, but the blood in his head seemed to go somewhere else and leave helium in its place. "So you thought it was me
who'd done him in, carved him up with a knife and such. Thought you'd get next to me and maybe do some payback? Is that what you thought, Bertha?
I didn't know you. Then I learned you're incapable of doing something like that.
You don't know what I'm capable of doing. I got 2 sets of cops trying to put me back inside. I don't need a Jezebel in my life.
I know I've hurt you deeply.
For somebody to hurt me, they got to mean something to me in the first place, he said, rising from the couch.
Please don't say that, Wyatt.
I already did, he replied.
3 seconds later, he was out the door, the window at the end of the corridor lit by dry lightning, a sound like a windstorm roaring in his ears. Friday morning, he woke early at his place up the Blackfoot River and put on a western-cut suit and buffed his boots and took a new Stetson from a hat box in the back of his closet. He sorted through a drawer full of Indian and Western jewelry and broken watches and rabbit-foot key rings and found an honorary sheriff's badge that a barmaid in Prescott, Arizona had given him years ago. An hour later, he pulled into the parking lot of the cafe on I-90 where Rhonda Fahey had been employed. "Howdy doody. The name is Wyatt Dixon," he said to the owner, opening his improvised badge holder. "I'd like to talk to you about the Fahey lady." The owner was squirting a hose on the roof of the cafe to rinse off the ash drifting down from a fire that was burning out of control on the mountainside. He tried to study the badge, but Wyatt put it back in his coat pocket. "I've already told the sheriff's department everything I know," the owner replied. "I'm running at it from a different angle," Wyatt said. "I think the man who grabbed her was a little different from your normal motel guests and the regular customers at your cafe." "What do you mean different?" "What I'm really asking you is whether Ms. Fahey would talk in a personal way with just anybody. Would she tell a trucker or a lowrider or a husband on the make where she lived or what time she got off work?" "No, she's not that kind of girl." "That's my point. Do you remember her talking to an older man, maybe well-dressed with a comb-over, or a man who might own a big ranch, or maybe a family-type man?" "There was a minister here. He was a nice fellow." "Where's his church at?" "He didn't say. I remember Rhonda asking him. He said his church was the big one that didn't have a name, which means he probably got his ordination off the internet. What'd he look like?" "His hair was kind of blonde, like he'd been out in the sun a lot. He was clean-looking." "You got his name and tag number inside?" "He paid cash, so I didn't bother with the tag. I remember his name, though. I'd never heard it before. Reverend Getta Noonan." "Remember what he was driving?" "A gray SUV. Maybe a Blazer. It had some rust on one side. Who is he?" Wyatt looked at the fire burning on the mountainside and the ash that floated like black thread out of the sky. "Maybe he's just another rounder scamming $1 or $2 out of ignorant people," he replied. "Or maybe he's just a guy that likes to get into young girls' panties." "I don't like the way you talk." "Did you smell a peculiar odor in the room he slept in?" Wyatt asked. The owner bit down on his lower lip. "You think that fire up on the hillside is hot?" Wyatt said. "If you see that guy again, ask him what hot is." Friday evening at sunset, I sat on the deck with Albert and Molly and Alifair and watched dry lightning strike in 3 places on a distant ridge. In under 15 minutes, I saw 3 narrow columns of black smoke rising from the woods, straight up into a windless, pink-tinted sky. How could a green forest, one damp with snowmelt, be set ablaze so easily? "Because we've been in a drought since 1990, Albert said. "I think I'll take a walk. How about you?" I said to Molly and Alifair. "Maybe Albert might like to go," Molly said. "Dave thinks I rain on parades," Albert said. We walked down the long drive and under the arch onto the road. "Why didn't you invite Albert to come along?" Molly asked. "He's in one of his moods, so I didn't want to get into an argument with him." This is the 3rd anniversary of his wife's death.
I didn't know that.
He told me this afternoon.
I'll go back.
No, he'll be all right. Don't let him think we feel sorry for him.
No, I was wrong. I'm not going to drop it, I said.
I walked back up the driveway. When I reached the top of the driveway, I saw the flashlight beam bouncing along the ground behind Albert's office. "What are you doing?" I said.
"I thought I saw a man out here," he said.
"Sometimes the wind makes shadows on the grass," I said. "I never saw a shadow run. Take a look at this." He pointed the light down at an area between the lilac bushes and a bathroom window. I could see 2 funnel-shaped tracks stenciled deeply into the compost. "Those look like they belong to a dog or a coyote," I said. "No, they're too big." "A wolf?" I said.
"Yeah, I think that's Brother Wolf's prints, all right."
"Here's the problem. There are only 2 of them." "Say again?" 2 paw prints. They're 3 inches deep in the soil. You can see the points of the nails. There was a heavy animal here, but it left only 2 impressions. How is that possible unless it was standing up? Besides, I didn't see an animal out here. I saw a man." "Maybe it's time to cork the jug for the evening," I said.
"Like hell."
He clicked off the light. "I'm going inside. It's cold out here." On the late-night news, there had been a follow-up story on the waitress who had gone missing. A silver bracelet with her name inscribed inside it had been found by a fisherman on a flat rock in the middle of the St. Regis River. In my opinion, the abduction was the work of Asa Surratt. He had placed one of his trophies on the rock to confound his pursuers. Surratt wanted to instill as much pain as possible in the friends and family of the victim. Until her body was discovered, they would get no rest, find no peace, and be tormented by every dark possibility imaginable each time they closed their eyes. I fell asleep around 4:30 in the morning and woke at 7. Molly was still asleep. I got dressed and went down to Cleet's cabin and woke him up.
"What's going on?" he said.
"I need Felicity Louviere's cell phone number."
"What for?"
"Because I don't have Love Younger's number and I need to talk to him." He threw his cell phone to me.
"It's in my contacts," he said.
I drove down to the foot of the road to get service and dialed Felicity Louviere's number. "Cleet, you shouldn't call me at home," she said. "It's not Cleet. It's Dave Robichaud. I'd like to speak with Love Younger, please." She must have been gone 2 minutes. Then I heard her talking and someone else taking the phone from her hand. "Love Younger," the man's voice said. "I need to speak with you, sir, man to man, at your home or some other place of your choosing," I said. "Regarding what, Mr. Robichaud?" "Asa Surratt may have been on Albert Hollister's property last night." "What evidence do you have?" "We can talk about that in person." "One of my employees, Tony Zappa, was murdered. Your friend's daughter, Gretchen Horowitz, is a suspect in his death. Why should I be speaking with you at all on any subject?" "Number 1, the charge against Gretchen Horowitz is not only fraudulent but unprosecutable and will be dropped, and both the sheriff and the district attorney's office know it. Second, the man you refer to as your employee was a rapist." "I think I'm going to terminate this call, Mr. Robichaud. Your granddaughter was probably abducted and killed by Surratt. I don't want my daughter to suffer the same fate. Surratt has a passionate hatred of her and will probably do worse to her than he did to your granddaughter. Frankly, I suspect you're a genuine son of a bitch, Mr. Younger. That said, you're obviously a man who cares about his own and understands the nature of loss. If you won't agree to meet with me, I'll come out to your house and we'll take it from there." There was a silence. "I'm hosting a barbecue on my ranch out on Highway 12 at 1 o'clock, he said. "I'll give you 15 minutes, in private." He broke the connection. I turned off the cell phone and drove back to the house. When Alifair came down for breakfast, I asked if she wanted to go to a barbecue. "Whose?" she asked. "Love Younger's." "He called up and invited you to his barbecue?" "Not quite." "Will Miss Pisspot of 1981 be there?" "You're talking about Felicity Louviere?" I didn't know y'all had met." "I haven't. I saw her downtown. Gretchen pointed her out. She carries her nose in the air, literally. She looks like an actress trying to impersonate a world-class bitch."
"How about it on the language?"
"Yeah, I'd like to go to the barbecue. Quit protecting Felicity Louvier. She's an opportunistic bitch, and you know it." Alifair came back downstairs dressed in jeans, alpine hiking shoes with big lugs, and a blue denim shirt with white piping, and embroidered on the back a huge silver American eagle clutching a claw full of arrows. "Are you sure you want to go out there, Dave?" "It's Saturday. God is in his heaven, and all is right with the world," I said. "I'm sorry I called the Louvier woman names," she said. "Maybe she deserves them," I replied. "Come on. What can go wrong at a barbecue on a fine day like this?" Love Younger's ranch was located 20 miles west on the two-lane highway that gradually ascended over Lolo Pass into the Idaho wilderness. There were Angus and Longhorns and Holsteins belly deep in the grass down by the creek, and horse farms with Morgans and thoroughbreds and Appaloosas and foxtrotters outside breeding barns you expect to see in Kentucky, but not in the West. It was one of those rare places that commercialization and urban sprawl had skipped over, and I wondered how many of Younger's guests, who drove modest vehicles, the bumpers glued with patriotic stickers, believed that they could ever own a ranch in a setting like this, or did they concede that they would always be visitors? I wondered if this was their notion of the American dream, or were they like the many who wanted only to touch the hem of a powerful man's garment, to not only be healed, but to elude mortality. Their cars and trucks were lined up at the entrance for a half-mile, all with their turn signals blinking in unison. Large-bodied men wearing Western clothes and Stetsons and sunglasses and boots looked in each car entering the property, but only to welcome the drivers and passengers and point out the best parking spots. Pennants and flags of every kind flew from tent poles all over a pasture that had been cleaned of animal droppings. "Check out the art on the T-shirt some of these guys are wearing," Alifair said. "I think they're ramping up for a firefight in the mall." "Lower your voice," I said. "They think we're admiring them." "I mean it, Alf. Don't get things started." "Don't worry about me," she said. "Look out there on the road." 35 years ago, Cleet Purcell had assigned himself the role of my guardian angel, and he wasn't about to resign the job now. His hand-waxed vintage caddy, the top down, was in the line of vehicles working its way under the arch. "This is one Cleet needs to stay out of," I said. "Don't take your anxieties out on me, Dave. How did he know we'd be here?" "He called up to the house and asked what we were doing today. What should I have said?" "Great. Keep him occupied. I'm going to find Love Younger." "There's Younger coming out of the house," Alifair said. "Who's the guy with him?" "Take a guess." "The son who poured coke all over Cleet's head?" "I'll be back in 15 minutes, then we're leaving." I left her standing under a canopy and cut off Love Younger and Caspian between the ranch house and the crowd. "You promised me 15 minutes, I said. "Get rid of him, Daddy," Caspian said. "Go find your wife," his father said. I saw Caspian's scalp constrict visibly. "I don't think you need me here. I think I'll take a drive into town," he said. "God damn it, son. For once just do what I ask. It's time to act like the husband of your wife and the father of your dead child," Younger said. His face softened. He squeezed his son's shoulder. "Come on, boy. Buck up and get us a table. I'll be along directly." Then he turned back to me. "You coming?" he said. The ranch house was constructed of tear-down lumber that was probably a century old, the rusted impressions of iron bolts and steel spikes and bits of chain deliberately left into wood. The exterior of the house was cosmetic and had nothing to do with the interior. The lighting was turned on and off by voice command. The faucets and sinks in the kitchen were gold-plated. The living room had a fireplace the size of a Volkswagen. There was an elevator in the hallway that evidently accessed a parking garage under the house. Through the kitchen window, I could see people lining up at the serving tables. "That's my daughter in front of the cold drink tent," I said. "I don't plan on losing her to Asa Surratt." "So you don't plan on losing your daughter," he said. "What should I make of a statement like that, Mr. Robichaud?" "I think you're one of those who have ears that don't hear and eyes that don't see." "I see. That's your mission here? Carrying your spiritual wisdom to the halt and the lame?" "Your employee, the rapist, was killed with 3 .44 caliber balls. Why would somebody use a 19th century firearm to commit a murder?" "I've talked to the sheriff about that. He says Dixon is still under the microscope on that." "Dixon is not your man. I think the .44 was used to point suspicion at him and perhaps you." "I don't mean this offensively, but I would gladly pay double my taxes if people like you and Albert Hollister could be paid not to think. Here's the point. Booze probably burned up 15 or 20 years of my longevity. That means I don't have a lot to lose. I think you've been getting a free pass with the sheriff's department. You're either in total denial about your situation or you're aiding and abetting a killer. How dare you? Why aren't your people looking for the man who killed your granddaughter? Why do you think I'm not looking for him? Because you seem uninformed. Surratt did it. The question is why and how. She was in a saloon full of outlaw bikers, and puff, she was gone. I'm not convinced this man exists. How about the waitress who disappeared up by Lookout Pass? I didn't hear about that. Which means none of your investigators bothered to look into it, or they didn't tell you about it. Earlier, you called me a son of a bitch. I don't hold that against you, because you were speaking honestly about your feelings. But I think you have an agenda. You resent others for their wealth. Everywhere you look, you see plots and conspiracies at work, corporations destroying the planet, robbing the poor, that sort of thing. And you never realize these things you think you see are a reflection of your own failure. Mr. Younger, if I harbor resentment toward anyone, it's toward myself. I couldn't prevent my daughter from interviewing Surratt in prison and writing articles about him that exposed him to a capital conviction. He won't rest until he kills her. You told her not to do it? That's correct. Then it's on her. I heard someone knock tentatively on the kitchen door. Through the glass, I saw a blond man in shades. Caspian was standing behind him, raising up on his toes to see inside the house. Love Younger opened the door. "What do you want, Kyle?" he said. "Caspian, thought I ought to see if you need any help." "I don't." Younger shut the door but continued to look through the glass at his son's back. "I never get over it," he said. "Sir," I said, "when I look at Caspian, I always see the little boy, not the man. Smart at figures and dumb as a turnip about everything else. Where did I go wrong with that poor boy?" he said. "When I look at Alifair, all I see is the little girl. I guess that's what I came out here to tell you," I said. "Well, I guess I started this saccharine introspection," he said. "Now that you've accomplished your objective, Mr. Robichaud, you can be on your way." I walked outside onto the lawn, into the breeze and the popping of flags and pennants atop the canvas tents and canopies. The guests of Love Younger were not bad people. My quarrel was with the illusion into which I felt they had been lured. His invitation to his ranch was a charade, a mask for the design of a willful and imperious man who had spent a lifetime controlling and destroying the people he loved most. Why my lack of charity? Because the security man named Kyle, who did the bidding of his master, was staring at me from behind his sunglasses with far more interest than casual curiosity. It was his boots that caught my attention. They were cordovan, and from the stiffness in his trouser legs, I guessed they were stovepipes, perhaps Tony Lamas. I walked toward him. Caspian stood at his side, inserting a pinch of Copenhagen inside his cheek. "I was admiring your footwear," I said. "I bet one day you'll have a pair of your own," Kyle said. "Are they llamas?" Justin's. I'd like to have a look at them. Would you mind? I said. Kyle smiled at nothing and lifted the toe of one boot off the ground, the heel anchored on the grass. They're first class. I recommend them, he said. Anything else? You look like you've got a nasty cut under that bandage on your neck. You got that right. My girlfriend is a biter. She's a screamer, too.
But what are you gonna do?
I bet you Justin's a hand-tooled. Can you let me see the tops? Kyle looked at Caspian Younger, grinning. Buddy, you're a case, he said. Kyle answers to me, Caspian said. If you have a beef with him, talk to me about it. You and your father give jobs to former felons. I thought Kyle might know something about rapists and child molesters. Why'd you come here? Was it because of what I did to your friend over there? Caspian said. Cleet? No. He did tell me about your throwing a cup full of Coca-Cola in his face, but I think he's written it off. That's because he knows he's out of his depths, Caspian said. Do you have any idea how fortunate you are, Mr. Younger? I asked. Before you give me a speech about how dangerous your pal is, let me explain something to you. I gave him a warning the first time he messed with my wife. I told him it wasn't his fault. I also told him not to do it again. He had a point. Cleet was sleeping with another man's wife, a situation that gives the philanderer little claim to the high ground. I guess I should have walked away, except I could not forget a detail from Wyatt Dixon's account about the assault on him and his girlfriend by 3 masked men on the Blackfoot River. I have compulsions, Kyle, I said. I get something in my head and it just won't let go. With me, it's your boots. What's going to make you happy? Kyle said. You want to get thrown out or beat up? There's something about me that gives you a hard-on. You're too old for it, man. Over Kyle's shoulder, I saw Cleet and Alifair walking toward us, Cleet pausing only long enough to place his sandwich and beer cup on a picnic table.
How's your corn dog hanging, Casp? He said, swinging his arm through the air, slapping Caspian Younger between the shoulder blades with such force that he almost knocked him down.
It's under control here, Cleet, I said.
I grok what you're saying, he replied, easing himself between me and Kyle, his eyes sweeping the crowd, not looking at any of us. I grok this whole place. I grok the food. I grok the people.
You do what? Kyle said. Cleet's gaze was still on the crowd.
Is Dave right, Caspian? Is everything copacetic here?
He said. If you're looking for her, she's inside, Caspian replied, arching his back from the blow Cleet had delivered. Why don't you go talk to her, then get the fuck out of here? Kyle removed a 2-way phone from his pants pocket.
Put it away, Cleet said. Alifair, Dave, and I are going back to our table after I finish my beer and sandwich. Will motivate on down the road.
I started walking as though our departure were a done deal. Alifair and Cleet hesitated, then caught up with me. What was all that about, anyway? Alifair asked. One of the men who attacked Wyatt Dixon and his girlfriend stole his Tony Lama boots. He said they were Cordovan, just like the ones this guy Kyle is wearing.
He's wearing llamas?
Cleet asked. He said they were Justin's. He wouldn't show them to me.
Why didn't you tell me? Cleet said. Hang loose.
He turned around and headed straight for a tent where Kyle was standing by himself, lighting a cigarette, both hands cupped around the burning match.
Hey, I forgot to tell you something,
Cleet said. I can't wait to find out what that is.
Take off your boots.
Tell you what, I'll let you shine them, Kyle said. He lifted his cigarette to his mouth and took a puff. While you're down there, you can cop my stick. Cleet pulled the cigarette from Kyle's mouth and flipped it out on the grass. Buddy, you just don't learn, Kyle said.
Pull up your pants leg.
Enough with the boots. They're boots. What the fuck is with you?
You're right, Cleet said. Forget everything I said, and let's see if we can't find another way.
Cleet cupped his left hand behind Kyle's neck, almost as if consoling him, then drove his right fist into the man's stomach, the blow sinking so deep that Kyle's upper body jacked forward and his mouth formed into a cone as though he wanted to speak but couldn't, the blood draining from his cheeks. Cleet pushed him onto the ground, stepped on one of his ankles, and twisted the boot off his other foot. He looked at the label inside.
That's what I call really low rent. You steal the boots off a guy like Wyatt Dixon? He's probably got hoof and mouth disease. Did you get his socks, too?
He stuck the boot under his coat and walked out of the tent onto the fairway. He pushed his way through the crowd, not looking back. "What happened?" I said.
"I've got one of his boots. It's a Tony Lama," he said.
"What did you do?" Alifair said.
"I think the guy fell down and got the wind knocked out of him. Don't run. Everything is copacetic."
He glanced over his shoulder.
"I take that back. Haul ass."
Sunday morning, Wyatt Dixon was lying shirtless and in his socks in a hammock strung between two cottonwoods down by the water's edge in front of his house on the Blackfoot. He picked up his pint of mint-flavored sloe gin and took a sip and gargled with it, then swallowed. With one eye closed, he watched a slender man with a jet-black mustache and flared sideburns approach him. The man was carrying a paper sack. "You're a hard man to find, Dixon. Not if you come to the place I happen to be at." "Your neighbors say you've been drunk for the last couple of days." "I can't necessarily say one way or the other." "You remember me?" "Jack something. I know it's not Jack shit. Wait a minute. It's coming. You replaced Detective Pepper. The name is Jack Boyd. Or do you like Jack shit better?" "I went by your girlfriend's apartment. Bertha Phelps is still your girlfriend, right?" Wyatt screwed the cap on his gin bottle and set it down in the grass. He looked at the detective with one eye. "I'm having a little trouble focusing on the direction of your conversation." "She accused the department of trying to put you back inside." The detective turned the paper bag upside down and let the contents slip loose and fall on the ground. "Ever see that before?" "It's a boot. It's a Tony Lama boot. You claim the men who attacked you stole your Tony Lama boots. They were Cordovan. So is this."
"It ain't mine."
"How do you know?"
"It's too small. I'll show you."
Wyatt picked up the boot and felt for the label inside. "This one is a 10.5. I'll wear 12. "Your feet don't look like a 12 to me." The detective handed him a photo lineup with 6 mugshots. "You ever see any of these men?" Wyatt studied the photos. "I've seen this guy here in the middle. That's interesting because he died in Deer Lodge 10 years ago." The detective tapped his finger on the mugshot of a man whose eyes seemed mismatched as though they had been transplanted from 2 separate faces. "Did you ever see this man?" "No." "Who is he?" "Kyle Schumacher. He did 3 years in California for a statutory rape."
"Where'd you get the boot?"
"If it's not yours, you don't need to worry about it. On second thought, I guess it won't hurt anything. A PI from New Orleans brought it in." Wyatt watched a wood duck bob down the middle of the riffle. "Y'all hear anything else about that waitress who disappeared up by Lookout Pass?" "What about her?" "You don't think the same guy who killed Angel Deerhart might have kidnapped the waitress?" "There's no evidence linking the 2 cases." The detective picked up the boot and replaced it in the sack. "I thought we might have our man," he said. "Too bad." It was evening before Wyatt Dixon worked up the courage to go see Bertha Phelps. He rode the elevator up to her apartment overlooking the Clark Fork and knocked. When she opened the door, it was hooked on the chain. He saw her nostrils swell. "Have you been drinking?" she said.
"I was. I ain't now."
"Is that detective out there?"
"No. He come to my house, though. You want me to go away?"
"I just don't like to see you hurt yourself." She slid the chain and opened the door. "You sit down at the table. I'm going to fix you a cup of coffee and a plate of lasagna." He sat down at the table by the window. There were children riding the wooden horses on the carousel. each of them leaning far out of the saddle to grab the brass ring that guaranteed them a free ride. "I'm looking for a preacher who calls himself Gedda Noonan. I couldn't find nobody by that name on the internet. You ever hear the name Gedda before?"
"Not that I recall."
"I did a Google search on it. There was a Roman emperor with that name." She took a plate of lasagna out of the microwave with a dish towel and carried it to the table.
"Why are you looking for this preacher?"
"I think maybe he kidnapped that waitress up by the Idaho line. That preacher may be the man who killed your brother." She brought him a cup of coffee and sat down across the table from him. Through the window he could hear the music from the carousel.
"I don't want to talk about that anymore," she said. "I want to let go of all the evil in the world and never have it in my life again."
"Why would a phony preacher choose the name of a Roman emperor?"
"You mustn't drink any more," she said.
"I won't."
"Please don't go out and do something you'll regret."
When he didn't reply, she said,
"Are you going to answer me?"
"I ain't meant to hurt you, Bertha. You ever been on a carousel?"
"When I was a child."
"Let's go down there and take a ride in those big seats for adults. Then we'll go for ice cream," he said.
"If that's what you want,"
she replied. "See the sky? It looks like it's raining way out there on the edge of the world, like you could sail right into it and leave all your cares behind. That's what I'd like to do one day, with you at my side. Just sail right off the edge of the earth into the rain."
That same evening, Gretchen Horowitz lay on her stomach in front of Albert's television set on the bottom floor of the house and watched a DVD of the cable series The Borgias. She watched it for 3 hours. She turned off the television and went outside into the twilight to check an infrared trail camera she had strapped to a tree trunk behind the house. Gretchen loosened the canvas strap on the tree trunk and slid the camera out and used the viewing screen to click through the images on the memory card. She saw an elk with one eye pushed against the lens, a skunk, a flock of wild turkeys dropping from a tree, a cougar cub, and a black bear. Then a man, or what she thought was a man. The figure was erect, moving uphill, the head twisted away from the lens as though the figure had just heard a sound down below. The next photo had been taken 15 seconds later. In it, the figure was deep inside the second growth and the black shade that fell on the mountain immediately after sunset, its dimensions impossible to estimate. She looked at the date and time the 2 frames had been taken. The figure had passed in front of the camera 10 minutes earlier. She showed no reaction. She slid the camera back inside its housing and notched the strap into the tree bark and walked downhill to the cabin. She removed a flashlight from a kitchen drawer, took her Airweight .38 from under a mattress, and put on a coat and a shapeless cowboy hat. When she returned to the hillside, the light had gone from the sky, the moon was rising, and she could barely make out the abandoned logging road that ran beneath the cave where Asa Surette might have camped. She held the flashlight at eye level with her left hand, the Airweight in her right, and stepped onto the logging road. She moved the flashlight beam through the trees that grew above the road and the cave. Then she smelled an odor that was like humus, but much stronger, as though its presence were heavier than the wind, as though it were ubiquitous, and had settled into the stone and the tree trunks and the ground and the pine needles that carpeted the slope. "Are you there?" she said into the wind.
"Hi, baby doll. You've been kicking some serious ass, haven't you?" a voice said.
Her breath caught in her throat. "Where are you?"
"Inside your head, in your thoughts, in all the secret places you try to hide who you really are."
"Show me your face." This time, there was no answer. She was sweating inside her clothes. She approached the mouth of the cave, then stopped and tried to breathe as slowly as possible.
She could see the scorch marks of a fire on the walls and the ceiling, and the fresh droppings of bats and pack rats on the ledges and in the ash, but no sign of human habitation.
"If you're Asa Surratt, give me a sign," she said.
She counted off 5 seconds, then 10, then 20.
"I'm stronger than you," she said. "So is Alifair, and so is Albert Hollister, and so is my father. You murdered children."
She thought she saw an animal running through the timber, just below the crest, its black fur threaded with silver. Was it the wolf Albert had seen? Had she become delusional? She turned and began to descend the hill. A pebble or tiny pine cone struck the brim of her hat. She looked back up the slope just as a second object, no larger than the first, struck her cheek. 30 yards up the hill, she saw the shape of a man on a deer trail. She walked 10 yards up the slope, breathing through her nose, trying to ignore the hammering of her heart. Then she heard, rather than saw, the figure break for higher ground, running hard, tree branches slashing against his body, a body that was flesh and blood, and not that of a lamia or a specter. She began running up the trail after him. If he reached the top of the ridge, he would silhouette against the sky, and she would have a clear shot at him. But what if the voice she had heard was imaginary? What if the running man was one of the homeless who sometimes wandered in from the two-lane? Then she saw him break for the crest and stop again, and turn and spread his arms against the sky, as though creating a mockery of a crucified man. She ran faster, heedless of the sharp rocks and broken branches on the trail, her eyes locked on the man. A snowshoe rabbit burst from the undergrowth and darted in front of her, triggering a spring-loaded, saw-toothed, steel bear trap that had been staked down with a chain and pin in the middle of the trail. The jaws of the trap sprang with such tension that the trap seemed to rise from the ground, virtually severing the rabbit's hind legs. Gretchen was crying when she reached down and tried to free it from the trap.
The man on the ridge cupped his hands around his mouth. "You're lucky, little girl," he said. "I had a delightful experience planned for you and me."
She stayed with the rabbit until it died, then buried it and walked down the hill in the dark, a taste like ashes in her mouth. After having his boot twisted off his foot in front of half of Montana, Kyle Schumacher decided he would ease out of the scut work for the Younger family for a few days and spend a little vacation time up on Flathead Lake, among the cherry orchards and sailboat slips and waterside saloons. He wasn't running away from anything. He just needed a little R&R to get his head together. His favorite saloon and casino in the vicinity was on the north end of Flathead Lake up in the high country, on the road to Whitefish where the movie stars and the Euro trash hung out. It wasn't Vegas or Reno, but it had its moments, particularly when a sweet thing was still at the bar at closing time. This was a place he needed to be. A place where he could stop thinking about all the events that had happened in Missoula, events that were not of his manufacture and that he had been unfairly pulled into, like the business with the boot. Did the P.I. take it to Wyatt Dixon? Kyle did not like to think about the prospect of dealing with Wyatt Dixon. The clock on the wall said 1:46 a.m. The last time he looked, the clock said 11:14. What happened to the interlude? "Give me a couple of Dos Equis to go," Kyle said. "You drank the last one. And then give me any imports you got. You staying up here with that Mexican gal?" "Who says I'm staying with anybody?" "What do I know?" the bartender replied. He glanced at his wristwatch. "I forgot. That clock is slow. Happy motoring." Kyle walked outside and got in his truck. Why should he be worried? No one knew where he was. He had told Caspian he might head down to Elko and shoot some craps and chill out. Caspian didn't like it. Too bad. Kyle hadn't signed on for that boot gig in front of all those people. As he drove down the narrow two-lane toward the cottage on the hillside where the Mexican woman lived, he could not rid himself of the fear eating a hole in his stomach. He felt under the seat for his .357 mag and inadvertently touched the baton he always carried to iron out differences in traffic situations. He had forgotten about the baton. How dumb could he be? He shuddered at the thought of Dixon finding it under the seat and stuffing it down his throat as payback for the lick Kyle had laid on him. He turned up the dirt road that led through 5 acres of cherry trees to a cottage where an overweight Mexican woman with 2 children waited for him, convinced he would keep his promise and marry her that summer and get her a green card. The light was on in the kitchen. Kyle turned off the interior light before he got out of the truck. He removed the .357 from under the seat and snugged it inside the back of his jeans. Get a grip, he told himself. Time to concentrate on getting his ashes hauled. Rosa wasn't half bad in the sack. Through the pane in the kitchen door, he saw a shadow on the wall not far from the stove. He put his right hand behind him and gripped the checkered handles of the .357 and opened the door. "Where you been?" the Mexican woman said. She wore an apron splattered with tomato sauce and held a wooden spoon. There was a half-eaten birthday cake on the table. "You said you was going to be back at 7. "I had engine trouble. Was anybody here?" "Yeah, me and the kids waiting on you, you piece of shit. I told the minister I'm tired of it. He said we was living in sin. I told him he was right." "What minister?" "What do you care? It's Miguel's birthday. He waited up." "I forgot." "Get out," she said. "Say that about the minister again. Did he have red hair and a Texas accent?" She studied his face. "Somebody after you? I hope they are. You're a cobard. That means coward. A gusano. A yellow worm." "Shut your mouth," Kyle replied. She picked up a pan of tomato sauce from the stove and threw it in his face, almost blinding him. He stumbled down the steps into the driveway, his eyes staring out of a red mask. She slammed the door and shot the bolt. He couldn't believe how his life had changed in under 2 minutes. And he was absolutely convinced that the most frightening man he had ever encountered, a man whose face was as mindless as a Halloween pumpkin's, had just missed catching him at Rosa's cottage. He got in his truck and roared down the dirt road and fishtailed onto the East Side Highway. His engine was running hot and making a sound like the cylinders were firing out of sync. What was wrong? He had a tune-up only last week. Then the engine died, and all the warning icons lit up on his dashboard. When he pulled to the side of the road, he was surrounded by trees that had been planted to shield the house below from view. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw a truck approaching from the north, its high beams on. An orange pickup like Wyatt Dix's? No, it was a wrecker. What a break, he told himself. He got out on the asphalt and began waving his arms. The driver of the wrecker slowed and hit his emergency flashers and eased onto the shoulder. Kyle heard him open his door and step out of the cab, forgetting to click off his high beams. "Hey, I'm about to go blind here," Kyle said. "Sorry," the driver said. He dimmed the lights. "I have to back around to hook you up. You want to go to the dealership in Polson?" "Yeah, that would be great," he said. "You got to sign a form. Step back here if you would." The driver took a clipboard off the seat of the wrecker and handed it to Kyle along with a pen from his shirt pocket. Kyle scribbled his name on the form and handed back the clipboard. "Thanks," the driver said. "Take your keys out of the ignition. Company rules again. People leave the ignition on and sometimes start electrical fires." Kyle began walking back to his truck. In the headlights of the wrecker, he noticed a bib of white granules at the bottom of the flap that covered the cap on his gas tank. As he rubbed his fingers on the granules, he heard a brief rattling sound behind him, like a hard wooden object scraping against a steel surface. He turned around just as the driver swung a sawed-off pool cue into the side of his head, knocking him to one knee in the middle of the road. The driver hit him again, this time across the back of the head. He was on all fours like a dog, unable to speak, blood leaking down the side of his face. "Get up," the driver said. "That's it. You can do it. Let's walk behind my truck and get rigged up. Then we'll be toggling on down the road."
"Why are you doing this?"
Kyle wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come. The driver had done something to his throat or his voice box, and the words dissolved into paste and ran over his lip and down his chin. His wrists were fastened behind him with ligatures of some kind, and a looped steel cable had been dropped over his head and fitted around his neck. He heard the driver stripping cable off the spool, putting more slack in it.
"Don't do this,"
Kyle wanted to say. "I know all your thoughts," the driver said. "They won't help you. Nothing will. When you die, you won't know why. You've lived your life for no purpose, and you'll be mourned by no one. Those will be your last thoughts. Then all breath and light will leave your body, and you'll descend into a black hole with no memory of ever having lived." The driver kicked Kyle's feet out from under him. Kyle struck the road's surface with his face. The driver got in the wrecker and drove away, accelerating gradually until he was doing 60, gliding into the curves as his cargo swung from side to side on the asphalt, caroming off tree trunks and road signs like a surfboard out of control. Sheriff Elvis Bisbee called me at 3:30 p.m. Tuesday.
"We've got Wyatt Dixon in custody," he said. "He's not under arrest, so he hasn't been Mirandized. He says he'll talk to us, but only if you're here."
"Why'd you bring him in?"
"Call it littering."
"Is that some kind of insider joke?"
"Not if your name is Kyle Schumacher. His body parts were scattered for 2 miles along the East Side Highway next to Flathead Lake. Come on down and I'll show you a few photos. We're at the jail."
45 minutes later, I parked in front of the old courthouse in downtown Missoula. Wyatt Dixon was being held in a holding cell on the second floor. Elvis Bisbee and Jack Boyd walked with me to the cell. The detective unlocked the cell and kicked the toe of Dixon's boot. "Wake up," he said. Dixon lifted his head.
"You caught me on my sore foot, detective," he said. "Is it dinner time yet?"
"Mr. Robichaux is here," the sheriff said.
"Howdy doody,"
Dixon said. "Why'd you want me here, White?" I said.
"Because you're a believer, and they ain't."
"A believer in what?" I said.
"What's out there," he said.
"You've got a couple of strikes against you, Wyatt," I said. "You had a grievance against Kyle Schumacher. Second, he was dragged to death."
"It ain't no skin off my ass."
Boyd looked at me. "See, he's a comedian." "Detective Boyd also showed you a mugshot of Schumacher in a photo lineup," I said. "The next thing we know, Schumacher is dead."
"I slept on Miss Bertha's couch last night. I wasn't nowhere near Flathead Lake."
"Why didn't you say that?" the sheriff asked.
"Because Detective Boyd wants me back in the pen, or wants me to go after the youngers. It's one or the other. I ain't sure which."
"Is Detective Boyd part of a conspiracy?" the sheriff asked.
"He thinks I had something to do with cutting up Bill Pepper. How come y'all don't have no leads on that waitress that was abducted up by Lookout Pass? The man who drugged Schumacher down the East Side Highway is the same man who grabbed the waitress. Ask Mr. Robichaux."
The sheriff and the detective looked at me. "In my opinion, it's Asa Surratt," I said. "You know that?" Boyd said. "No," I replied. "I was expressing an opinion." "Are we done here?" I said to the sheriff.
"No, walk outside with me," he replied.
The sheriff and I went through the side door of the building onto the courthouse lawn.
"What is Surratt going to do next?" he asked.
"Cause as much injury and suffering as possible."
"You think the waitress is alive?"
"No."
"Why not?"
"Surratt doesn't take chances, and he's afraid of his victims."
"I don't follow you."
All serial killers are cowards. They want their victims to remain terrified. They don't want their victims to see the frightened child living inside them. "Where's the Horowitz woman?" he said. "At Albert Hollister's place. No matter how this shakes out, I think she should move on. Somebody tried to bait her into a spring-loaded bear trap." "I don't believe that." "That's why she didn't report it," I said. I drove back to Lolo. The sky was blue and ribbed with strips of pink cloud above the mountain peaks in the west, but I couldn't get my mind off the abducted waitress. If she was dead, Asa Surratt would be seeking a new victim soon. He had tried and failed with Gretchen. Would Alifair be next? I couldn't bear thinking about it. The morning after Gretchen's life had been saved by the snowshoe rabbit, she climbed to the top of the ridge and tried to track the man who had mocked and almost killed her. Where had the man on the ridge gone? What if he hadn't gone anywhere? Maybe he had doubled back on his trail and was hiding in the woods in another cave. There were only 2 or 3 houses north of Albert's ranch, all of them located in a natural cul-de-sac formed by cliffs and steep-sided hills that no one would try to climb in the dark. Now it was Tuesday, and she had no evidence to prove that anyone had tried to maim or kill her on the hillside behind Albert's house. She dressed in a pair of sweatpants and a sports bra and running shoes and a Marine Corps utility cap and did 3 miles on the indoor track up on the 2nd floor. Then she went into an alcove on the edge of the track and slipped on a pair of gloves with dowels inside them and started in on the heavy bag, hitting it so hard it bounced on the suspension chain and swung into the wall. She went to the water fountain and took a long drink and walked back to the alcove just as a runner came around the bend in the track. She slowed to a stop when she recognized Gretchen. "How do you do?" she said. "I'm fine, Miss Louvier," she said. "I could hear you hitting that bag all the way on the other side of the track. I didn't know it was you." "I come here a couple of days a week," Gretchen said. "Would you like to go downstairs and have a glass of iced tea with me?" Felicity asked. "I have to be somewhere. I don't blame you for not liking me, Miss Horowitz. I do blame you for not giving me a chance. You're married, Miss Louvier. That fact won't go away. My father wakes up every morning with his head in a vice. I better get back to my workout." Gretchen was no longer thinking about Felicity Louvier. She had figured out a way to put Asa Surratt in a vice. She drove downtown and placed notices in the personal columns of the city newspaper and 2 independent publications. I woke at 5 Wednesday morning. A heavy fog had settled in the trees and on the north and south pastures, and I could hear Albert's horses blowing inside it. Molly put her hand on my back. "Did you have a bad dream?" "It's nothing. I'm all right." I went into the bathroom and got dressed. "Let's have breakfast and take Cleet fishing," I said. "Now?" she said. "Is there any better time?" I replied. Alifair chose to stay at the house and work on a novel, and Cleet and Molly and I drove in my truck to a spot on the Blackfoot River. The greatest oddity on the river is the quality of light. It doesn't come from above. There's a mossy, green-gold glow that seems to emanate from the table rocks that plate the river bottom, and the trout drifting back and forth in the riffle are backlit by it. Molly and Cleet and I built a fire from driftwood and made cowboy coffee and melted a stick of butter in a skillet and browned ham and onion sandwiches that we added strips of cheese and bacon to. After the sun had climbed above the rim of the canyon, the first flies rose from the bushes along the banks and hovered in the spray above the riffle. We waded into water up to our hips and fished a pool behind a beaver dam where both rainbows and cutthroats were hitting anything we threw at them. All of the worries and concerns that plague us on a daily basis seemed to dissolve and disappear like smoke inside this sun-spangled canyon deep in the heart of Blackfoot country. We worked our way upstream a half-mile from the truck, and while Molly collected rocks, Cleet and I began casting on a long, blue-green, undulating ribbon of trout water, bordered on one side by a pebble beach with no brush, and on the other side, a grassy bank full of grasshoppers that fell regularly into the stream and brought the browns and the bulls to the top of the pools. Cleet was ahead of me, his right arm lifting the fly neatly and cleanly from the riffle before it could be pulled under by the current. His hand would stop 12 o'clock high, and with his wrist he would create a slow elliptical pattern over his head, drying the fly, filling the air with a swishing sound that was almost musical. That was when I saw something that later seemed too much for coincidence. At least 5 canine animals were running through the trees on the far bank. The humps on 3 of them were silver-tipped. I had no doubt they were wolves. "Let's go back to town," I said. "We had a good time. Let's get Molly and head home." He looked across the river into the trees. He pointed.
"Do you see what I'm seeing?"
"They're wolves."
I never heard of wolves on the Blackfoot. Are they part of that reintroduction program?
"I don't know, Cleet. I'm not sure about anything anymore." We walked back down the river, over rocks that were as white as eggs, the trees ruffling on either side of the canyon. A blue rubber raft full of revelers floated past us, all of them toasting us with their beer cans, their faces happy and pink with sunburn. I wanted never to let go of this place. We walked around a bend and saw Molly coming toward us, her mouth moving, her words lost in the wind. Behind her, I could see my truck parked up on the bench, the sun hammering like a heliograph on the windshield. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I walked down below the bend to collect some pieces of driftwood. I didn't lock the truck. You better look inside." As I approached the truck, I could see a pair of blue women's panties hanging from the rearview mirror. I opened the passenger door and removed the panties from the mirror. There were specks of dried blood near the elastic band. Cleet had been standing behind me. He removed a small pair of binoculars from the canvas rucksack he always carried on fishing trips and began scanning the woods and the far bank.
"Maybe it was some college kids playing a prank," he said. "A bunch of them kayaked through here."
Someone had placed a Montana driver's license on the dashboard. I picked it up by the edges and looked at the laminated photo of a young woman. She was pretty and seemed pleased to be photographed. There was a bright prospect in her eyes, a glow about her.
"Who's it belong to?"
Cleet asked. "Rhonda Fahey."
"Who?"
"The waitress who went missing up by Lookout Pass."
"That son of a bitch was here?"
"Get Elvis Bisbee on the horn and tell him what we've got." I knew I would never forget the image of the woman's blood-spotted undergarment hanging from my rearview mirror. Nor would I ever be able to explain how a man could take pride in torturing to death an innocent young woman in the flower of her life. I wanted to confront Surratt and make him accountable, not simply for his crimes, but for his existence. I think I know why Himmler and other Nazi war criminals killed themselves. They ensured their own immortality by denying us knowledge of who they really were. Cleet closed his cell phone. "What did they say?" I asked.
"They're sending a couple of lab guys out. We shouldn't touch anything,"
he replied. He stuck an unlit cigarette in his mouth and gazed across the river.
"This one really bothers me, Dave."
"Join the club." Before he spoke again, he checked to see if Molly was within earshot.
"When we get this guy, he's going into a wood chipper. We're on the same wavelength about this, right?"
"I made a mistake earlier," I said.
"About what?"
"I should have listened to Wyatt Dixon."
"Are you crazy?"
"That's the point. I'm not, neither are you. Dixon is. He probably sees a netherworld others can't. This one doesn't have a zip code, Cleet. Surratt is the real deal." I thought Cleet was going to dismiss me. He didn't. He leaned over and picked up a handful of rocks and began throwing them in the river, watching them make big plopping holes in the riffle. Then he said,
"If I get back to New Orleans, I'm never going to leave."
Gretchen's notice in the personals read, "Dear friend from the Yellow Brick Road, I was impressed. I'm a filmmaker.
My first documentary screened at Sundance. I think you and I could work together on a biopic. I've already got the financing. Someone told me you have an unpublished novel. You know how to contact me. It's your call. The Munchkin from the Ridge, G.H.
How'd you think up something like this? Cleet said when she told him what she had done.
All predators troll. Even when they're inactive or in prison, they troll.
That's not the issue.
He let Alifair interview him in prison because he thought she was going to write a book about him. He took creative writing courses at Wichita State and wrote a novel based on himself. He thinks he's an intellectual and a great artist.
You should have talked to me first.
I need approval, she said.
The guy tried to kill you with a bear trap. Your life was saved by a rabbit.
I get you. I'm so inept I'd be dead except for the intervention of an animal.
I didn't mean it that way.
Surratt is a narcissist, Cleet. Believe me, he'll swallow the bait.
He outsmarted the cops for 20 years, Gretchen. He survived a collision with a gas truck. Dave thinks Surratt may come from somewhere else. He didn't say it exactly that way, but that's what he's thinking.
Both you and Dave are letting this guy get to you. There's one way you deal with a guy like Surratt. You put more holes in him than he can put plugs in. It's that simple. He turned in his chair. She saw the sadness in his eyes. What I'm saying is the guy's no supervillain. He's not from the abyss, she said. You've been around the worst of the worst. You know they all go down. Albert came down to the cabin Saturday morning and told Gretchen someone had left a message for her on his answering machine. The call was not from Asa Surratt, but from a woman who sounded as though she were reading a prepared statement. "This is for Gretchen Horowitz from her friend up on the ridge," the female voice said. "You're correct about me having written a novel. Maybe Mr. Hollister might like to read it sometime. He might even like it. I would also like to talk with you about the biopic. Will Alifair be working on the project? Take care of yourself, Munchkin. I think you and I might have great fun together." The woman gave a number and broke the connection. Gretchen jotted down the number and turned around. Unbeknownst to her, Albert had been standing 2 feet behind her. "What was that about?" he said. "A project I'm working on," she replied. "We need to understand something, Miss Gretchen. I don't impose my way on others. But my name was used in the message. I want to know what this is about." "Asa Surratt," she replied. "You're going to bait him out of his hole, are you?" "If I can." "What are you going to do when you catch up with him?" "That's up to him." "You have a gift. It comes from a source outside of yourself. Men like Surratt despise you for the talent and intelligence that were given to you for a higher purpose." "I doubt if a guy like that dwells on the arts and humanities, Mr. Hollister." "You're wrong. The Surratts of the world despise you because the Creator gave you the gift and not them." Without telling Cleet, Gretchen drove down the road to the 2-lane highway where she could get cell service and dialed the number the woman had left on Albert's machine. "Is that you, Gretchen?" a man's voice said. "It sure is." "Did you tell the police I contacted you?" "I'm not a big friend of the cops." "I understand you were a bad girl in Florida." "Not so much. Think you'd like to make a movie with me?" "Ever hear of a guy named Bix Golightly?" he asked. "What about him?" she said. "He got 3 in his face, sitting in his vehicle, in the what-do-you-call-it, the Big Easy." "Not true. It was across the river in Algiers." "There are no flies on you," he said. "Do you mind if I call you Asa?" "Call me the Tin Man. How is Alifair?" "She worries you might be mad at her." "I'd love to get together with both of you. I have some very good ideas." "What kinds of ideas?" "Maybe I shouldn't tell you. I never knew a tomboy who wasn't a prude at heart." I'm a filmmaker. I live in West Hollywood. Does that sound like a prude?
I like your legs. Alifair's figure is lovely, but not as interesting as yours.
Are you trying to tell me you want to get it on?
You are a bad girl.
Where can we meet?
She asked. Let me get back to you on that. I've been busy of late.
With the guy who got dragged down the highway by Flathead Lake?
The simple-minded ones aren't much fun.
The waitress up at Lookout Pass? Was that you?
Lookout Pass? Let me think. He made a bubbling sound as though flipping his index finger up and down on his lips. I'm not sure where that is. There's one thing I wanted to ask you.
Go ahead, she said.
When you eased Go Lightly into the next world, you enjoyed it, didn't you?
It wasn't just a job. You loved the rush. Your loins buzz with it, like a nest of bees. No, that's not well said. It's a wet lick on an ice cream cone. She tried to keep her voice empty of emotion.
I think we can make a successful film together, she said.
You sound a little weak-hearted, he said. Be advised that Alifair must be on board, our centerpiece, so to speak.
Give me your cell number.
I have a couple of commitments that need to be wrapped up, but you and I will have our date.
She gave him her number and closed her phone. After he hung up, she opened the door of a truck and vomited into the road. Gretchen drove up to Albert's house and told Alifair of the conversation.
He was hinting he would meet with me, but only if you're on board, as he puts it.
Without asking me, you were making deals with this asshole? Deals that include me?
I'd kill him if they tried to hurt you.
You think you're going to outsmart him?
I have experience other people don't.
Are you out of your mind? How did Surratt know about Bix Go Lightly?
There are only two ways he could know, Gretchen. He's either mobbed up or he's privy to a world we can't guess at. You're saying he has special powers? I'm saying we ought to go to the cops.
Alifair gazed at the manuscript basket on her desk. It was half filled with typed sheets.
What do you want me to do? She asked.
Surratt has plenty of money. Where does it come from? We also want to check out Felicity Louviere's background. She doesn't add up. Cleet is easily taken in by bad women. Because he follows his schlong doesn't mean the rest of us have to.
I can't believe you just said that.
There's one other thing. You can't tell your father or Cleet about this.
That doesn't sound too good.
Are you in or out?
Gretchen said.
On North Higgins, next to a saloon that had not closed its doors since 1891, was a newsstand and tobacco store that carried pulps and tabloids and magazines of every stripe. A man wearing two-tone shoes and a rain hat and aviator glasses and a loose-fitting tan suit and an open-collar blue shirt with white stripes came through the front door and began looking at the magazines on the rack, flipping through a few pages and replacing the magazine sloppily on the rack when he found nothing of interest in it. Two teenage girls with blonde hair that was almost gold had gotten out of his SUV to watch a street guitarist playing on the corner. The clerk was a zit-faced kid whose skinny arms were tattooed from wrist to armpit with images of snakes and skeletal heads and bloody knives. How about not wrecking the magazine rack? Why do you carry this trash? Because horny old geeks come in here and buy it? I like that new way of talking you kids have. You end every sentence like it's a question. I don't think you get it. I'm not the issue. The customer kept reading, never raising his eyes. What's your name? The clerk hesitated before he spoke. Seymour Little? That's perfect. The clerk made a snuffing sound down in his nose. You step in dog shit or something? You're saying the funny smell is me? No, I was just wondering. But you were wondering if it was me that smelled like dog shit? No, I lost my job at the motel. I'm just trying to get a fresh start.
Yeah,
You worked at a flea bag on West Broadway, didn't you?
You got fired because you dragged somebody's Harley down the street.
How'd you know that?
You made some ink. You're a celebrity.
No, I didn't.
I say you did. But you should take your mind off world events, Seymour. You think you can do that?
Yes, sir. The customer took $100 bill and a folded piece of paper out of his shirt pocket and placed them on the counter. I want you to walk down to the pharmacy and pick up a prescription for me. There are several other items you'll have to get off the shelf. The clerk unfolded the piece of paper and read it. You want me to shop for tampons? You need to be back here in 13 minutes. Don't make me come after you. 13 minutes? Not 12 or 14? Look straight into my eyes. Do you have any doubt what might happen to you if you don't do what I say? I'm sorry. I don't want trouble. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Like what? With that smile on your face. Your tats. You want people to think you've been inside, but you haven't. You couldn't cut it inside, Seymour. First night in the shower, the wolves would make lamb chops out of you. They would have you sizzling in the pan like a lump of butter. Why are you doing this? I'm helping you, so you won't shoot off your mouth to the wrong man again. The clerk went to the pharmacy and returned in under 13 minutes, his face chastened, his skin as dry and bloodless as paper. Can I ask you something? He said. Go ahead, the customer replied. The girls in the SUV, are those your daughters?
I'm their godfather. Why do you ask?
Why do you need all that OxyContin?
I'm pimping them out. The man waited, then his face split into a grin. You never know when a guy is ribbing you, do you? Enjoy the rest of your day, Seymour. Take consolation in the fact that you're a part of history. You just don't know it yet.
Why do people in AA claim they pay the biggest membership dues in the world? That's easy. Early in life, you set out to deconstruct everything good you thought you'd turn out to be. When you finish doing that, you foul your blood, piss your brains into the street, trade off your tomorrows, destroy your family, betray your friends, court suicide on a daily basis, and become an object of ridicule and contempt in the eyes of your fellow man. That's for openers. The big surprise at your first AA meeting is the apparent normalcy of the people in the room. The meeting I attended on Monday night was held on the second floor of a Methodist church across from a high school in a maple-lined neighborhood reminiscent of an earlier time. The woman seated next to me was a Lutheran minister. The woman on the other side of me was a former middle school teacher who had been molested as a child and had seduced two of her male students. The kid who came in late during the recitation of the Serenity Prayer and plunked down next to me in a whoosh of nicotine was the first to speak when the moderator opened up the meeting. My name is Seymour, alcoholic addict, he said. Hi, Seymour, everyone said. The subject I got tonight is people who try to take a dump inside your head, and after a while, you don't know if it's them who's the problem or you, he said. What I'm saying is, there was this guy who came into the place where I work, and he had to stink on him like dog shit, and when I said something about it, he told me I'd shot off my mouth to the wrong guy, and he was going to teach me a lesson. See, he made me go down to a pharmacy and pick up his prescriptions for him and shop for woman's stuff. A guy I never saw before. I mean, a guy who took pleasure in telling me what a pitiful loser I was. You know what he said when he was going out the door? Hey, tell your friends you met the Tin Man. Who's the fucking Tin Man? Others tried to help him by telling their stories, but it was obvious that Seymour had packed his bag and moved into a dark space inside his head that no one else could enter. After the meeting ended, I put my hand on his shoulder. My name is Dave Robichaud, I said. You got a minute? The guy in your store is from Kansas. He's a bad dude, and we need to talk. We sat on the steps of the church in the twilight. Did this guy in your store have a name besides Tin Man?
No, just a stink. It's like he left shit prints all over the place. I had to wipe down everything he touched with Lysol.
I didn't want to see him get wired up again, so I changed the subject. You're not too warm in that shirt?
I was trying to hide my tats.
You were in the system?
No, the guy called me a fraud. I think he's probably right. I didn't earn my ink. I feel awful.
He wants to infect others with his sickness, partner. Don't let him get inside your head. You're a good guy. You keep remembering that.
When I looked into his eyes, it really scared me, man. He was like looking into a cave that didn't have a bottom.
Did he give you any indication where he might be living?
No. He had 2 girls with him. He was driving a gray SUV.
Do you remember the tag?
No. It was a Montana plate. That's all I know. He said he was the godfather of the 2 girls. You've had some kind of run-in with him?
I think he tried to kill my daughter. And if we're talking about the same man, his name is Asa Surratt. He's tortured and killed 8 people.
Jesus, he said. Maybe that's why he had those girls with him. You think they're runaways? I wonder if that's why he had all the dope.
What dope?
The OxyContin. He had another prescription, too. I think it was for sleeping pills or downers.
He didn't say who these things were for?
He wasn't someone you ask a lot of questions. He said I was part of history. What did he mean by that? What the fuck does history have to do with any of this?
Nothing, I said. I wrote my cell number on the back of my departmental business card and gave it to him. Tell you what, how about a hamburger and a cup of coffee, I said.
I think I can handle that, he replied.
The real significance of my conversation with him did not hit me until 4 the next morning. I sat up in bed numb, my ears ringing with a sense of urgency that seemed to have no origin. I went into the bathroom and turned on the light and propped my arms on the lavatory trying to reconstruct the dream I'd just had. In it, I saw a girl locked inside a giant plastic bubble, her hands pressed against the side. Her cries inaudible, her oxygen supply running out. I looked in the mirror and saw Molly standing behind me. "Did you have a nightmare?" she said. "She's alive," I said. "Who's alive?" "The girl who was abducted up by Lookout Pass," I replied. I was in Elvis Bisbee's office by 9 that morning. I told him of my chance meeting with Seymour Little. "Okay, we'll talk with this kid and check out the pharmacy," he said. "Thanks for coming in." "I've already been to the pharmacy. The prescriptions were phoned in by a script doctor in Whitefish. I called his office. He's somewhere in Canada and not expected back for a while." "You went to the pharmacy?" "That's right." "Mind telling why the pharmacist shared his information with you?" "I showed him my badge." "You explained to him you were from the state of Louisiana and you had no legal authority here?" "That didn't seem to be a problem for him." He remained motionless in his swivel chair. He was one of those whose decency and sense of honor were not an issue. A less patient man would have been far more severe in his attitude toward Cleet and Gretchen Horowitz and me. "Rhonda Fahey is alive, Sheriff. I don't think we have a lot of time," I said. "I was almost sure Surratt had killed her. He's never kept his victims alive, except to torture them. This time, he decided to do it differently." "Why are you so sure it's Surratt?" "He could have picked up the prescriptions himself. Instead, he used and degraded a kid who looks like a sack of broken popsicle sticks. He also knew the kid would report him, and we'd figure out the girl is still alive." I got up from the chair. "Surratt is about to send us something. They all do." He picked up the pen from his desk and balanced it on one end, then on the other, and finally let it topple onto the blotter. "Goodbye, Mr. Robichaux. If you have any other information for me, phone it in.
I make this request of you because I would like you to stay the hell out of my office for a very long time.
When I returned from the courthouse in Missoula, I went into the kitchen to fix a sandwich. Through the window, I could see Alifair watering the potted petunias and geraniums on the deck with a sprinkler can. "You want something to eat?" "No, I'm fine." "Something on your mind?" I said. She turned and looked me full in the face. "What kind of morning have you had?"
Sheriff Bisbee indicated he didn't need to see me in his office for a long time.
"Can you come out here?"
"I'm fixing lunch. Come inside."
"I think I'd rather not be in a confined space right now."
I opened the sliding screen door and sat down at a table with a ceramic top that Albert had bought in Mexico.
"Gretchen made contact with Asa Surratt," Alifair said.
I nodded, keeping my expression blank. "When?"
"Saturday."
"This happened 3 days ago?"
"She ran a notice in the personals. She told Cleet about it."
"But not about Surratt calling?"
"No, she hasn't told him about that."
"Is there any reason you've kept this information from me?"
"I waited for Gretchen to tell y'all. I made a mistake."
"You didn't think you could trust me?"
"I didn't want you going after him, Dave. You're shot to hell, you just won't admit it."
I rubbed my face. "You remember your Baby Orca t-shirt?"
"Don't change the subject," she said.
"I still have it in my footlocker, along with your Donald Duck cap and your Baby Squanto books and your tennis shoes with left and right embossed on the toes."
She waited for me to go on.
"That's all I was going to say," I said. "I get your cap and t-shirt and your books and your tennis shoes out of the footlocker, and I look at them and then I put them away. I'll probably do that every 3 or 4 days for the rest of my life. That's the way it is, little guy." I went back inside and made lunch for both of us. With Albert's permission, I unlocked one of his gun cabinets and removed his M1 and a bandolier heavy with .30-06 clips and went up to the shooting range with them. For the ultimate improvised gun range target, Albert had placed a World War II salvaged tank turret on a mound of dirt against a hillside. I knelt on one knee, perhaps 40 yards from the target, opened the bolt on the M1, and pushed a clip loaded with armor-piercing rounds into the magazine. I sent the bolt home, wrapped my left forearm in a sling, aimed through the peep sight, and began firing. After I fired the 8th round, the bolt locked open and the clip ejected with the ping that anyone who has fired an M1 associates with it. I removed the plugs from my ears and gazed at the tank turret and tried to imagine what the same rounds would have done to the head of a human being, in this instance the head of Asa Surratt. I took the M1 and the bandolier of clips to our room and put them in the closet and picked up the telephone and made a call I didn't want to make, primarily because I knew it would be a total waste of time. I was rerouted a couple of times, but finally I was connected to a special agent at the FBI named James Martini. "I've heard of you," he said. "You have?" I said. "Apparently you and your friend Purcell have quite a history with us down in Louisiana."
"Is that good or bad?"
"How can we be of help?" he replied.
"I think Asa Surratt, the killer from Kansas, is alive and well. I also think he kidnapped the waitress Rhonda Fahey from her home by Lookout Pass." I told him about my conversation with Seymour Little.
"Why do you conclude the prescriptions are being used to sedate the waitress?"
"Surratt is a trophy hunter. He's about to send us one."
"Really?" "An aunt of the missing woman received a postcard from the missing woman yesterday. It was postmarked Boise, Idaho. The handwriting seems to be hers."
"You're wrong, sir."
"We'll try to blunder through and see what happens," he replied. I hung up, feeling foolish and vain, and ultimately old, even for my years. Also, I had not told him about Gretchen Horowitz's possible contact with Surratt. Why? I thought his agency wanted to hang her out to dry, and I would be giving them the ammunition to do it. What about the waitress named Rhonda Fahey? I couldn't get her off my mind.
I called Special Agent James Martini back. Someone I know may have established contact with Surette, I said. This individual ran a notice into personals and got a response from a guy who sounds like Surette.
You mean you heard his voice?
No, I have not heard his voice. My daughter, Alifair, interviewed him in a Kansas prison. I think he has tried to kill her. I think he'll try again. That's why I have a personal stake in the investigation.
What's the name of the person who made contact with the guy you think is Surette?
My head was pounding, the veins in my wrists throbbing. Gretchen Horowitz, I said.
She's a friend of yours?
You could say that.
Believe me, if I meet you in person, I'll have a lot to say to you,
he replied. I went to Alifair's room and told her what I had just done. I don't know what to say, Dave, she said. Do you want to tell Gretchen or should I?
I will.
Why did you do it? Rhonda Fahey's life is in the balance. How about Gretchen's? Gretchen has choices, the waitress doesn't, I said. She set her pencil at the top of a page and stared out the window. I know you've acted in conscience, she said, but I feel emptier than I think I've ever felt. She got up from her chair and walked downstairs and out the door. I heard a car start and drive away. Gretchen drove up the dirt road at 5 that afternoon. She parked her pickup beside the north pasture and started walking toward the pedestrian gate. From the yard, I could see Cleet in front of their cabin, barbecuing a pork roast on the grill, fanning the smoke out of his face. I headed Gretchen off before she could go through the gate. I have to talk to you, I said. She turned toward me. She was holding a manila envelope in her right hand.
What is it?
She said. I dimed you with the feds.
About what?
Your contact with Asa Surette.
Alifair told you I talked with him?
I wouldn't have called him, Gretchen, but I think Rhonda Fahey may still be alive.
You could have talked to me first. While the local jokers were figuring out ways to put away me or Wyatt Dixon, Alifair and I did some research on Felicity Louviere.
What did you find out?
Her mother died in Mandeville. Insanity evidently runs in the family. Felicity was known as anybody's punch before Caspian Younger met her. We also found out that Love Younger kept fuck pads in Atlantic City and Vegas and Puerto Rico in the same casino hotels where his son had 6-figure credit lines.
She stepped closer to me, her chest rising and falling, her shirt pulled tight on her shoulders.
I don't like people fucking me over, Dave, and I think that's what you did.
If you'd squared with your father and me, we wouldn't have this problem.
What makes you think I didn't square with him?
I looked past her shoulder at Cleet flipping the roast with a fork on the grill, his face happy at the prospect of having his daughter home and the possibility of inviting his friends to dinner. I believe you did what you thought was right, Miss Gretchen, I said. I apologize if I've caused you harm. She puffed out one cheek and tapped the heel of her fist on the fence rail.
I was parked down at Harvest Foods. I'd left my window partly down. When I came outside, this had been dropped on the seat.
She removed an 8x10 photograph from the manila folder and handed it to me. It was probably taken without a flash. The interior of the room was gray, the walls concrete and without windows like those in a basement. The lighting was poor. A woman dressed only in her undergarments was bound in a chair, a gag tied across her mouth. The eyes had been razored out of the photo, creating the effect of a mask, making any positive identification of the woman impossible.
Here's the note that came with it,
Gretchen said. It read, Dear Munchkin, I have already started casting our film. I think this lady is perfect for the role of the sacrificial queen, don't you? We can add others as we go. You have no idea how many volunteers are out there and how easily recruited they can be. Please bring your equipment to our first meeting, and we'll get started immediately. We'll have some cherry pie. Sincerely, your biggest fan, A. This has to go to the sheriff and the FBI, I said. That's what he wants me to do, she replied. How do you figure that? Because Surette will disappear, and I'll look like an idiot. In the meantime, we'll go crazy thinking about what he's doing to that girl. I'll go with you to the Federal Building in Missoula. You can take the note and the photograph, Dave, and do whatever you want with them. She unhitched the chain on the gate and started through it. She rechained the gate and didn't look back. On Wednesday, Wyatt Dixon was building a sweat lodge in his side yard with stones from the river, hauling them bare-chested uphill in a wheelbarrow when he saw a chauffeured black Chrysler pull off the highway and park by the entrance to the steel footbridge on the opposite bank. Love Younger got out of the back seat and began walking across the bridge, his rubber-booted feet clanging on the grid. A straw creel hung from one shoulder, a split bamboo fly rod in his right hand, a cork sun helmet on his head. He stepped off the bridge and walked down to the water's edge where Wyatt was lifting a large stone into the wheelbarrow. "You mind if I fish along the front of your property?" he asked. "Montana law allows you to go through anybody's land long as you're within the flood line of the river," Wyatt said. "I heard there's a deep hole under the bridge here. They say it's full of German browns." "Have at it," Wyatt said. He sat high up on the bank, a long-stemmed weed between his teeth, his straw hat slanted down on his forehead, and watched the older man wade into the water and thread his nylon leader through the eyelet of a woolly worm. "What's really on your mind, old man?" he thought. He got to his feet. "You won't catch none like that," he said. "Oh?" Younger said, turning around in the water, the current cutting across his knees. "You have to face the opposite bank and throw the woolly worm at 11 o'clock from you. Then you let your line billow out in a big bell. As your worm sinks, he'll swing past you and straighten the line. That's when the hackle on your worm will start pulsing. By that time, the line will be at 2 o'clock and the worm will be drifting right above the bottom. Them browns will flat tear it up. The best time is in the fall when they spawn. They'll knock the rod plumb out of your hand." Wyatt knew Younger was not listening, and he wondered why he was going to such lengths to explain a fishing technique to a man who probably cared little or nothing about it. "I see you're an expert," Younger said, wading out of the stream. "Can I sit down?" "Suit yourself." "I'd like to buy that acreage you have behind Albert Hollister's place. It's owned by the Nature Conservancy. I lease the grazing rights." Younger's eyes dropped to Wyatt's shoulders and back. "Where'd you get those scars, boy?" "On the circuit. Before that, my pap give them out free." "You look like you're part Indian. Your profile, I mean." "That's what people tell me. I ain't." "What'd your folks do?" "Chopped cotton and broke corn. My pap taught me how to put dirt clods in the bag when we weighed in. Sometimes my mother cleaned at a motel on the highway, at least when they was still drilling thereabouts." Younger gazed at the mountains that bordered the river and at the cottonwoods that grew along the banks, their boughs swelling in the breeze. "You've got yourself a fine place here," he said. "Name your price." "I ain't got one. That's 'cause it ain't for sale." "You sound like a man who's at peace." "Peace is what you get in the graveyard, Mr. Younger." "It's been an honor talking to you," Younger said. "What became of your folks?" "I ain't sure. I got these blank spots in my head. I see people walk in and out of my dreams like they're trying to tell me something. I get the feeling they're dead and they don't like staying under the ground." Wyatt stared at the river for a long time and listened to the humming sound the current made through the hollowed-out places under the bank. When he looked up, he realized Love Younger had mounted the suspension bridge and was walking toward the opposite side, indifferent to the bridge's bouncing motion or the rapids below. Wyatt tried to remember what he had said to Love Younger that might have driven him back across the river, but the words were already gone from his memory, along with the images of the people who spoke to him in his dreams and that rarely gave him rest. Felicity Louvière had asked Cleet to meet her that evening at the Café Farines, a lovely buff-colored restaurant on a side road in the Bitterroot Valley, set among aspens and poplar trees, backdropped by the Sapphire Mountains in the east and the gigantic outline of the Bitterroots in the west. He arrived early at the restaurant and ordered a glass of red wine at a table by a window. He saw her turn off the highway into fading twilight and come down the county road and park her Audi by a row of poplar trees. She put on a pair of dark glasses before she came into the restaurant. When he stood up to hold out her chair, he saw the red abrasions at the corner of one eye and the bruise on her jaw that she had covered with foundation. "Did your husband do that?" he said.
"I told him I'm leaving. The prenup is $100,000. I'm going out to Nevada with it." She took a sip from his wine glass and smiled in a self-mocking way. "Want to roll the dice under the stars?"
He beat you up?
He's taken to drinking absinthe. It makes him go crazy sometimes. He's a scheming, cruel little man, but nobody forced me to marry him. Now I'm going to unmarry him and do something with my life. You don't want to come along?
I can't think straight right now, Felicity. My daughter still has this bogus murder beef against her. It'll go away, but in the meantime, I can't just take off. You want to get married out there?
I'm not divorced yet.
You want to or not? You ever spend time around Austin, Nevada?
No, she said.
It's 7,000 feet up in the clouds. It's like going back 100 years. People play poker 24 hours a day. The river is so cold the rainbow trout have a purple stripe down their sides. I could seriously dig a lifestyle like that.
You're serious?
She said. I've got addictive issues. I'm no bargain.
I've got to make up for some wrong choices I've made, Cleet. I married into wealth, and I did it for selfish reasons. Somehow I feel I'm responsible for Angel's death.
Her presence in that saloon didn't have anything to do with her death. The issue was money. In almost every homicide, the issue is sex or money.
Felicity's brow wrinkled. Angel didn't have any money. Not of her own.
This crap is all about money. I'm not sure how, but that's the issue, or most of it anyway.
Your marriage offer is very generous. There's another problem. Caspian is jealous and vindictive. He knows people who can hurt you.
Cleet looked out the window. Are you expecting him?
Here? No, I'm not.
Cleet took his cell phone from his coat pocket. He and another guy just pulled into the lot. Who's the other guy?
She looked through the window. He used to be with the sheriff's department. Caspian just hired him as his new security chief. His name is Boyd.
Albert called me into the kitchen and said Cleet was on the line.
I'm with Felicity at Café Farines in Florence, Cleet said. I think I might need backup or a witness.
For what?
Caspian Younger and a dude who used to be a sheriff's deputy are sitting on the other side of the room. Younger beat up Felicity earlier today. I think maybe it's a setup.
Who's the ex-deputy?
Boyd.
What are they doing right now?
Ordering. It's a setup streak. I can smell it.
The little settlement of Florence was on the 4-lane 10 miles south of Lolo. When I pulled into the parking lot, the summer light was still high in the sky, the mountains massive and purple with shadow against the western horizon. I went directly to Cleet and Felicity Louvière's table without looking in Caspian Younger's direction.
He's packing, Cleet said.
Who?
I said. The ex-deputy. When he got up to go to the restroom, I saw his clip-on.
I pulled up a chair and asked the waiter to bring me a cup of coffee. Cleet and Felicity Louvière were already eating. She hadn't spoken or even acknowledged my presence. I could not see through her dark glasses and had no idea whether she was looking at me or not. "It's nice to see you again," I said.
"I'm glad you feel that way," she said.
Across the room, Caspian Younger and Jack Boyd were eating silently without expression.
I'm going into the can, Cleet said. If one of those guys follows me, it's going down.
After he had left the table, Felicity Louvière looked up from her food and said, You don't approve of me, do you? I like you just fine, I replied, but I don't like the fact that you're married, and I don't like what you're doing to Cleet. I don't blame you, she replied. Why don't you cut him loose? I already have. I'm leaving my husband. Watch out for the father. Why should I be worried about Love Younger? He's sentimental, and like most sentimental people, he's unaware of his own cruelty. He has great guilt for what he's done to his family. If you cross him, he'll destroy you.
Cleet returned to the table without incident. How about we eat up and go somewhere else? I said. Cleet paid the check, and the three of us walked outside together. Sorry I got you out here for no reason, Cleet said.
Maybe they were going to pop you in a lot. Maybe my being here discouraged them.
It was apparent that Cleet had already moved on. We thought we'd take a drive farther down in the valley, maybe talk some things out, he said.
See you all around, I said. They left Felicity's Audi in the parking lot and drove down to the 4-lane in the caddy and turned south toward Stevensville. Behind me, I heard the front door of the restaurant open and the voice of Caspian Younger talking to Jack Boyd. Neither looked in my direction. They got into Younger's vehicle and drove away. They, too, turned south, not back toward Missoula. I followed Younger and Boyd farther down into the Bitterroot Valley. Outside Stevensville, they passed a semi and gave it the gas and left me stuck behind a slow car blocking the left lane. Then I saw a filling station and convenience store by the Stevensville exit, and Cleet's caddy parked at one of the pumps. Caspian Younger had pulled into the parking area on the side of the store. I swung my truck off the 4-lane. Cleet had gotten out of the caddy and inserted the gas nozzle in his tank, the blue fluorescence of the lighting overhead shining on his car and the concrete pad. Felicity was sitting in the passenger seat, looking straight ahead. Caspian and Jack Boyd walked toward Cleet, Caspian in front, his jaw hooked like a barracuda's. "You can't say I didn't warn you," he said.
"About what?" Cleet said.
"Putting your dick where it doesn't belong?"
Cleet looked down at his fly. "No, it's right where it's supposed to be."
I parked by the air pump and stepped out on the concrete. I saw Jack Boyd look back at me, then at Caspian and Cleet. I started walking toward the rear of the caddy, unarmed and certain that Cleet was about to be shot. "You think you're a comedian?" Caspian said. "You hump a broad who's 30 years younger than you, and you think you're hot shit? Adultery is a virtue in New Orleans? That's what you think?"
"It's time for you guys to beat feet," Cleet replied.
Cleet removed the nozzle from the tank and began to screw the gas cap back on the funnel, his expression flat, his eyes neutral. Caspian leaned forward within 6 inches of Cleet's ear and spat on him. Cleet finished screwing the cap back on the gas tank, his green eyes as dispassionate as marbles. He pulled 2 paper towels from a dispenser and wiped the spittle from his cheek and ear and hair and dropped the towels into a trash barrel. Felicity opened the passenger door on the caddy and stepped outside. "Can't you leave us alone, Caspian?" she said. "You've gotten everything you wanted. Why do you want to go on hurting people?"
"You guys win," Cleet said.
"Win what?"
"You guys have got your way. Y'all are a whole lot smarter than me. What can I do?"
"Sorry, I don't understand Sanskrit," Caspian said.
"Really?" Cleet said. "See how this translates."
He kicked Jack Boyd so hard in the groin that his face turned beet red, then eggplant, as he went down on his knees, both hands clenched to his privates, his mouth locking open with pain that was so intense no sound came out of his throat. The roundhouse that caught Caspian lifted him into the air and sent him crashing into the side of the caddy. When Caspian tried to get up, Cleet grabbed him by the back of the shirt and drove his face down on the caddy's fin, then whipped his head into a gas pump again and again, finally flinging him to the concrete. He wasn't finished. He ripped a small automatic from Boyd's clip-on holster and released the magazine and threw it into the darkness, then ejected the round in the chamber and threw the gun on the roof of the convenience store. "Cleet, stop it, please," Felicity said. "Please don't hit them anymore."
"See this?" Cleet said to Felicity, jerking up Boyd's trouser leg. "It's called a throwdown. He was going to pop me, maybe you too."
He pulled the small revolver from the Velcro-strapped holster and flipped out the cylinder and shook the 5.22 rounds from the chambers into Boyd's face.
"We're done, Cletus. Back away," I said. I started toward the pickup. I thought we were done.
Then I heard Caspian get to his feet and stumble against the pumps, grabbing the trash barrel for support, gasoline and blood running down his face. His broken lips twisted into a grin. He started to speak, then had to spit and begin again.
"Neither one of you has any idea what this is about, do you?" he said. "Know why that is? You're the little people, but you're too stupid to realize it. Ask Felicity what kind of guy my father is. She ought to know. He fucked her. Now they're both gonna fuck you, just like they both fucked me."
He started laughing, sliding down the side of the pump like a scarecrow collapsing on its own sticks.
The sun hadn't risen above the mountain when Gretchen woke the next morning.
Cleet had just lit the wood stove, and she could see the fire through the slits in the stove's grate, the condensation on the iron shrinking and disappearing into wisps of steam. She pulled aside the curtain on the kitchen window and looked at the fog on the pasture and the snow flurries blowing out of the darkness, as white and fluttering as moths trapped inside a closet.
"Albert left a message on the door. An FBI agent wants you to call him," Cleet said. "Dave took the photo of the missing waitress to them."
"I'm not sure it was Surrett who put it on my truck seat. I'm not sure the photo is of the waitress either."
"What are you trying to do, Gretchen? Get yourself killed or sent to prison? You want to go down for obstruction? Stop fooling yourself."
"I want to cap Surrett."
"Are you going to talk to the FBI agent?"
"Would you?"
she replied. She raised her eyebrows in the silence, her hair hanging in her eyes.
"That's what I thought. I'm going to have breakfast in town."
She drove down the dirt road to the 2-lane and ate at McDonald's in Lolo. Through the window, she could see the sunlight climbing up a huge, sloping hillside covered with Douglas fir, as though the sunrise were involved in a contest of wills with the forces that ruled the night.
She knew these were foolish thoughts, but she woke with them almost every day of her life. The man whose fingertips glowed with fire and who leaned down over her crib and touched her skin would always be with her. Gretchen knew that any number of psychiatrists would conclude she had conflated Asa Surrett with the man whose fingertips had burned her body from head to foot, or with the man named Bixco Lightly who had sodomized her on her 6th birthday. "What if I did?" she heard herself ask the imaginary psychiatrist she often held conversations with. Her cell phone vibrated on the tabletop. The words "blocked call" appeared on the screen. She opened the phone and placed it to her ear. "This is Gretchen," she said.
"Good morning, Munchkin."
"I'm not keen on assigning other people nicknames."
"I won't do that anymore. Promise."
"Can I call you Asa?"
"Who?"
"If we're going to work together, we have to be honest about who we are."
"Did you give the photo to the FBI?"
"Don't get caught in a lie," a voice said. "I didn't," she replied.
"But someone did."
"I can't control what other people do."
"That's a good answer, Gretchen. The more contact I have with you, the more I feel we belong together."
She waited for him to continue, but he didn't. "A biopic is a challenge, Asa. The storyline has to be authentic. These are things you and I have to work out as a team."
"Why do you keep calling me Asa?"
"Because you're a famous man. Anonymity is the pretense of the weak."
"Oh, I like that."
"We have to meet. It's imperative."
"Go to her house."
"Whose?"
"You know whose. Up by Lookout Pass. There's a flower pot on the back porch. You'll find something interesting under the pot. I put it there at daybreak, just for you."
"You shouldn't jerk me around."
"I'm smarter than that. You're different. You're strong in the same way I am."
"Thank you,"
she said. "What is your opinion of the cowboy?"
"Which cowboy?"
"The one who might be a player in our film."
"Are you talking about Wyatt Dixon?"
"Is that his name? Have a nice drive up to Lookout Pass." She wadded up a napkin and pressed it to her mouth, her stomach roiling.
"I want to ask a favor of you," she said.
Anything?
Don't hurt the waitress.
You're a tease, he said. The connection went dead. Gretchen drove up the long grade that led to Lookout Pass and the high mountains that often disappeared into the clouds on the Idaho border. During the night, a storm had come down from Canada and left the sky dark at sunrise and the tops of the trees stiff with snow that had frozen on the branches. She turned off the highway, snow flurries spinning off the hillsides into her windshield, and followed a dirt road to the small frame house where Rhonda Fahey had lived. She knew Surette could be anywhere, watching her with binoculars or framing her inside the crosshairs of a telescopic sight. The storm clouds rolling across the mountaintops were bluish-black and forked with electricity, and she heard thunder boom in a distant canyon. On a back step was a large ceramic pot with half a dirt ring next to the drain dish. Gretchen set the pot and the dish on the grass and picked up a conventional envelope with a sheet of folded paper inside. On it was a map drawn with a felt-tip pen that showed the house, the dirt road, a mountain 2 miles away, and a place designated as Old Mine. The note at the bottom read, "I'm not jerking you around. You mustn't say that about me again. Go see the mine. You'll like what you find. Our cast is growing, even though our cast members don't know it yet." She forced herself not to look up and got back in the pickup and drove up the road toward a mountain furrowed with slag and carpeted with miles of trees that had been denuded by a forest fire. She turned off her engine in front of the mine and got out of the truck and stuck her Airweight .38 in her back pocket. Down below, she could see Rhonda Fahey's house and the tiny lot on which it had been built and the dirt road winding away into the distance. She could see the vast emptiness in which one young, thin-boned, poor woman had lived and struggled and eked out an existence until the day she met Asa Surette. Gretchen walked up to the mine's entrance and shone the light inside. It didn't go deep into the mountain. On a flat rock at the back of the mine was a bubble-wrapped thumb drive. The note on it read, "She was here the first night. No one thought to look. It's like the other places where I've hunted on the game reserve." What do you think of the images? I think a before and after presentation of our subjects will give the film more shock value. I can't wait to work with you, Gretchen. When Gretchen got back to the cabin on Albert's ranch, she inserted the thumb drive into her laptop. The scene taking place on the screen was no longer than a minute. The lens had been pointed through a leafy, sun-dappled bower on the bank of a creek. A man and woman were broiling frankfurters on a grill, backs to the lens. A girl was turning somersaults in the background. Another girl was watching her. They were both blonde. The lens never focused on their faces. Just before the clip ended, a hand placed a note in front of the lens. The note read, "If they only knew."
"You better come in here and look at this, Cleet," Gretchen said.
She replayed the video while he looked over her shoulder.
"Where'd you get this?" he said.
"From Asa Surette. Do you recognize anybody on the screen?"
"No. Who are they?"
"His next victims. I called the FBI and the Sheriff's Department in Mineral County. I suspect the feds will be out here soon. Give them the thumb drive and tell them to go fuck themselves."
"Where are you going?"
"To find Wyatt Dixon," she replied.
"What for?"
"I think Surette is after him."
"Why is Surette interested in Dixon?"
"I don't know," she said. "Nobody in his right mind would want Wyatt Dixon as an enemy."
"Last night I bruised up Caspian Younger and Jack Boyd a little bit. I think Younger was setting me up."
"This was over his wife?"
Cleet ignored the question.
"There's something else I should mention."
"What?"
she asked.
"Felicity and I might get married. One thing bothers me, though. Her husband says she got it on with the old man."
"What did she say?"
"What she always says. Her husband is a liar. I believe her. I think."
"You're an absolute mess,"
she said. She stood up on her toes and kissed him on the forehead.
"Don't let the feds throw you a slider. They'd like to jam both of us."
The rodeo and county fairgrounds were midway down in the Bitterroot Valley. The sun was still high in the western sky when Wyatt returned from a concession trailer and sat down at a table under a cottonwood beside Bertha Phelps, a paper plate loaded with chili dogs in each hand. Wyatt popped open 2 cans of Pepsi and set them on the table. "You know what rodeo people call Christmas time?" he asked.
No, I don't, but I know you'll tell me,
she replied. "Christmas time is the 2 weeks before and after the 4th of July, he said. "That's when all the prize money gets won."
You're not going to put on grease paint, are you?
"I might."
The years take their toll on all of us, Wyatt. You should think about that.
She put her hand on his. "What?" he said.
Nothing, she replied. You're just a special kind of man, that's all.
The breeze came up, and the leaves in the cottonwood trees seemed to take on a life of their own and flicker faster than the eye could record their movement. He stared at the sun until his eyes watered, and he saw a woman separate herself from its radiance and walk toward him in silhouette, her chestnut hair blowing on her cheeks, her legs longer than was natural, her posture like that of a man.
Is something wrong?
Bertha asked. "I get these lapses in my head. Time goes by, and I don't have no memory of where it went or what I done. You see yonder?"
See what?
"The woman walking out of the sun. She's coming straight to our table. I already know what she's going to say and why she's here."
I can't follow what you're saying. Let's eat our food.
People don't want to believe he's here. That Louisiana detective, Robichaux, he knows it too. So does the woman. He did your brother in. Stop pretending, Bertha." Gretchen Horowitz stepped out of the sun's brilliance so Bertha Phelps and Wyatt could see her clearly.
"Hello, cowboy," she said. "I won't take but a minute."
"I know why you're here," he replied. "This here is Miss Bertha. I ain't sure I want to get involved."
Asa Surratt says someone wants to see you hurt. I think he means to do it himself, she said. You know who Surratt is, don't you?
It don't matter what he calls himself. His real name is in the book of Revelation.
No, it isn't. He's a serial killer from Kansas. He's not a mythological figure. He's a sack of garbage. He killed Angel Deerheart and he may try to kill you.
Don't you be telling him these things, Bertha said.
Who are you to come here and do this? You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's all right, Wyatt said. Miss Gretchen is just doing what she thinks is right. He was using the name Getta Noonan when he grabbed the waitress.
How do you know this?
Gretchen asked. I did some investigating on my own.
I've had all this that I can listen to, Bertha said, getting up from the table. You get out of here and leave us alone. I'm sorry for upsetting you, Gretchen said.
Love Younger come out to my place and fished off my bank, Wyatt said. He asked about my folks. He asked if I was part Indian. What the hell would he care about my folks?
Watch your back, Wyatt. Goodbye, Miss Phelps,
Gretchen said. Wyatt watched Gretchen walk through a field of parked cars, her red shirt and chestnut hair seeming to blur and merge with the molten intensity of the sun. I think some things are starting to catch up with me, Bertha. In my dreams, there's something I ain't supposed to see. I got a feeling what it is.
Don't talk about it. Let go of the past.
I picked the wrong goddamn parents, he said. Either that, or they picked the wrong kid to use a horse quirt on. The room Reverend Getta Noonan had rented was located on the second floor of an old frame house at the far end of the hollow below a slit in the mountains through which he could see the evening star from his window. Getta, as his host family called him, had a backstairs entrance and his own bathroom with an old-fashioned claw-footed bathtub. The upstairs echoed with the sounds of the teenage girls running through the hallways, slamming doors, giggling about the boys who called them on the phone, not unlike the way his sisters had carried on during adolescence. Gedda thought of all these things with great fondness until he began to remember other things that had occurred in the foster home west of Omaha, a house in which one room always stayed locked and no one ever asked what was beyond the door. It was not a time to reflect upon these matters. The world moved on, and so did he. The greatest gift he possessed, and that others did not, was recognition. He saw a universe that was not expanding, but contracting, a vortex at the center, sucking all of creation into its maw. Did he cause pain in the world? So what? Moses executed hundreds, if not thousands, during the Great War. The kings of Europe dined on pheasant while sending hundreds of thousands to their deaths. No one dwelled upon the damage a boot print did to an anthill. The strong not only prevailed over the weak, they deliberately freed themselves from the restraints of morality. In so doing, they became weightless, able to float loose from their earthly mooring. It wasn't a complex idea. He shut his eyes and slipped deeper into the water, luxuriating in its warmth, his hands clasped on the tub's rim, his phallus floating to the top of the water. Half of the upstairs had been ceded to him by the family, along with keys to the back entrance and the bathroom. He kept the bathroom door locked whenever he was not using it, in part so no one else would see the photos he had taped to the walls, in part to conceal the odor he left twice a day clinging to the sides of the tub, the bar of soap he used, the brush he scrubbed his skin with, the towel he wiped under his armpits. The problem was a parasite, he was sure, one he had ingested by eating off a dirty plate in prison. It had laid its eggs in his viscera and cycled its way through his system and hidden in his glands, filling his clothes with an odor that made people move away from him in elevators and on public transportation. All the photos on the walls had been shot with a zoom lens after he decided to reopen his career in western Montana. Of the 20 photos, 8 of them contained a diminutive yet buxom middle-aged woman who affected the dress and indifferent air of a 1960s flower child. He patted the photo affectionately, his cheeks dimpled with a suppressed smile. Our time is almost at hand, he thought. It will be a grand event, announced by trumpets and dwarfs beating drums, and a costumed Chiron waiting to dance around the dead and soldiers thumping the shafts of their spears on stone. He began to experience a sense of arousal so intense that he had to close his eyes and open his mouth as though he were on an airplane that had lost altitude in the midst of an electric storm. Through the door, he heard the 2 girls hurrying down the wood stairs and out the front of the house, their father telling them to be home early. Geta went back to his bedroom and bolted the door behind him, then took 4 clear plastic wardrobe bags from his footlocker and laid them on the bed. Yes, be home early, my little ones, he thought. And you, Mommy and Daddy, enjoy your menial, insignificant lives while you can. Your embryonic sacs await you. I slept until 7 a.m. Friday and woke with no memories of my dreams or even of having gotten up during the night. Regardless, I came to a realization that had eluded me prior to that morning. Namely, that Asa Surrett, a man I had never seen, had threaded his way into all our lives and divided us among ourselves. I had alienated both Alifair and Gretchen by going to the FBI and placing Gretchen in their bomb sites. After I brushed my teeth and shaved, I went downstairs and fixed 2 cups of coffee and hot milk, then took them to Alifair's bedroom. "What's up, Doc?" she said. I pulled a chair up to her bed and handed her one of the coffee cups. "The only lasting lesson I've learned in life is that nothing counts except family and friends," I said. She sat up, her back against a pillow, her long black hair touching her shoulders. "I never doubted what was in your heart," she said. "We've all done the best we could in dealing with Surratt," I said. "He wins if we become angry and distrustful with one another. I started all this when I interviewed him." "That's good of you to say, but I don't think that's where it started. Surratt didn't follow us from Louisiana to Albert's place. He was already here." "But why?" "Maybe it has to do with the youngest. Maybe not." "Albert?" she said. "Surratt fancies himself an intellectual and a writer. Albert is both, and notorious for his radical political views. Maybe that has something to do with it." Alifair drank the rest of her coffee and put on a robe. "Gretchen and I did some background checking on Angel Deerhart's family," she said. "Her parents were killed in an automobile accident. The 3 children were sent to an orphan's home in Minnesota. Angel's brother and sister died during an outbreak of meningitis. That's when Angel was adopted by Caspian Younger and Felicity Louvière. You with me so far?" "Go ahead," I said. "The family owned 100 acres between the res and the boundary of Glacier National Park. The Deerhart land isn't far from where several exploratory wells have been drilled." "What happened to the land?" "It was put in a trust for the children. It doesn't have much agricultural value, but the family held on to the mineral rights." "Who owns it now?" "Angel Deerhart would have inherited the land on her 18th birthday." I looked at her blankly. "So it goes to whom?" "Take a wild guess." "Caspian Younger and his wife?" "No, just Caspian. Isn't that lovely?" "How'd you find out all this?" I asked. "Gretchen hired 2 reference librarians." "You think Caspian knows Surratt?" "We couldn't find any evidence to that effect. After Surratt got out of the Navy, he did security for some casinos. Atlantic City and Reno and Vegas were second homes for Caspian as well as his father. Gretchen told you the father kept fuck pads in several places, didn't she?" "How about it on the language? You can't imagine how bad that word sounds when it comes out of your mouth." "Not someone else's?" Don't take the bait, I thought. I also knew with a great sense of relief that our relationship was back to normal. "I'm going to fix breakfast for you and Molly. You coming?" I said. "You'll never change," she said. "That's why I love you, Pops." Gretchen woke at sunrise and looked out her window. Normally at this time of day, the horses were grazing by the wheel line where the grass was taller. Instead, they were in a grove of aspens up by the road, their heads and necks extended over the rail fence, eating carrots a woman was feeding them from a sack. Gretchen put on jeans and a jacket and her half-topped suede boots and walked into the trees. "Cleet's still asleep if that's who you're looking for," she said. "I was just taking a drive. I stopped at the grocery in Lolo and bought these for the horses," Felicity Louvière said. "You want me to wake Cleet?" Gretchen said. "No. He said you were in contact with Asa Surratt. Is that true?" "I've been in contact with a guy who might be him, but I can't swear to it." "He has the waitress with him." "I don't know." "Did he say anything about Angel?" "No. Did something happen that you want to talk about?" "I shouldn't have bothered you." "I'm going to the health club in a few minutes," Gretchen said. "Why don't you come with me?" "That's very nice of you, but I've probably already bothered you enough." "Miss Louvière, I don't have great experience in these things, but I think you're blaming yourself for something that happened recently, or something you just found out about. Is it related to your daughter's death?" The hollowness in Felicity's eyes was such that Gretchen could hardly look at them. "I know Clea would like to see you," Gretchen said. "Stay a while. We can have breakfast together." "Maybe another time. Thank you, Miss Horowitz. I think you're a nice woman." Felicity got into her Audi and drove away. Gretchen went back into the cabin, packed her workout bag, and went to the health club, thinking that her strange encounter with Felicity Louvière was over. 3 hours later, when Gretchen emerged from the dressing room at the health club, her skin ruddy, her hair damp from her shower, She was convinced that Felicity Louvière carried a form of perdition with her wherever she went. Felicity was standing by the registration desk, her bag on her shoulder, oblivious to the club members who had to step around her to swipe their membership cards. Gretchen put a hand on her shoulder.
"Let's have a bagel and some cream cheese,"
she said.
"I'd like that,"
Felicity said.
"Is Cleet with you?" "He's at the ranch. It's just you and me. I'll put in our order. Sit down over there on the sofa and we'll talk."
After Gretchen had ordered, she checked her phone for messages, then sat down next to Felicity in a quiet area by the fireplace.
"I have to confide in somebody,"
Felicity said.
"My husband left his financial statements from Vanguard on his desk. In 4 months, he's made withdrawals of $85,000 from his money market account. Beside each of them were the initials A.S. Asa Surratt. That's what I asked him. He went into a rage. "Surratt is blackmailing him?"
Gretchen said.
"I think he paid Surratt to murder our daughter. I think I shut my eyes to what he did. I think I'm responsible for my daughter's death." "You mustn't say that," Gretchen said. "There's something else. I think I've seen him. Twice, maybe 3 times. "Seen who?" "Him. The man who killed Angel. He had a camera with a zoom lens. I looked at the photographs of him that are posted on the internet. He's lost weight since he went to prison in Kansas, but I'm almost sure it was him." "Did you tell your husband?" "Yes. It terrified him." "I'm not sure what you're saying. He fears for your safety?" "He fears Surratt will take both of us."
One of the club's employees held up the heated bagels on a plate so Gretchen could see them, then set the plate on the counter.
"I'll be right back,"
Gretchen said. She charged the bagels to her account, then picked up the plate and returned to the sofa. Felicity had disappeared. Gretchen's hobo bag lay on the coffee table, the drawstring pulled loose. She rummaged through it. Her cell phone was gone. Through the glass doors, she watched Felicity's Audi drive away. From the moment Felicity Louvière stole Gretchen Horowitz's cell phone, she knew that her life had changed and that she would never be the same again. As she drove away from the health club, there was a well of fear in her breast that seemed to have no bottom. She drove through town, barely aware of the traffic around her, going through a yellow light without seeing it, ending up in a park on the north side of Missoula, not sure how she got there. She turned off her engine down by the creek, in the shade of trees, and didn't pick up calls. Gray spots like motes of dust were swimming before her eyes. She opened the windows to let fresh air in the car and was surprised at how cold the weather had turned, even though the equinox was at hand. She got out and saw snow flurries spinning in the sunlight, sparkling in the branches of the trees that lined the stream. Gretchen's cell phone vibrated on the dashboard. She reached back in the car and looked at the screen. The call was blocked. "Hello," she said. "Who's this?" a man's voice said. "If you called for Gretchen Horowitz, she's not available. So I'll talk to you." "What's your name?" "Felicity Louvière." "Caspian Younger's wife?" "Yes." "This is a surprise." "You're Asa Surratt." "Surratt is dead. Burned up in a big puff of smoke. That's what the state police in Kansas say." "You were photographing me." "I'm casting a movie. You might be in it." "Where's Gretchen?" "I don't know where she went." The weather has taken quite a turn. The snow is falling on the creek while the sun is shining. It looks like cotton floating on the water, doesn't it? Maybe the devil is beating his wife. She turned in a circle, her heart pounding. She saw no one. On the far side of the creek, an SUV was parked by a picnic shelter. No one seemed to be inside it. "Is the girl alive?" she said. "Who?" "The waitress." "Could be. I can check. Want me to do that and call you back?
I want to take her place.
You're a bag of tricks, aren't you?
Are you afraid of me?
Of you? How silly.
You murdered my daughter. Are you afraid to look me in the face and admit that? Are you the frightened little man the authorities say you are?
The authorities? What are the authorities? Stupid and uneducated people who would be on welfare if they didn't have uniforms. Maybe you should watch what you say.
Is the girl hurt badly? What have you done to her?
Maybe I'm a kinder man than you think. Maybe I have a side that others don't know about. You think you're going to set me up?
I don't want to live,
she said. Say that again.
You'll be doing me a favor if you take my life. But you're not up to it. You're what they say you are.
What do they say?
You were in a foster home? There was a room where someone was kept locked up, or where the children were forced to go when they were bad. What happened in that room? Were you sodomized? Did you have to kneel all night on grains of rice? Maybe I can understand what happened to you as a child.
Somebody put that on the internet. It's a lie. Those things never happen, he said.
I think my husband paid you to kill my daughter. That means I was next.
Your husband does what I tell him. Don't provoke me. His voice sharpened. Believe me, you do not want to provoke me, you little bitch.
I saw the pictures of the people you suffocated.
You want that for yourself? I can arrange it. I would love to do that for you.
I think you're all talk. I think you're scum. Call me back when you can speak in an intelligent manner.
He was starting to shout when she closed the phone. A moment later, she saw someone enter the SUV through the passenger side and drive away, scouring divots of grass out of the lawn, the exhaust trailing off like pieces of dirty string. An hour later, at the Younger compound on the promontory above the Clark Fork, the cell phone Felicity had taken from Gretchen's purse vibrated on top of her dresser. She picked it up and placed it to her ear. "Did you mean what you said?" the voice asked.
"Yes,"
she replied. "Wait on my instructions. Tell no one about our conversation. If you do, I'll put Rhonda's tit in a ringer and let you listen. You'll never get those sounds out of your head. You still there?"
"Yes,"
she said. "We'll see if you're up to this. Have a nice day." At 6 that evening, Cleet came up to Albert's house and knocked on the front door with the flat of his fist. Albert got up from the dining table and opened the door. "Felicity doesn't pick up her phone," Cleet said to me, ignoring Albert. "I think Surratt has her." "You want to take a ride?" Cleet said, his eyes on me. "Where?" I said. "To Love Younger's," Cleet said. "I'll be right back," I said. I walked out into the yard with Cleet. "I know you're worried, but think about what you just said," I told him. "Felicity Louvière is an intelligent woman. She's not going to deliberately put herself in the hands of a depraved man." "You don't know her," he said. "Maybe she wants to suffer." "Then let her live with her own choices." "You want to nail Surratt or not?" "He tried to kill Alifair, Cleet. What do you think?" "You're not hearing me. My point is we're smarter than this guy. Money is involved, but it's not the issue. It's personal, and it's coming out of the Younger family. It also involves Wyatt Dixon. And I've got another suspicion." "Say it." "I wonder if Albert has something to do with it. He has a way of bringing people out of the woodwork." "I've thought the same thing." We looked at each other. I walked up on the porch and opened the door slightly. "Albert, could you step out here, please?" I said. He came outside and closed the door behind him. "Is there any reason Asa Surratt would want to do you harm?" I said. "Maybe he doesn't like my books." "Think," I said, "did you ever have contact with this guy?" "I don't think he'd be someone I'd forget. I spent 4 weeks in Wichita and loved the people there." You in Wichita? I said. I was writer-in-residence in their MFA program. What year? I said. The winter term of 1979. Surratt was a student at Wichita State University then. Not in my class, he wasn't. Surratt said this professor wouldn't read his short story to the class, I said. Do you remember anything like that? Albert's gaze roved around the yard as though he saw realities in the shadows that no one else did. He was breathing hard through his nose, his mouth pinched. I don't recall the exact content of the story, but I thought it was an assault on the sensibilities rather than an attempt at fiction. Surratt also said he wrote a note on the evaluation, something to the effect that he understood your objection to a story about boys chewing on each other's weenies. I saw the color drain from Albert's face. I'll be, he said. It was Surratt, I said. How does the expression go? There's no fool like an old fool, he said. On Saturday, Wyatt Dixon emerged from his Airstream trailer at the fairgrounds and flexed his shoulders in appreciation of the summer evening and the salmon-colored sky and the neon ambiance of the amusement rides and game booths and concession stands that had defined his youth and were, in his opinion, as much a stained glass work of art as any fashioned from stone by medieval guildsmen. What finer place was there? If only Bertha would close her mouth for a little while. He bought her a tater pig, whether she wanted it or not, and a great big fluffy cone of cotton candy for himself. Through an aisle lined with game booths, he saw a familiar figure walking toward him, followed by 3 men wearing suits and shades. Wyatt was not up for another session with a billionaire oil man who just wouldn't let it alone, whatever it was. I just want a couple of minutes, Love Younger said. Not a good idea, Wyatt said. Excuse me, I have to rest a minute, Younger said, easing himself down at one of the plank tables. Tell me what you're after and be done with it. You're part Shawnee Indian, boy. It's in your profile. Your people were trash, but you're a warrior. Look at my hands. Look at yours. Those are hands that could break down a brick wall. How do you think you ended up the man you are? You think your genes came from your worthless father or your horror of a mother? Was it the nigger in the woodpile? You get the fuck away from me, old man, Wyatt said. He threw his cotton candy and Bertha's tater pig in a garbage barrel and walked behind the bucking chutes, a sound like fireworks popping in his head. Asa Surratt called again at noon on Saturday and told her where to park her car. I'll be watching you, he said. If everything meets my approval, you'll be given a sign. I need to see the girl, Felicity said. You will. She'll be glad to see you. She hasn't seen a human face in some time. Tell me where to go, I'll hang up. You know where the Alberton Gorge is? He said. Get off at the Sear exit. Cross the river and go 4 miles north on the dirt road, then wait. After he broke the connection, she called Cleet Purcell and got his voicemail. Cleet, I'm not sure if I'll ever see you again, she said. You're a lovely man. I wish we'd met years ago in New Orleans. It's not really such a bad place. We could have had great fun there. Her footsteps were as loud as a pendulum knocking inside a wood clock as she walked down the stairs and into Love's den. She opened one of the toolboxes on his work table and lifted out a leather punch that he used sometimes when he made a holster for one of his antique revolvers. It was sharp at the tip and mounted on a T-shaped wood handle. She lifted her dress and taped it inside her thigh, then walked outside and got in her Audi and drove away. At 1:48 p.m., Cleet came up to the main house. I was sitting on the deck by myself, Albert's potted petunias in full bloom all around me. It was a fine day, the kind that at a certain age you do not let go of easily. When I looked at Cleet's face, I knew that whatever plans I'd had for the afternoon were about to change. He played Felicity's message.
"She knows where Surrett is," he said. "She's going to meet him."
Maybe she plans to kill Surrett.
That's not like her. Surrett has outsmarted us, Dave. He'll kill Felicity and the waitress, too.
I'd been drinking a glass of iced tea with a twist of lemon. I wished I had not come to Montana. I think we should contact the sheriff or the feds.
Talking to those guys is like drinking out of a spittoon.
I set down my iced tea and looked at it.
"He's going to kill her, isn't he?"
Cleet said. When the odometer indicated she had traveled exactly 4 miles from the bridge, she pulled to a wide spot in the road, next to a hill that sloped up into lodgepole and ponderosa pine and black snags left over from an old burn. She cut the engine and stepped out into the wind, her ears popping slightly with the gain in elevation. He surprised her. No more than 3 minutes passed before she saw a figure inside the trees up on a hillside, just below a switchback logging road left over from the days of clear-cutting. The figure turned and walked back in the shadows, then reemerged with a woman wearing shorts and a T-shirt. A drawstring bag had been pulled over her head, and her wrists were fastened behind her. Felicity began walking up the hill, her eyes lowered, stepping carefully over the holes burrowed between the rocks by pocket gophers and badgers. The sun had disappeared from the sky entirely, and she felt as though a cold wind were blowing through her soul. "Give me strength, give me strength, give me strength," a voice chanted in her head. He held his captive by the arm with his right hand and began cupping the fingers of his left, indicating that Felicity should keep walking toward him. "I've done what you asked," she said. "Release the young woman and I'll go with you." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He walked the woman 30 feet away, upwind from where he had been standing. He eased her into a sitting position on top of a fallen tree trunk and returned. "Well, let's leave Rhonda to find her way out of here and toggle on down the road." "I have to use the bathroom." "You are a strange duck, aren't you? Do you mind turning around?" "You're cute," he said. She kept her eyes on his, her expression flat. "Go ahead. I'll just step up here a little ways," he said. She squatted in the leaves and pine needles, her back to him, her dress spread. She reached between her legs and pulled Love Younger's leather punch from the tape on her thigh. "Finished?" he said. "Yes," she replied, standing erect. She let him take her left hand in his. "Is this place we're going very far?" she asked. "What do you care? I've got you, you little whore." "Asa?" "What do you want?" he replied. "Here's something for you," she said. The T-shaped handle of the leather punch was snug tightly against her palm when she drove it into his face, the point sinking cleanly through his cheek, her knuckles touching his skin. When she pulled the shaft free, his eyes were popping and blood was spurting from his mouth. He knocked it aside and struck her with his fist. She blacked out as he dragged her up the slope toward his vehicle, hardly aware of the grinding sounds that issued from his throat or the fingers that sank like talons into her skin. Gretchen Horowitz had followed Felicity's Audi from Missoula and lost sight of it after taking the exit by the Alberton Gorge. She made a wrong choice at a fork and ended up in a blind canyon, then had to retrace her route, and only through dumb luck did she see the Audi 100 yards away, parked in a bare spot by the side of the road. Wherever she traveled, she kept several weapons in a long steel box welded to the floor behind her seat, one of which was a scoped K-98 German Mauser. She left the truck in a grove of pine trees, the rifle slung on her shoulder, and crossed the dirt road and worked her way uphill, until she caught sight of Felicity Louvière standing below a switchback. Felicity was looking up at a figure who stood in the shadows. Gretchen unslung the rifle and dropped to one knee behind a boulder, gazing through the telescopic lens at the bizarre scene on the hillside. A bound woman with a cloth bag over her head was sitting on a log, wearing only a t-shirt and shorts, her knees skinned. Gretchen moved the lens from the bound woman to Felicity. She had no doubt that the third person was Asa Surratt. Then he stepped forward, extending his hand. His unshaved cheeks and the prune-like furrows in his throat and his box-like head came into focus inside the lens. She took a breath, releasing it slowly, her finger tightening inside the trigger guard. In under a half-second, the 8mm round would strike home with almost no trajectory, coring through the brow, flattening inside the brain, cutting his motors, extinguishing all light from his eyes before he ever heard the report echoing through the hills. It didn't happen. Felicity decided to take matters into her own hands and attack Surratt with a tool of some kind as she made a mess of it. Gretchen took her finger from the trigger guard, her right eye focused through the scope, and watched the situation come apart. "Take the shot," she heard a voice say. "I'll hit Felicity," she answered. She saw Surratt hit Felicity, and she tightened the stock against her shoulder again, sure that this time she had a clean shot. She didn't. Surratt grabbed Felicity as he would a slab of beef and wrestled her to his vehicle, blood leaking from his mouth. He opened the driver's door and began stuffing her inside, at the same time driving his right fist into her ribs and the side of her head. "He's going to kill her," the voice said. "I don't have the right to risk someone else's life." "Take the shot now, bitch, or stop pretending you're a player." Surratt slammed the door and turned and looked back down the slope. The sun had just broken from behind a cloud, and he had probably seen the glint on her scope. He appeared puzzled rather than alarmed, as though no one had the right to intrude upon what was clearly his province. "Eat this," Gretchen thought. Just as she squeezed the trigger, she saw Felicity Louvière raise her bloodied head directly behind Asa Surratt. The round ticked the top of the steering wheel an inch from Surratt's hand and pocked a hole the size of a nickel through the windshield, powdering the dashboard with splinters of glass. He floored the accelerator, the tire spinning on the slick logging road, and bounced over the apex of the switchback and down the far side. "You told Gretchen Horowitz we were out here?" he said. "What does it matter?" Felicity replied. "She'll hunt you down for the rodent you are. She'll make you beg." He hit the brake and skidded to a stop. He lifted himself up on one knee in the seat and began beating her in the face with both fists, as though his rage could never be sated. Gretchen worked her way up the slope through the tree trunks carrying the Mauser at port arms. The bound woman had tripped over a log and fallen to the ground. "Hey, it's okay. You're safe," Gretchen said, kneeling beside her, propping the rifle on the log. "Surratt is gone. I'm here to help you." Gretchen loosened the drawstring and slipped the bag from her face. The woman stared into Gretchen's eyes with the expression of an infant just emerging from its mother's womb. "What's your name?" Gretchen asked. "Rhonda. My name is Rhonda Fahey. I live up by Lookout Pass. I work in the cafe. I went home from work. I don't know what happened to me." She opened her pocket knife and cut the tape on Rhonda Fahey's wrists. "Who kidnapped me?" Rhonda asked. "You don't know?" "I never saw anyone. I felt the needles someone put in me. Somebody fed me, too. A man did. The same one who put his—" She couldn't finish. "It's all right," Gretchen said. "I'm going to take you to the hospital in Missoula. I don't want to go there." Gretchen sat down next to her. "Why don't you want to go to the hospital?" "He did things to me." Gretchen put her arm around Rhonda and kissed her on the cheek. She pressed Rhonda Fahey's head against her breast and kissed her hair. "We've got to go now," she said. Gretchen did not return to Albert's ranch until almost dark. The news media cooperated with the sheriff's department and released a minimum amount of information about the rescue of Rhonda Fahey to avoid telling Surrett that he'd been identified as her kidnapper. However, the redacted story was troubling on another level. There was no mention that Felicity Louviere had been abducted. I still had Love Younger's unlisted number. I called it at 10:17 p.m. I thought he might screen the call, but he didn't. "Why have you called my home?" he said. "I suspect by now you know that Surrett has abducted your daughter-in-law," I said. "Why is that your business?" "Where's your son?" "I have no idea," he said. His voice had dropped in register. "He's drinking or using drugs. Do you know what it's like for a father to accept the fact he has ruined his son, Mr. Robichaud? Do you have any idea what that is like?" Why would Surrett kidnap Felicity Louviere? Why would she be of interest to him? Is he working with Caspian? The line went dead. Cleet had made several calls to people he knew in Vegas and Reno and Atlantic City and had found out little he didn't already know about Caspian Younger. He tapped into another resource, a notorious New Orleans attorney by the name of Philo Weinberger, also known as Whiplash Weinberger. No one could say Whiplash was low bottom, because Whiplash had no bottom. Cleet came up to the main house early Sunday morning. He was carrying a yellow legal pad, the top 2 pages filled with ink. "Here's what I got," he said. "After Caspian's father killed his credit lines at all the big casinos, he ran up a 6-figure tab with a couple of Shylocks in Miami that couldn't make the vig. So he borrowed more from some guys in Brooklyn, not telling them he was on the hook with these other guys in Miami. This time he invested the money in a big coke transfer. Ever hear of La Familia Michoacana?" "In Mexico?" I said. "Yeah, they're meth addicts and religious crazoids," Cleet said. "His father bailed him out and got him in GA again, but it didn't do any good." "Did Weinberger know anything about Surrett?" "He didn't know the name, but he said Caspian had the reputation for being an easy mark and for hanging around weird people. I think the tail has been wagging the dog on this one." I waited for Cleet to continue. "I can't take this, Dave," he said. "I think about Felicity in the hands of that guy and I start to go crazy." "We'll get her back." "Where do you think he took her?" he asked. "A place with a basement." He lowered his head and shut his eyes. "I'm going to find Caspian Younger. If he doesn't tell me where Surrett is, I'm going to do some things I've never done. There won't be anything left of him." "She made a choice, Cleet. Maybe we have to honor it." "That's sick," he replied. "It's my belief that the great heroes in our midst are the ones we never notice. I believed Felicity Louviere was one of them." "Let's pull out all the stops," I said. "If we have to paint the trees, fuck it. At our age, what's to lose?" That afternoon, Wyatt Dixon drove his pickup to the Younger compound and parked in front. The grounds were empty, and he could see no movement inside the house. His 1892 Winchester rested in the gun rack behind his head. He walked around the side of the house and through a border of wood-tubbed bougainvillea and citrus and bottlebrush and Hong Kong orchid trees. He saw Love Younger sitting in a canvas chair by a picnic table, the sunlight dappling his face. A decanter of whiskey and a silver bowl full of crushed ice had been placed in the middle of the table, along with a tray of picked shrimp. Jack Boyd was sitting across from him, his long legs out in front of him, his ankles crossed. "At the fairgrounds, you said something about my folks that I didn't quite catch. Can you refresh me?" "I owe you an apology," Younger said. "I thought you were someone else." "What did you say your mother's name was?" "I didn't."
Would you mind telling me now? It was Irma Jean. Her maiden name was Holiday. Her people was from Georgia.
Younger picked a sprig of mint out of a bowl and put it in his glass, then refilled it with whiskey and fresh ice.
Is there anything else?
Younger asked.
Is there a reason your son has a hard-on for me, or is he just a nasty little termite by nature?
Would you clarify that?
Younger said.
He sent them men who attacked me and Miss Bertha. I don't know why, but he done it.
Younger put one sandaled foot up on the redwood bench.
Let's talk another time. It's such a fine day. Why cloud the sky when you don't have to?
The name Irma Jean don't mean nothing to you?
Afraid not.
Wyatt began walking back toward his truck, his day a little more intact. When he walked through the border of bougainvillea and ornamental trees, he heard either Boyd or Younger laugh behind him. When he turned and looked through the branches of the trees, Younger was leaning toward Boyd, like a man who had come down from the heights to share a private joke with one of his minions.
I even told Jack shit yonder I could read lips, he thought.
He read each of Younger's words like a bubble rising in the air, popping softly in the breeze.
I lived 3 months in a motel when we were drilling in East Texas, Younger said. Every third night I fucked this cleaning girl named Josie something. An ass on her as big as a bed pillow. About a year later, I got a card from her saying I'd fathered her child. I tore it up and figured any number of men could have knocked her up. But from time to time it would bother me. Finally, I had some private detectives look into it, and I thought Dixon might have been the product of my misplaced seed. But he's not, thank God. He's just run-of-the-mill rodeo trash, and probably psychotic to boot.
At noon on Sunday, Cleet told me he was going to the sheriff's home, then to Love Younger's compound. I didn't argue. Felicity was in the hands of a bestial man, and Cleet was powerless to do anything about it. I walked down the hill to meet him. "How'd it go?" I said.
Younger was half sloshed and cooking out, he replied. What were you doing up on the hill?
Trying to figure out how Surratt came and went with such ease on Albert's property.
If Felicity dies, I'm going to smoke Love Younger. I'm going to smoke his son, too.
What else did Younger say?
Nothing. He's an ice cube. Here's what's crazy. On the way up to his house, I thought I passed Wyatt Dixon.
Why would Dixon be at Younger's place?
Maybe he knows something we don't. I went to the sheriff's home and asked why Felicity's abduction wasn't on the news. He says he and the feds want to force Surratt to make contact with the media.
That's not a bad idea.
I think it sucks. You know why Love Younger is so relaxed? Surratt is getting rid of a big problem for him. Felicity knows Caspian was behind Angel Deerheart's homicide. Surratt is going to wipe the slate clean. I need a drink.
Before I could answer, I saw a compact car coming up the road. The female driver looked too large for the vehicle. She turned under the arch and came up the driveway, braking at the last moment, almost running over Cleet's foot. "How you doing, Miss Bertha?" I said. "Can I help you?" "You can. He can't," she replied, pointing to Cleet. "Is something going on with Wyatt?" I asked. "Yes, and I'm very frightened about it." "Did Wyatt go see Love Younger today?" "How did you know?" "Cleet was out there, too." Wyatt reads lips. Love Younger was telling an ugly story to an ex-county detective, a man who worked with my brother. It was about Wyatt's mother. Mr. Younger was bragging on seducing a cleaning girl in a motel years ago. Earlier, he had asked Wyatt for the name of his mother. Wyatt told her it was Irma Jean. Mr. Younger told the detective that wasn't the same woman he seduced. "I'm not sure what you're saying, Miss Bertha," I said. Mr. Younger said the cleaning girl's name was Josie. So that meant she wasn't Wyatt's mother, and Wyatt couldn't possibly be his son. What Mr. Younger didn't know was that Wyatt's mother was Josie Irma Jean Holliday. She used the name Josie at work, but to her family, she was always Irma Jean. "Love Younger is Wyatt's father?" I said incredulously. "Wyatt left the house with his Bowie knife," she said. "He has that old rifle in his truck, too. I have to find him."
"I'm not up to this," Cleet said. He got into his caddy and backed down the driveway and onto the dirt road and then continued to back up until he was at the vehicle gate on the north pasture, as though eating the road and the entire world's irrationality with the rear bumper of his car. A moment later, an electric blue SUV with smoked windows and dealer's tags passed by the arch over Albert's driveway, headed toward the end of the hollow, the sun's reflection wobbling like a pool of yellow fire on the rear window.
"If something happens to my man, you two are to blame," Bertha Phelps said. "I may have to take care of this situation myself. Then I'll be back."
Asa Surratt parked his newly purchased SUV in front of the house at the end of the hollow, then went inside, his overnight bag on his shoulder. The nostalgia he'd experienced at moving into a home reminiscent of rural Kansas had been replaced by a growing irritability that he couldn't compartmentalize. His landlady didn't help matters. She was Dutch or Swedish and had a loud voice and a North Dakota accent that hurt his ears. He entered the house by way of the back steps, hoping to avoid her. Before he could make it to his bedroom, he heard a toilet flush and her feet pounding up the stairs. "Oh, there you are," she said. She looked past him into the driveway. "It looks like someone got himself a new SUV. You bought it in Polson?" "What makes you think I got it there?" "The dealer's tag," she said. "I bought it from somebody who bought it in Polson. I'm going into my room now. By the way, we're going to be painting the upstairs. We'll need to move you into the cubby for a few days." "What's the cubby?" "It's in the basement. It's only temporary. There's a window and a toilet. You can come upstairs to bathe." "That's not convenient for me." She sniffed the air and made a face. "What's that smell?" she said. "I don't know. I don't smell anything." He could hear himself breathing, his irritability climbing like a tarantula up his spinal cord. Her mouth made him think of a plumber's helper, one smeared with lipstick. "Who's home?" he said. "Ralph's splitting wood. The girls went to the movies. Why do you want to know?" "I thought we'd have a meeting of the minds." "Do you have some baling wire?" "Ralph probably has some in the shed." He lifted up a .22 auto outfitted with a suppressor and popped a solitary round through the middle of her forehead, the hole no bigger than the circumference of an eraser on a wood pencil. She went straight down on the floor in a heap like a puppet whose strings had been released by the puppeteer. He studied her surprised expression and the pool of blood forming on the floor, then put away the semi-auto and picked up the brass and stepped out on the landing. "Hey, Ralph," he called down. "Can you bring some baling wire up here? The wife wants you to help hang something." The husband snicked his axe into the stump and gazed up at the landing, squinting against the sunlight. "Be there in a jiff, Gedda." After Bertha Phelps drove away, Cleet went down to the cabin and I went back up on the hill trying to retrace the route Asa Surratt used to get on and off Albert's property. Then I saw Cleet laboring up the grade toward me, his pork pie hat on, a bottle of Jack Daniels in his right hand, his shoulders as heavy-looking as a bag of rocks. "What do you think you're going to find up here?" he asked. "The last time Surratt was on the hill, he tried to lead Gretchen into a bear trap," I said. "I followed his trail over the crest to the far side. His tracks led to a rock outcropping, then disappeared. He had to go south to get to the highway." "What if he headed north?" "He'd end up in a blind canyon." "What's in the canyon?"
3 or 4 houses. People Albert knows, I replied.
Maybe we should start knocking on some doors, he said.
Gretchen once read an autobiographical work titled Something About a Soldier, written by a Miami novelist named Charles Willeford. In his account, Willeford talked about certain individuals for whom there were no lines. Some of them were fellow enlisted men, 20-year-olds, who looked him straight in the face and said, never blinking, "There are no lines." They were talking about sexual intercourse with Filipino children. The lesson Willeford took away from the experience was simple. There are always lines. Now she was troubled again by Charles Willeford's anecdotal admonition regarding lines. She had talked for 45 minutes at the hospital with Rhonda Fahey and had concluded that the simple and innocent girl would live with nightmares the rest of her life. Fortunately, she had been sedated so heavily by Surrett that she did not remember some of the things he probably did to her. During the captivity, the bag had stayed on Rhonda's head and she never saw her surroundings. Nevertheless, she remembered details that were unmistakable. The smell of damp stone or brick, a faint glow of sunlight through a window at dawn, a sound like the chuck of waves against a boathouse or a beach. She also thought she'd heard a plane, the motors gunning during takeoff, the sound muffled by wind blowing in trees that were thickly leafed and grew side by side. Rhonda was sure she heard people singing while she was being loaded into a vehicle. The words she heard just before the door slammed shut were, "Life is like a mountain railroad with an engineer that's brave." Later, Gretchen Googled the lyrics and discovered they were part of a hymn often sung in southern churches. Where was Rhonda Fahey held prisoner? In all probability, it was the same place Felicity Louviere was being held now. For Gretchen, the answer to the riddle probably lay with Caspian Younger, a man whose whole life had been one of entitlement, a man who may have been complicit in the murder of his adopted daughter. Gretchen parked her truck in front of the Younger compound and walked down the flagstones to the front door. The yard was empty, the heavy oak door ajar. Down a hallway, she could see Caspian Younger in swim trunks and a bathrobe, standing by French doors that gave onto a patio. In the background, a girl not over 19 climbed out of the pool, her bikini clinging to her body with little more density than wet Kleenex. Jack Boyd put his cigar in an ashtray on top of a glass table and handed her a towel. Caspian took a sip from his wine glass, his gaze roving over Gretchen's face and throat and breasts. "You again," he said. "You look like you're pretty busted up over your wife's abduction," she said. "I have no control over Felicity's fate." "How's it feel?" she asked. "How's what feel?" "To be controlled by a guy like Surrett, the man who suffocated your daughter." He brushed at one eye as though a lash had caught in the lid. "I know about your illegitimate birth, Miss Horowitz," he said. "I know that your mother was a whore and a heroin addict, and I know that you've murdered people for hire. So I'm going to share some things with you that might help you to understand a situation I've lived with most of my life." He picked up the piece of stationery from the wet bar. The paper was thick, the color of French vanilla ice cream. A family coat of arms was embossed delicately in the grain. "I'll give you the highlights," he said. "I took a nap earlier, and when I woke up, I discovered that my father had decided to tell me of his fear that Wyatt Dixon was his son. This is something I'd known for many years, primarily because my father screwed women all over the world and used to brag about it. In his note, he said he has proof that Dixon is not his son, and for that he is thankful. He also says I am his only surviving son and that he loves me. Isn't that sweet? It's a bit like my father drinking a glass of champagne and pissing it into a cup, then handing it to me to drink. He paused and studied her face, perhaps waiting to see what effect his words would have. "A little too complex," he said. "To explain. If Dixon were my father's offspring, his affections might be divided. My father got it all wrong. Wyatt Dixon is his bastard son. His girlfriend was here and told me. Dixon is my half-brother. That's a little hard to deal with. How would you like to find out your half-sister's the bride of Dracula?"
"Bertha Phelps was here?" Gretchen said.
"An hour ago. I sent her down the road with a kick in her fat rump. I suspect she ran back to her cowboy." She stepped out on the patio. The girl in the bikini was sitting in a deck chair taking a hit off a pair of roach clips.
"What's your name, honey?"
Gretchen asked.
"Dora,"
the girl said.
"You need to hit the road, Dora. My father beat the shit out of these two assholes. I may have to do the same."
"Don't pay attention to her," Boyd said. He was still smiling. "I was in a car accident. She makes movies. Ask her."
"Goodbye, Dora,"
Gretchen said. Dora glanced at Jack Boyd, then at Gretchen. She pulled on a pair of sandals, picked up her beach bag, and walked hurriedly through the side yard to her car, her buttocks jiggling. "Why don't you give Caspian a break?" Boyd said. "I'll handle this, Jack," Caspian said, stepping out on the patio, setting aside his wine glass. "Miss Horowitz, I don't want to be unkind, but would you please go away? You and your father, and Mr. Robichaux, and his daughter have been a constant nuisance. Mr. Boyd and I could have had your father arrested for aggravated assault, but we didn't. Know why? Because that's not my way. With one phone call, I could have your father ground into fish chum. He would disappear without a trace other than a bloody skim floating on Flathead Lake."
"You're connected in Vegas?"
"I know some of the same people you do. Except they listen to me, because I have money," he said.
"You're going to give me Surrette. On this one there are no lines."
His eyes shifted sideways, as though he were processing her words. "I'm sure that makes sense to you. It's lost on me. I'll walk you to your truck." He fitted his hand around her upper arm and squeezed it, tentatively. "Nice. You lift weights?" Jack Boyd was grinning lasciviously. Caspian was standing beside her as he clutched her arm. Without removing his hand, he stepped in front of her, looking warmly into her face. "Be a good girl. Don't do something rash. And if you'd like to stay, have a good time, I'd say all sins are forgiven, including your father's." Jack Boyd's grin would not go away. "I wouldn't argue with sloppy seconds," he said.
"You asking me to get it on?"
Caspian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You can tell me about your documentaries." She ripped her elbow into Jack Boyd's face and drove her fist between Caspian's eyes. Then she pulled her blackjack from her side pocket and whipped it across the back of Boyd's head and backstroked it across Caspian's jaw, knocking the spittle from his mouth. Behind her, she heard Jack Boyd trying to rise to his feet. "Run," she said. "Do what?" Jack Boyd replied, barely supporting himself on the back of a chair. She brought the blackjack down on top of his hand. He cradled his arm against his chest, the color draining from his face.
"Run! Don't come back! You're finished here!"
She stepped toward him. He bolted through the yard, looking back once, knocking the concrete bowl of a bird bath off its pedestal. She turned to Caspian Younger and slid a pair of needle-nosed pliers from her back pocket. He was sitting up on the floor, pressing his palm against his mouth, looking at the thick red smear on his hand. She got down on one knee.
"Do you know what I'm about to do to you?"
she asked.
"I don't know where Surrette is," he said.
She bent down closer to him, the pliers extended in front of her. His eyes were tightly shut. "There are always lines," she heard a voice say. She touched the point of the pliers to his cheek, just below his eye. "Where did your father go? You do not want to give me the wrong answer."
"He has a place on Sweathouse Creek. He goes there because it reminds him of growing up in East Kentucky. Clouds of fog in the hollows and all that hillbilly crap he's so fond of."
"You brought the girl here and didn't worry about him coming back unexpectedly?"
"She just came here to swim."
"You told Bertha Phelps where he was, didn't you?"
"No,"
he replied, clearly forcing himself not to blink. "You know what a professional liar never does?" she said. "Blink. His eyelids stay stitched to his forehead. It's a sure tell every time." She tapped him lightly on the tip of the nose with the pliers, then stood up. "Go wash your face. Come around me again for any reason, and I'll blow your head off." She went out the front door and left it open behind her. She tried to think of all the things he had just said to her. 2 words stood out in bold relief and were not in harmony with his self-congratulatory statements about being mobbed up in Vegas. What were the words? Flathead Lake? Why that choice of location for his metaphor about getting rid of Clete Purcell? It was 4:48 p.m. when Clete and I started knocking on doors at the end of the hollow, up the road from Albert's ranch. The first place we stopped was a remodeled barn that a young couple from California had rented for the summer. "Do you all have children?" I asked. "No, we don't," the husband replied, trying not to show offense at the personal nature of the question. "Can you tell me what you guys are looking for?" "A man named Asa Surratt has been around here. He's a serial killer who escaped from a prison van in Kansas," I said.
"He's the guy who abducted the waitress up by Lookout Pass," Clete said.
"There's a minister who lives in that 2-story house with the cedar trees in front," the wife said. "He has his congregation there on Sunday mornings and Wednesday evenings. His name is Ralph, I think." "Did you see anybody unusual over there?" I asked. They shook their heads again. "I saw Ralph chopping wood earlier. I think his church friends come and go. The serial killer is probably gone by now, isn't he?" "Probably," I replied. "By the way, I saw the girl's car pull into the driveway earlier. I'm pretty sure somebody's home," she said. Clete and I knocked on the doors of 2 more houses in the hollow with the same results. Our last stop was at the minister's house. An old Toyota Corolla was parked in the driveway and a Bronco in the garage.
"It doesn't look like anybody at home," Clete said.
I tapped on the door. I could hear no sound inside. I tried again. Nothing. I tried to turn the doorknob. It was locked. "Let's walk around back," I said. In the backyard, there was a pole shed attached to the side of an old barn where firewood had been stacked neatly against the barn wall. The grass was scattered with freshly split chunks of pine wood. The woodcutter's axe had been left embedded on the rim of the chopping stump, the handle at a stiff 45-degree angle. Clete looked up at the sky. A bank of thunderheads had moved across the sun.
"You'd think a guy this neat would want to get his wood under the shed before it rained," he said.
He went up the back steps and banged on the door. No response.
"What do you want to do?"
Clete said. I glanced at my cell phone. No service. "There's something wrong in that house," I said. "Break the glass." Clete knocked out a pane in the kitchen door with a brick and reached inside and opened the door, his shoes crunching on top of the shattered glass. I followed him through the mudroom into the kitchen.
"This is Clete Purcell and Dave Robichaux," he called into the dining room. "I'm a private investigator, and Dave is a sheriff's detective from Louisiana. We're visiting at Albert Hollister's place down the road. We think there might be a problem in this house."
We started moving through the house, Clete in front, his .38 held up at a right angle. Nothing appeared to be disturbed. Clete started up the stairs 1 step at a time, his gaze fastened on the landing, his left hand on the banister. I went inside the bedroom and looked in the closet. It was full of clothes that probably belonged to a teenage girl. He opened the bathroom door and winced. I could smell the fecal odor without going inside. Cleet flicked on the light above the landing. The oak floor had been wiped clean in the center, but there were tiny hair-like traces of a dark substance between two boards. I squatted down and rubbed my handkerchief along the grain, then held up the handkerchief for Cleet to see. He silently mouthed, "The basement." We went back downstairs and through the hallway. When I opened the door to the basement, I smelled an odor that was like night damp and mildew and perhaps a leak from a sewage line, but nothing you wouldn't expect in a basement that seldom saw sunlight. Then I felt for the wall switch and clicked it on, flooding the basement with the harsh illumination of 3 bare light bulbs. We had to lower our heads when we passed under some water and heating pipes. We found ourselves standing in the midst of what seemed a conventional setting beneath an early 20th century farmhouse. Cleet turned around and peered through the shadows at something no human being ever wants to see, an image that no amount of experience can prepare you for. "Mother of God," he said. The 2 figures had been put in transparent garment bags, and the bags hung with baling wire from a rafter. The weight had stretched the bags into the shape and wispy texture of cocoons. One of the figures was a woman. Her hair was pressed in a bloody tangle against the plastic. She was probably dead when she went into the bag. The other figure was a man. His wrists were crisscrossed behind him with duct tape. One eye was half-lidded, the other popping from the socket. His mouth was attached to the plastic like a suction cup. The rain shower had already stopped when the first sheriff's cruiser arrived, followed by the paramedics, the crime scene techs, the coroner, the sheriff, and the FBI special agent I'd had words with earlier, James Martini. "Why is Surratt prowling this ridge?" he asked. "Part of it has to do with Albert Hollister." "The writer?" "He owns a ranch just down the road. He was Asa Surratt's creative writing professor at Wichita State University in 1979. Surratt has a grievance against him, something about an objectionable short story he turned in." "That's a new one. A guy like this doesn't need much of an excuse." "Your daughter interviewed Surratt in prison and got him stoked up?" "That's close enough. Right now I'd like to keep her alive." "You don't think we're doing our job?" "He means to kill her if he can. Surratt should have been gutted, salted, and tacked to a fence post years ago. That didn't happen." "The Bureau had limited reach on Surratt's crimes in Kansas," he replied. He was a company man, and he wasn't going to concede a point. "You're sure the 2 girls are with him?" I said. "The older one, Kate, was scheduled to be at work at Dairy Queen at 6. She didn't show up. Laverne was supposed to go to a birthday party this evening. Why do you think he didn't kill the girls inside when he had the chance?" "A friend of mine thinks he's going into Meltdown and planning to take it out on the girls." "Why is he going into Meltdown?" "Felicity Louviere is stronger than he is, and he knows it." At 8:15 that evening, Gretchen Horowitz went up to Alifair's bedroom. "Did Dave tell you what happened at the house up the road?" "Cleet told me. I need to talk to you about something. I did a beatdown on Caspian Younger and that ex-detective Jack Boyd. Cleet already tore them up. I thought a second helping wouldn't hurt. My head is bursting. Will you please listen to me?" "Yes, please tell me whatever it is." "Rhonda Fahey told me she was kept in a basement of some kind. She could hear water lapping against a boat or a dock or a beach. She also heard an airplane taking off and landing, but it was below the level of the window. She heard wind through a lot of trees close by. Here's the last part. Not far away, people were singing a hymn of some kind. Rhonda remembered the words, 'Life is like a mountain railroad with an engineer that's brave.'" "Those details don't go together very well," Alifair said. "The plane was beneath the level of the window?" "She could hear the water chucking at the same time." She was on a hillside, by a lake, one big enough for an amphibian? That's what I would think, Gretchen said. A lake that has a lot of trees on the shore. There are lakes all over this area, over in Idaho, too. She said the wind made a rushing sound in the trees, like they grew everywhere and were thick with leaves. An orchard? Alifair said. Yeah, an orchard, Gretchen said. It's cherry-picking season. Where would that put us? Flathead Lake, Alifair said. I'm glad you said that. Why? Because Caspian was bragging about his contacts in Vegas. He said he could have Cleet shredded into fish chum. He said there would be nothing left of Cleet except a bloody skim floating on Flathead Lake. What does Flathead Lake have to do with Vegas? He had the lake associated with Surratt's previous involvement with the casinos? It's a possibility, Gretchen said. It's more than that, Alifair said. There's something else. Caspian Younger told Bertha Phelps where his father was. You lost me, Alifair said. Wyatt Dixon is Love Younger's illegitimate son. His stepfather treated him terribly. Who do you think Dixon blames? You're wondering if you should warn Love Younger? Yeah, I am. What would you do if you were me? Gretchen asked. It's their grief. Gretchen stood up. Want to take a ride up to the lake? Let me tell Dave, Alifair replied.
Wyatt Dixon was standing shirtless and barefoot in his kitchen up on the Blackfoot, a ring of fire glowing around one of the lids on his wood stove where he had set his coffee pot to boil. You went up to Younger's place, didn't ye? Wyatt said.
I was looking for you. I didn't know where you were, Bertha said.
Was the old man there?
No, he was not.
That twat of a son was, though, wasn't he?
She looked away, her eyes full of injury.
He put his hand on you?
I was going out the door. He kicked me. He laughed when he did it, too.
Where did he kick you?
In the behind.
He told you where the old man was at?
Don't ask me questions you already know the answers to.
He's at Sweathouse Creek, ain't he?
How'd you know?
I followed him there once. Love Younger ain't that smart. He sired the likes of me, ain't he?
I'm coming, she said. You're not going without me.
Love Younger stood behind his cabin on Sweathouse Creek and stared up at the canyon walls. He had taken a black powder revolver to shoot at targets he picked out randomly along the creek, a wet rock dancing with spray, a wild rose hanging on a green stem over the current, a cedar stump that had decayed into pulp the color of rust. He aimed at all three of these targets, but could not bring himself to pull the trigger. There was a stillness inside the entrance of the canyon that felt almost holy. He set down the heavy Navy Colt 44 on a spooled table and waded into the creek. The coldness ran over the tops of his shoes and into his socks with a brittleness that reminded him of drawing water from a bucket from the stream that ran through Snaky Hollow, Kentucky, the place of his birth. He stepped out of the creek, water draining from his trouser cuffs onto the bank, the wind blowing as cold as an icicle through his thin shirt. The only concern that nagged at the edge of his conscience was his daughter-in-law, Felicity Louvier. But she was not a Younger. He went back inside with his .44 cap and ball revolver and hung it in a holster on the back of a wicker chair. He started a fire in the stone fireplace. From down below, he heard a vehicle clank across the cattle guard. Love Younger walked to the door, a bourbon and branch water in his hand. He clicked on the porch light without unlocking the door and pulled aside the window curtain. An orange pickup with a chrome grill was just turning off the dirt road onto Younger's property. The man in the white hat drove to within 50 feet of the cabin and cut the engine.
Dixon again, Younger thought. Okay, Mr. Dixon, maybe it's time you heard a wrathful voice, since you seem to understand no other kind. Love Younger set down his tumbler and pulled open the door, his irritability overriding caution. He was staring straight into the high beams of the truck, his eyes tearing and blind to what might be taking place in the truck's cab. "Be gone, Wyatt Dixon," he said. "Disappear into the primeval soup that bred you, and never let the name of my family issue from your lips." Wyatt turned off the engine but left the headlights on. "You still haven't told me what you plan to do," Bertha said. "Maybe I'll kill me an old man. I ain't decided yet." "It won't be prison this time. They'll execute you." He reached behind him and took the vintage Winchester from the rack and placed the butt on the floorboards, the barrel resting against the seat. "You're breaking my heart, Wyatt. We can just drive away. Leave the nasty old man to himself." "I'm gonna fix it so he don't ever hurt nobody again, Bertha. What happens after that ain't in my hands." Bertha Phelps reached up on the dashboard and clutched his Bowie knife. "You stay here. Don't you dare try to stop me," she said. She climbed out of the cab, her big rump sliding off the seat, carrying her cloud of perfume with her, the blade still sheathed in its beaded Indian scabbard. Love Younger raised his hand against the glare of the headlights. He smelled her before he saw her. The odor made him think of flowers on a warm night. He did not know who she was, but he quickly recognized the rage that lived in her face. He had seen it many times over the years and factored it in as part of the long, gloomy march from Eden into the land of Canaan. She flung the sheath off the knife she held in her right hand, the blade as bright and honed as an Arthurian sword pulled from stone. "You corrupted and destroyed my brother," she said. "His death is on you, not on the serial killer. Now you're fixing to take my man." "Your brother? What brother?" he said. He saw the knife blade rise to eye level out of the headlight's glare and wondered how someone he had never met could hate him so much. She drove the knife into his chest. He felt its point reach deep inside him, cutting through tendon and muscle, searching out the source of the blood that pounded in his temples and wrists when he was angered, now probing the outer edges of the heart, the steel tip going deeper each time the muscle swelled and receded. He felt himself slip off her knife blade and fall backward through the open door of the cabin. He could see the Colt revolver hanging on the back of the wicker chair and wondered if he could crawl across the floor and reach up to the holster and pull it loose and raise it and cock the hammer in a last effort to save his life. He rolled on his side and tried to crawl toward the chair. He felt her tangle her fingers in his hair and pull his head back, stretching his throat tight, her shadow falling across him like a headsman's. "Where do you think you're going, Buster Brown?" she said. "I'm not through with you. This is for Bill Pepper." I asked Albert for permission to borrow his M1. "What for?" he asked. "There's a chance we can find Surratt. Gretchen thinks he might be holed up in a place down by the water." I slung the M1 and the bandolier over my shoulder and was almost out the door when the kitchen phone rang again. "You know where Sweathouse Creek is?" the sheriff said. "West of Victor? I want you and Purcell here. Now. Got it?" "Doesn't Love Younger have a place up there?" "Past tense. Either get your ass up here or I'll have you charged as an accessory, Mr. Robichaux. I'll give you my word on that," he replied. "Tell Purcell the same. I'm sick of you guys." The investigative process taking place in front of Love Younger's cabin was one that was altogether too familiar. "Watch where you step," the sheriff said. He glanced out the door. "You too, Purcell.
Get in here.
What's the point in bringing us down here? Cleet said.
Just hold your water, he said. He walked to the chair and pulled a fringed coverlet off the back and held it up to me. The place smelled like a perfume factory when we got here. Take a whiff. Recognize it?
No, I lied. I don't.
What about you, Mr. Purcell? Does this awaken any memories in you?
Sorry, I've got a head cold, Cleet replied. He pointed at a leather jacket someone had used to cover a round object on the floor. Is that the rest of him?
Yeah, it is, the sheriff said. I want both of you to see it. You guys had no idea Wyatt would do something like this? A man who evidently believed the Younger sent rapists after his girlfriend? I want both of you out of my sight, the sheriff said.
We drove through Missoula and into the Jocko Valley and onto the Salish Indian Reservation. I checked in with Alifair on my cell phone. "Where are you, kid?" I said. "What's with the kid stuff again?" she replied. "That's the way I always talk to my broads," I said. "Well, lose it, Pops," she said. "We're up by Yellow Bay. The lead on the amphibian plane isn't much help. So far we've seen 4 of them spread out all over the lake. There might be more north of us. Don't do anything else until we get up there, okay? Let's meet in Polson and start over." "The clock is running out for those girls, Dave." "We're on our way," I said. "I love you, little Squanto." That had been her nickname when she was a small child. It was borrowed from the baby Squanto Indian books she had loved, and I seldom used it today. I closed the phone so as not to embarrass her any worse than I already had. We drove through Ronan and past the Salish Kootenai College and entered Polson, located at the southern tip of Flathead Lake. Alifair and Gretchen were waiting for us by the side of a Dairy Queen that had closed for the night. "Molly is pissed," Alifair said. "What's wrong?" I said. "You bagged out and left her," she said. "I told her where we were going." "That doesn't cut it, Dave. She was getting her coat and y'all drove off. She and Albert are on their way." "Don't tell me that." "She said she called the FBI and the sheriff. She was in fine form." "Why didn't she call me?" I said. "Because she's so pissed off she's afraid of what she might say?" "Why'd you bring this?" Gretchen said. She was standing by the bed of my pickup. "Bring what?" I said. She lifted up a rusted chain. "The bear trap Surrett almost lured me into," she said. I looked at Cleet.
"I put it in there," he said. "You never know."
"Know what?" I asked.
"When you might need one."
He sat in a straight-back chair on the first floor of a 2-story stone house that had belonged to a California woman who no longer needed it. He could hear no sound from the basement. Right now, he had to unload 10 bags of crushed ice, each weighing 30 pounds, from the Mercedes SUV that the California woman didn't need anymore. The Mercedes was parked in the garage down by the lake, and the woman from California was parked 3 feet under the dirt in the cherry trees next to the garage. May that loud-mouthed tub of lard rest in peace. Few people realized how easy it was to take others under your sway. A kind word at the supermarket, a tip of the hat, a show of sympathy at a funeral or after a 12-step meeting. That's all it took if the situation was right and the target was trusting and needy. Introspection was a luxury he could not afford at the moment, and the foibles of the folk had nothing to do with the problems dropped on him by Felicity Louviere. She was slipping away from him, about to be saved by mortality, the very weapon he had always held over the heads of his victims. She'd even thanked him for her pain. How sick was that? We started up East Side Highway and stopped at 11 p.m. down by the shore. We woke up people, confused most of them and probably frightened some. Flathead Lake and its environs were supposed to be a safe harbor from the problems in the rest of the country. The residents kept looking beyond us into the darkness, unsure who we were and yet fearful that we were telling them the truth. Halfway up the lake, my cell phone chimed. It was Molly. "I'm sorry we took off," I said. "I thought you understood that the sheriff wanted to see us before we headed up to Flathead Lake." "Do you think I'm going to allow my family to expose themselves to risk without my being there?" she replied. "Maybe I didn't want you to see something." "Like what?" she said. "Maybe Surette's not going to be around much longer." "Where are you?" I asked. "We just passed a marina. I didn't catch the name. There's a house down the slope with a couple of junk cars in the yard. There's a shed with an auto repair sign on it." I had no idea where she was. "Let me call you back," she said.
"She'll be all right," Cleet said.
I was trying to concentrate. I had missed a detail in Molly's conversation. What was it? "The wrecker," I said.
"What wrecker?"
"See if you can get the sheriff on the phone," I said.
"Are you kidding? I can't stomach that guy."
"For once, don't argue, Cleet," I said. "Can you do that? I know it's hard, but try. I'm sure you can do it if you work on it."
"Who lit your fuse?"
A tractor-trailer rig passed us in the other direction, then a truck pulling a camper and what looked like a Cherokee. Up ahead, I saw Gretchen's brake lights go on. I followed her to the bottom of the grade and into a parking area by a guardrail overlooking the water. Gretchen stepped out of her pickup. "Did you recognize a guy in a Cherokee?" she said. "I didn't pay any attention," I said. "I think it was Jack Boyd," she replied. "Are you sure about that?" "I should be. I kicked his ass today," she said.
"I got the sheriff on the line," Cleet said.
Felicity's eyes had been bound when he laid her down on the bed springs and secured her hands and feet to the 4 bedposts. She assumed the electric current came from a wall socket, but she could not be sure. The first jolt knocked her unconscious. When he threw water on her and shocked her again, she heard a grinding sound inside her head that could have been a generator or the vibration of the bedstead against the concrete floor. There were interludes when he went away, stomping as he climbed the wooden stairs, not unlike a resentful child. She knew the pain had driven her mad. She didn't care. The next shock was so great, it seemed to rattle the entire room. I took the cell phone from Cleet's hand. The moon was down and the lake looked as dark as oil.
"What are you guys into now?" the sheriff said.
"The gumball who was killed up here, what's his name? He was dragged by a wrecker?" I said.
"The gumball? You talking about Kyle Schumacher?"
"Did you find a vehicle that dragged him?"
The sheriff there checked out a place where the killer may have boosted it.
"The killer?" I said.
"Okay, Surette. If he boosted it, he returned it, so we're not sure."
"Thanks," I said.
"Thanks? That's it?"
"Yeah, that's it. We didn't mean to cause you trouble, Sheriff. You got any idea where Jack Boyd might be?"
"What's he got to do with this?"
"Gretchen Horowitz thinks she just saw him go by in a Cherokee. Is that what he drives?"
"As a matter of fact, he does."
"We'll be in touch," I said. Molly said she passed a mechanic's shed and some junk cars south of here. Maybe the mechanic has a wrecker service.
"Sounds like a long shot, Dave," Cleet said.
"Surette got the wrecker from somewhere. If not here, where?" They were driving an Albert's diesel truck, one so caked in mud that no license plate or logo was visible. As he came down a long grade through an unlit area, he ran over a large chunk of rock that had fallen from the hillside. It wedged under the frame, scouring sparks off the asphalt. Albert pulled onto the shoulder. A Jeep Cherokee approached from the opposite direction, the driver not bothering to dim his high beams, slowing down to look into Albert's face as he passed. Then the Cherokee's brake lights went on, and the driver began to back up. The driver was a dark-complected man. His face was bruised, and there was a strip of white tape across the bridge of his nose. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he said. Another man was sitting in the passenger seat. He was wearing a black polyethylene raincoat. "I asked you a question," the driver said. "I know you did. Your name is Boyd." "Maybe you know more than you should," Boyd said. "That's because he's a smart guy," the passenger said. "College professor. I've seen him." "This is Terry," Jack Boyd said. "You don't want to meet him." "Let's go," Molly whispered, but the transmission was jammed. "Did I say you could go somewhere?" Boyd said. "I'll have a look at the problem," Terry said. Terry got out of the Cherokee and walked to Albert's window. His raincoat was flapping like torn vinyl in the wind. He had a small, tight face and tiny eyes and wore no hat. "You've been down on the water, snooping around, bothering family people when they're trying to sleep?" "You need some breath mint, son," Albert said. "Step out of your truck." "You too, lady." Albert opened his cell phone. Terry slapped it from his hand. He reached into his waistband and lifted a .25 caliber semi-auto into view and rested it on the windowsill. He smiled into Albert's face. "All quiet on the Western Front," he said. "I read books, too. I read one of yours, Professor. I think you should stick to teaching." "Give me the title and your name and address, and I'll make sure the publisher sends you a refund," Albert said. "I already wiped my ass with it," Terry said. "Get in the back of the Jeep." "You'll last about 30 seconds with my husband," Molly said. Terry was still smiling when he walked to the other side of the truck and dragged Molly from the passenger door, flinging her onto the gravel, the .25 auto tucked inside his waistband again. "I look forward to meeting your husband, but right now it's just me and you, so please don't give me a bad time." Asa Surratt took the gag from Felicity's mouth and the tape and cotton pads from her eyes. He fitted his hand gently under her chin and moved her head back and forth. "Are you awake?" he said. She wasn't sure. "I taped over the window," he said. "See, I put a leaf bag across the window. That way the sunrise won't bother you, and you can rest up. Get some extra shut-eye, so to speak." "Where are the girls?" she said. "Right over there. They're fine." "I'm going to die soon. Then what will you do?" "Keep you. Over there, in the bathtub full of ice. You'll always be mine. At least until I decide to dispose of you." She turned her head. She could see the two girls in a corner. They were inside a wire cage of some kind, the bottom padded with a quilt. He went to strike her, then withdrew his hand. A vehicle had just come up the driveway and stopped close to the house, the vibration of its engine coursing through the basement wall. I called Molly on her cell phone, but it went directly to voicemail. We drove south along the lake shore with Alifair and Gretchen behind us. Almost all the houses on the lake were dark. We went over a rise and down the other side and saw an auto repair sign on a shed near some junker cars. There was a cottage close by, the lights off.
"Looks like nobody has been there for a while," Cleet said. "Surratt might have taken this wrecker because he knew it wouldn't be missed."
I thought Cleet was right. The problem was I couldn't stop thinking about Molly and Albert. Cleet knew what I was thinking.
"Dave, Gretchen can't be sure that was Jack Boyd in the Cherokee," he said. "Besides, what are the chances of Boyd recognizing Albert and Molly on the highway?"
Then where did they go? Why would she turn off her cell phone?
"She probably lost service. This is a lousy area for cell phones."
"I've got to find Molly," I said.
"Okay, big man," he said. "Let's go do that."
Asa Surratt climbed the stairs to the first floor and looked out the side window at the driveway. He couldn't believe his eyes. He jerked open the side door. Have you lost your goddamn mind? He said. Jack Boyd and one of Caspian Younger's security men were herding Albert and a woman inside. They were on to you, Asa, Boyd said. What happened to her? Surratt said. She fell on the gravel when Terry was helping her out of their truck. That's your name? Terry? It was when I woke up this morning. Who am I? Surratt said. Terry flexed his neck. I'm not big on names. I hear you're a guy who leaves a big footprint. You don't know the half of it, Surratt said. Where do you want these two? Terry said. Surratt could hardly contain himself. Where do I want them? I want them on the moon. He looked into Albert Hollister's face. Remember me? Wichita State University? 1979? Hard to say. I remember a pervert in my seminar who wrote a short story that was artless and filled with misspellings was at your work. Love Younger is dead, Boyd said. Surratt looked at him, blinking, not sure what he'd heard. Somebody cut off his head. It was probably Wyatt Dixon, Boyd said. It was on the news. Where's Caspian? Probably cleaning out his old man's accounts, Boyd said. Where's Wyatt Dixon? Surratt said. Who cares? The guy's nuts. He knows who I am, Surratt said. Everybody knows who you are. What are you talking about? Boyd said. Take them down to the basement, Surratt said, breathing through his nose. Molly was sitting in a chair by the door. She clutched a wadded tissue speckled with blood. My name is Molly Robichaux, she said. I saw the death squads at work in Guatemala and El Salvador. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Surratt asked. They had your eyes, she said. You remind me of them. Take them downstairs, Jack, and don't try to think, Surratt said. We drove back up the 2-lane, slowing at the driveways that led down to the houses on the lake or up the hillsides through the cherry orchards. In my high beams, I saw a large rock partially broken on the asphalt. It looked like it had been dragged under a vehicle. That wasn't there when we went up the road earlier, I said. No, it wasn't, Cleet said. Pull over. I drove around a rock and parked on the north side of it. Gretchen and Alifair pulled in behind me. Up ahead was a dirt road that cut back up the hillside and disappeared inside trees tangled with vines and shrubbery. I took a flashlight from the glove box and walked to the dirt road that angled back up the hill. Stenciled in the dirt were the fresh tire tracks of a heavy vehicle. I walked up the incline. The behemoth-like outline of Albert's diesel rig, sheathed in dried mud, was unmistakable. Up here! I shouted at the others. There was nothing in the cab, no keys in the ignition, no signs of a struggle, but I knew my wife. I knew that somewhere, somehow, Molly had left me a message. Call it in, Cleet, I said. You know what those cocksuckers are going to say, don't you? He replied. Yeah, I do, but call it in anyway, I said, feeling down in the seats. It'll take at least a half hour for them to get a guy out here, then he'll tell us to file a missing persons report. I know that. Just make the call, I said. I had found nothing in the cab. I stood erect and closed the passenger door. Where could she have left a clue? It's there someplace. I know it. I know it. I know it. I turned in a circle. On the truck itself, I thought. I shone the flashlight on the door. There it was right in front of me. 2 initials on the outside panel. She had probably hung her arm out the window and used her thumb to furrow the letter J, then the letter B, in the muddy splatter that had dried on the panel. You were right about Jack Boyd, Gretchen, I said. He's got them. They can't be far away, Dave, Alifair said. I wasn't so sure. Maybe Boyd or Surratt had a boat. The marina, I said. Yeah, Cleet said, flexing his right hand at his side. Rich guys own sailboats. They also own amphibians.
They don't necessarily own both, he replied.
The marina has a bar. It's a small one, but it stays open until 2, I said.
How do you know? He asked.
Because it's what I think about all the time. I saw it when Alifair and I were water skiing once, I replied. It didn't take us long to get to the marina, but we were running out of options and time. The bar had a counter with 6 stools and a table where a chessboard had been set up. The bartender looked at his watch when we walked in. I was going to close a little early tonight, he said. Know a guy named Jack Boyd? I said. I don't think I know him. What's the deal?
You know about the guy who got dragged down the East Side Highway? Cleet asked.
Who doesn't?
We're looking for the guy who did it.
The bartender looked past us at Gretchen and Alifair. I don't want to be rude, but I don't think you guys are cops, and I don't know why you're asking me questions. I opened my shield. My name is Dave Robichaud. I'm a sheriff's detective in New Iberia, Louisiana. This is Cleet Purcell. He's a private investigator there. This is my daughter Alifair and her friend Gretchen. We'd appreciate any information you can give us. I gazed up the slope at the orchards blowing in the wind and the 2-story house constructed of yellowish-gray stone slabs, and the mechanic's shed and several concrete trailer pads that seemed to be no longer in use. Who lives in the stone house? I asked. A lady from Malibu, the bartender said. Or she did own it. She used to come in here and stay late, know what I mean? Where is she now? I heard she went back to her husband or something. Can I fix you guys something? The bartender said. Do you ever have any revivals or outdoor prayer meetings hereabouts? I said. Funny you ask, he said. Some of the migrants have gatherings at that old trailer park there. They're Hispanic? I said. Maybe the ones who have Saturday night vespers are, but there's a bluegrass bunch that really rocks. You know the old Union song, A Miner's Life is Like a Sailor's? I do, I said. It comes from a song entitled, Life is Like a Mountain Railway. These guys can really do it.
Son of a bitch, Cleet said.
What did you say? The bartender asked.
Not you, buddy, Cleet said. He jabbed his finger at the air, indicating the darkened 2-story house down the shore. That's gotta be it, Streak, he said. We take these motherfuckers off at the neck and we do it now. No thinking about it, no looking back, full throttle and fuck it, right?
Roger that, I said. Molly and Albert were sitting on the basement floor, their wrists tied behind them with wire twisted around a water pipe. Against the far wall, Molly could see a woman spread-eagled on a box spring, a sheet draped over her body. Behind a boiler, 2 girls were sitting in a wire cage. They were huddled against each other, their knees drawn up before them. Next to the cage was a ladder extending through a trapdoor in the ceiling. In another corner, she could hear Jack Boyd pouring liquid from a big white plastic jug into one of 2 wash tubs set side by side. Boyd appeared to be holding his breath while he poured, his face pinched against the acidic stench. Terry came down the wood steps and watched Jack Boyd filling the second wash tub. He glanced over his shoulder at Molly and Albert, then looked at Boyd. Your man up there has a frontal lobe missing, he said. Tell me something I don't know, Boyd replied. He just told me what we're doing. You want to give me a hand here? I got sinus problems. Terry gazed into the shadows behind the boiler. Jesus Christ, there's some kids in a cage back there. Get with the program, Terry. Surratt has his own universe. One day he'll disappear inside it. In the meantime, keep the line simple. Terry lowered his voice and hunched his shoulders, as stupid people do when they don't want others to hear them. He told me to get the electric saw out of the closet. Why don't you say it a little louder so everybody can hear? If I wanted to join the meat cutters union, I'd move to Chicago. You bounce a woman off the gravel on her face and all of a sudden you have standards? Terry poked a finger into Jack Boyd's back. Hey, he said. Hey, what? Watch your mouth. Boyd replaced the cap on the empty jug and set it on the floor. I know your concerns. I'm about to bail myself. Right now, we got to do the smart thing. What happens here is on these other people. It might make your stomach churn, but you got to man up sometimes and do what's necessary, and then let it go. Got it? He said the woman on the bed is his. He's gonna put her in ice? He's a little weird about Ms. Louviere. They inject in a state. It's $10,000 a pop for the adults. What about the kids? They're not our business. Terry rubbed the back of his neck, looking sideways at Molly and Albert. When do I get paid? He said. No later than noon. Alifair and Gretchen were right behind us. Our headlights were off. Cleet was bent forward in the passenger seat, staring through the windshield at the house, his jaw flexing. I thought I saw a light on the first floor, he said. He's in there, Dave. I can smell that guy through the walls. I stopped the truck and cut the engine. Gretchen did the same. The only question was whether we should call the sheriff's department. Cleet read my thoughts. Don't do it, he said. It will take them 2 hours or more to pull a team together. Both of us knew that was not the reason for his objection. Cleet had decided that Surrett and anyone working with him were DOA. You cut their motors and they go straight down, dead before their knees hit the ground. Bad guys lose. Hostages come home. End of story. Listen to me on this streak. Molly's and Albert's lives depend on us, not on anyone else. I heard a popping sound and realized someone was firing bottle rockets over the lake. Alifair walked up to my window. What's the holdup? She said. I dropped my eyes to her right hand. Where did you get the Beretta? It's Gretchen's. Let's get on it, Dave. You've never met this guy. I have. He needs 10 seconds to ruin the life of a human being. Think about that. I got out of the pickup with Albert's M1 rifle and the bandolier stuffed full of .30-06 clips. Cleet stepped out on the other side, bareheaded, his hair blowing on his forehead. He opened the cast-iron toolbox welded to the bed of my pickup and removed a pair of wire cutters and a crowbar. Gretchen came up behind us, an AR-15 slung over her shoulder, a pair of binoculars in her right hand. Hear me out before we start busting down doors. I think Felicity Louviere is dead. Maybe the girls, too. With luck, Molly and Albert are still alive. This is what I think will happen when we go in. Surrett will kill everybody in his proximity, then himself. He's a coward, and he'll die a coward's death at the expense of everyone else. The combination of fear and fatigue and the bruises and cuts on her face had worked like a cancer on Molly's spirit. No matter how hard she tried to hold her head erect, her eyes kept closing and her chin sinking to her chest. Asa Surratt had gone back upstairs, leaving Jack Boyd and Terry in charge. There was a popping sound high in the sky. Terry climbed on a chair below the window that was taped over with a black leaf bag. He peeled the bag from the corner of the glass and peered out. "What do you think you're doing?" Boyd said. "That noise. It's people shooting off fireworks over the lake." "Tape up that window," Boyd said. Surratt opened the upstairs door and came down the steps. Surratt approached, his formless suit loose on his body, his Roman sandals scudding on the concrete floor, a malevolent glow in his face. He took a coil of clothesline from his coat pocket. It seemed to drop like a white snake from his palm as he pressed it into Terry's hand. "So show me what you can do," he said. "The broad and the old guy?" "Yeah, you up to it?" Surratt said. "I'll handle my end." "Sure you will," Surratt said. "Go ahead, get started." "The woman on the bed? She keeps moaning," Terry said. "That's about to end. You dropped the rope. Pick it up." Terry shook his head. "I'm going back to Reno." "Walking, are you?" Surratt said. "I'm saying include me out. I'm DDD on this. Deaf, dumb, and don't know. I got no issue with you. I got no issue with these people. You don't owe me anything. I'm gone, okay?" "No, not okay," Surratt said. "Let me show you how it's done. You might develop a taste for it." He walked to the bed and took a switchblade from his coat pocket. He pushed the release button. The blade, 7 inches long with the wavy blue and white glimmer of an icicle, sprang to life in his hand. Felicity opened her eyes.
It's time, is it?
She said. Maybe, he said.
Go ahead.
You really want me to?
I do. Untie my hand, please.
So you can do what?
Touch you.
All right, Your Highness, he said. He gripped the rope and sliced it in half. Now what? She fitted her fingers around his wrist and guided the blade to her breast.
Push it in, she said. Make it quick.
Asa, listen to that noise out there, Boyd said. What noise? Surratt said. Like thousands of people roaring in a stadium, Boyd said. That's the wind, Surratt said. Storms come off the lake almost every night here. The wind makes a roaring sound through the orchards. I'm out of here, Terry said. Surratt started to reply. Then somebody began tapping on the window glass, the one he had blacked out with a leaf bag. Can you hear me, Mr. Surratt? A voice said. It's Alifair Robichaud. We've surrounded your house and cut your phone line. No police are on their way. The people with me plan to do you great physical injury, but we will not bother your friends. If you release your prisoners, you can live. Otherwise you will die, and probably not at once. Tell us what you want to do. Surratt's face went white, like a prune that had never seen light, his eyes brightening, his nostrils swelling like a feral animal's. Alifair remained crouched on one side of the basement window, listening for a response. She stood up and stepped away from the window. Could you hear anything? I asked. I think I heard Surratt talking. Maybe Jack Boyd, too. There may be another guy down there, too. Did you hear Molly or Albert? I asked. She shook her head, her eyes not meeting mine. Cleet had positioned himself at the rear of the house. Gretchen was in the front yard. I signaled to both of them. Cleet picked up a scrolled iron chair from the patio and threw it through the French doors, then broke 2 windows in back with stones the size of grapefruit that he had picked up from the rock garden. Seconds later, Gretchen flung a flower pot through the picture window in the living room. Alifair and I moved around to the back of the house, staying close to the wall so no one on the second floor would have an easy shot. There was no sound or sign of movement inside the house. I hate to admit this, Dave, but this one has me creeped out, Cleet said. Why? None of it makes sense. It's like a story written for us by somebody else. Felicity turns herself over to this sick fuck, and now Molly and Albert and those girls are in his hands. One guy can't have this much power and do this much damage. Hitler did. Bad comparison. They were just waiting for the right guy to come along and tell them it was okay to turn people into bars of soap. Let's call for backup. Do it, I said. He opened his cell phone. No service, he said. Good. He doesn't have any either, I said. I don't think Surratt will do too well on his own. You want the M1? He pulled his .38 from his shoulder holster. No, he said. Streak, even if he puts a bullet through my brain, I'm going to kill him. His eyes were shiny, his face dilated. Let's blow up their shit. A big 10-4 on that, I replied. Cleet kicked the back door once, twice, and on the third try he splintered the wood from the hinges and the deadbolt and knocked the door in on the kitchen floor. Alifair came in behind us. In the living room, I could hear Gretchen raking the glass out of a window frame with a hard object before she stepped inside. The first floor was completely dark. I felt like someone was pulling off my skin, the way you feel when someone is pointing a gun at you and you're unarmed. Cleet was in front of me. He turned and pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then at a hallway door that was partially ajar. Gretchen approached the door in the hallway from the opposite direction. The AR-15 at port arms, a 30-round and 20-round magazine jungle clipped together and inserted in the rifle's frame. She moved between us and the door. She cupped one hand on the back of Cleet's neck and pulled his ear close to her mouth. I think I heard something upstairs. I'm not sure, she said. Watch your ass. I'm going down. If I get hit, don't stop. Go over me and clear the basement." "No," I said to her. She smiled at me, then opened the door wider with her foot and eased her way down the stairs, fearless and beautiful, a warm odor like flowers brushing past me in the dark. For Molly, the gunfire within the confines of the basement was deafening and impacted on her skull like a jackhammer. Terry had armed himself first and started shooting at the top of the stairs from behind a concrete pillar. Albert was trying to raise himself to his knees, the wire rimming his wrists with blood. Jack Boyd had hidden behind the bedstead, his fingers hooked into the box spring. He was peering over Felicity Louviere's prone body, his face terrified. "I'm unarmed. I'm not part of this," he cried. "I was working undercover. You're gonna hurt innocent people down here." Albert tore one hand from the wire, then began freeing his other wrist. Asa Surratt crawled on his hands and knees to the closet and pulled a semi-automatic rifle with a short barrel and a black stock out on the floor. "Shut your mouth, Jack, and get in the fight," he said. He slid one of the rifles across the floor. "Don't listen to what he says," Jack Boyd shouted at the stairs. "Ask Caspian. I was trying to help." "You lying little shit. Get in the fight or die now," Surratt said. Jack Boyd crouched lower behind the box spring, his mouth trembling, his flared sideburns powdered with pieces of brick mortar. "Ask her," he said. "I tried to be kind to her. I respected her. She'll tell you that. I'm going to come out now. Don't shoot." Surratt was on one knee. He began firing at the stairs while Terry reloaded, the rounds splintering wood out of the ceiling, caroming off the stone walls and whanging against the boiler. Surratt rose to his feet and bolted across the basement, smashing the bulbs in their sockets, dropping the room into darkness. "Thought it would be easy, did you?" he said. "You have no idea of the power that lives within me." "Defy me, will you?" Surratt said. "See how you feel 1 hour from now about the choices you've made. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair." Gretchen backed out of the staircase. The bolt on her AR-15 had locked open on an empty chamber. She dropped the jungle-clipped magazine from the frame and inverted it and reloaded with the second magazine. She snapped the bolt shut. "Did you hear that guy?" she said. "Don't be taken in, it's his death song," I said. "I'm going outside to get a shot through the window," she said. "Did you hear that?" Alifair said. "Hear what?" I asked. "Upstairs," she replied. She shone a pinlight on the ceiling. "Somebody's up there." "I heard it too," Cleet said. "I'm going up there." "Can you hear me, Mr. Boyd?" I called into the basement. There was no answer. "You can walk out of this, partner," I said. "Dave," Molly said. "Somebody else is in the house. Asa Surratt is a fiend. Kill him." "When this is over, I'm going to take my time with you, bitch," Surratt said. When Cleet reached the landing, he saw 2 doors on either side, a third directly before him, and an alcove that gave onto a balcony overlooking the lake. He opened the door on his right and let it swing back toward the wall while he aimed into the gloom. "My name is Cleet Purcell. I'm a PI from New Orleans," he said. "I don't know who you are, but our issue is with Asa Surratt, not anybody else. If you've got a piece on you, slide it out here and let me know who you are." An odor that was like body grease and moldy towels and unwashed hair and sewage struck Cleet's face with such force that he gagged and had to cover his mouth with his hand. He heard a voice that sounded like someone forming words in his throat without being able to hold the syllables together. "Who are you, buddy?" Cleet said. "Are you hurt?" There was no answer. Inside the room, he could hear someone breathing with a clotted hoarseness that made him think of a wounded animal cornered in its lair. Cleet took a breath and gripped the .38 with both hands, his back and massive shoulders pressed tightly against the wall. "Showtime, motherfucker," he thought. Then he swung himself into the doorway,
his arms stretched straight out in front of him, his snub nose aimed in the face of a man who had the physical proportions of a steroid addict, whose wide-set eyes and long upper lip were the classic signs of fetal alcohol syndrome, whose cheeks were covered with a soft simian pad of hair, whose mouth was twisted out of shape as though made of rubber. "Throw it away," Cleet said. "Put down your weapon and back away from it." The impaired man pointed a single-barrel, .410 shotgun pistol at Cleet's chest. Cleet began firing, not counting the number of rounds he squeezed off, his ears ringing, the man going straight down on his knees, looking up at Cleet. Cleet hit the light switch. The dead man's mouth was hanging open, the overhead light shining into it. "Good God," he said, his stomach turning. Cleet came downstairs. His green eyes were the only color in his face. "What happened up there?" I said. "I killed a guy. He had a .410 pistol," he replied. "Who was he?" I said. "I never saw him before. Dave's tongue was cut out. I smoked a guy who couldn't talk. Maybe he was retarded. I don't know what he was. He must be some guy who works for Surrett. Maybe there are more like him on the property, like some kind of cult." "You've got to keep it together, partner," I said. "There's nothing supernatural about Surrett. Psychopaths network." But Cleet's mind was obviously concentrated on the image of the man who had died in front of his revolver, and he was not interested in hearing anything I had to say. "I tried to go down in the basement twice, but got kicked back up the stairs," I said. "Someone is in the corner with a semi-auto and a high-capacity magazine." "Where's Alifair?" he asked. "Outside with Gretchen." "What are they waiting on?" "I don't know, Cleet. Listen to me. The program is simple. We get all the innocent people out of here and we dust the rest. That's it." Either Alifair or Gretchen broke the glass and the taped vinyl leaf bag out of the basement window, sending all of it crashing to the floor. "I'm going down," Cleet said. "I'm going to take out these fuckers or lose it here." I followed him down the steps into the darkness. As I descended into the basement, into its rank odor of sweat and urine and human torment, I realized that the die was cast for all of us, and speculation was of little value in dealing with evil. We try to protect the innocent and punish the wicked and don't do a very good job of either. Ultimately, we adopt the methods of our adversaries and grease them off the earth and change nothing. We reached the bottom of the stairs without a shot being fired. I could make out a stooped figure to our right, close to the wall. "Albert, is that you?" I whispered. He didn't answer. He was working the wire loose from Molly's wrists. I hugged her head against my chest and pressed my face against her hair. Both of her hands were squeezed tight on my forearm. "At least one of them went up a ladder," Albert whispered. "Maybe two of them did." "How many were down here?" I asked. "Surrett, Boyd, and a guy named Terry," he said. "Boyd is the weak sister. Terry is the guy who opened up on y'all." "You saw no one else?" "We heard Surrett talking to somebody upstairs, somebody whose voice was impaired," Albert said. "Surrett was yelling at him." "What about Caspian?" I said. "He's not here," Albert said. "The girls are in a cage, Dave," Molly said. "The ladder is on the other side of the cage." "Where's Felicity Louvier?" "On a bed against the far wall," Albert said. "Is she alive?" I asked. "I don't know," he replied. "She was in a lot of pain." "He did terrible things to her, Dave," Molly said. "The man isn't human." From what Albert had said, at least one man was still in the basement. Who would it be? Certainly not Surrett, and probably not Jack Boyd. I moved away from the wall and tapped Cleet on the shoulder, then pointed toward the concrete pillar. He began inching toward the far side of the basement and the bed where Felicity Louvier was tied. "Hey, Terry," I said. "This is Dave Robichaud. I'm a sheriff's detective in Louisiana. Let's talk about your prospects." "Go ahead," he said. "You can give it up and cooperate with us or become potted meat here and now. What did you do to my wife's face?" "That was an accident," he replied. "Beating up women is an accident? She fell. What the fuck, man? Am I my sister's keeper or what?
Slide your piece out here and live to fight another day.
I sprung a leak. I don't think I've got another day.
You're hit? An ambulance will be out here soon, I said.
Spare me the crap, Slick. There's no cell service and you cut the telephone line. Nobody's coming.
You sound like a smart guy, I said. Ask yourself what's the better choice, a hospital bed at St. Pat's or the DOA club?
My full name is Terry McCarthy. Thanks for the dance, Slick, he said. My family lives in Haverhill, Mass. I'd like to get shipped back there.
He worked his back up the wall until he was standing, a Bushmaster semi-auto propped on his hip. I aimed the M1 at the middle of his face so the round would destroy his motor control and send him straight to the floor before he could squeeze off a round. Terry McCarthy was grinning, as though he had demonstrated a victory of will over the powers of his executioner. That was when Gretchen Horowitz snapped off 3 rounds through the window, just like that, and blew his skull cap all over the floor. Cleet used his pocket knife to cut the ropes binding Felicity's hands and feet. Then he wrapped her in the sheet on her body and picked her up and carried her up the stairs and through the smashed French doors into the night.
We're getting you out of here, kid, he said. But I gotta know who else is on the grounds.
I don't know, she whispered.
Dave thinks Caspian is a player.
No, he's afraid of his father. Caspian deserted me, but he won't do anything to me.
Caspian's father is dead, Cleet said.
Love is dead, she said.
That's safe to say. Wyatt Dixon or his girlfriend, or both of them, cut off his head.
Cleet set her down inside Gretchen's pickup truck and brushed her hair away from her eyes. Even in her pain, he saw her smile.
What did Surratt do to you, Felicity? He asked.
Everything, she said.
Do you know where he might have gone?
He's here, she replied. He won't leave. He thinks he'll prevail over all of you. Alifair and Gretchen had walked up behind Cleet. Why are we his enemies? Gretchen asked. He's psychotic. He says the earth must be conquered by prevailing over its ordinary people.
Watch Felicity for me, Cleet said.
Where you going? Gretchen said.
To break every bone in this guy's body, he replied.
I found a piece of pipe on the floor behind the boiler and pried the lock off the cage where the girls were held. Both of them had the haunted expression that I have seen only twice in my life. Once in army footage taken of the Dachau inmates on the day of their liberation, and a second time in Vietnam, when I looked into the faces of people who had survived the Snake and Nape bombing of their village. I slung the M1 on my shoulder and climbed a ladder that Surratt and Jack Boyd had used to escape the basement. I went through the first floor of the house, then climbed the stairs and searched the same rooms Cleet had searched. Surratt and Boyd were gone. I went downstairs holding the M1 at port arms and walked through the French doors into the yard. I saw Cleet walking toward me, Gretchen's jungle-clipped AR-15 slung over his right shoulder.
Where are Molly and Albert? He asked.
With the girls on the back steps. Molly was opening up some canned food, I replied. He nodded and looked around, his eyes sweeping the lakeshore and the shadows by the work sheds and the cherry trees puffing in the wind. Let's search the sheds and the orchards and the cottage where the wrecker is parked, I said. He nodded again. Then I saw his expression change as he gazed up the slope toward the 2-lane.
Fuck, he said.
3 sets of headlights were coming down the grade from the southern end of the lake. None of the vehicles had emergency flashers. In seconds, the 3 vehicles had disappeared among the work sheds and orchards.
You were right, Cleet said. It's Caspian Younger. He's about to inherit billions, and we're the only thing standing in his way. What do you want to do, Streak?
Like you said.
What did I say?
Blow up their shit, I replied. Cleet and I began walking toward the work sheds that were located on the far side of 2 cherry orchards that sloped from the 2-lane down to the water's edge. We continued through the orchard, 15 feet apart. Through the trees, I could see 2 SUVs and a Chrysler parked on a gravel roadway. 8 or 9 men had gathered by the car. Both Cleet and I sank to one knee and remained motionless inside the orchard, the branches waving above us, shadows shifting back and forth on our bodies. We could hear one man addressing the others. There was no mistaking the imperious tone and its implicit sense of entitlement and authority. I am sure that Caspian Younger believed he was a man among men.
"Listen up, you guys. You are now in my employ as licensed private investigators and security personnel," he said. "We are stopping a crime in progress. We are rescuing 2 innocent teenage girls. I believe my wife is already dead. Before the sun rises, everyone on this property, except the 2 girls, may be dead also. That is not our intention, but that is probably what will happen."
Up on the highway, a pair of headlights came over the rise and descended the grade, the high beams tunneling through the darkness between the orchards and the slope of the mountain. Caspian was disconcerted for only a moment.
"No matter what else happens, there is one man who will not leave this property. That man is Asa Surratt," he said.
The wind dropped, and the night was still. A pickup truck on the highway was slowing as it came down the grade, as though the driver were looking for a turnoff. The pickup passed under a light pole that had been left on over a cherry stand. The truck was painted metallic orange. A camper shell was snugged into the bed.
"One other thing," Caspian said. "There's a fat guy out here named Purcell. He's a disgraced cop from New Orleans who abused my wife. I want him alive. You can put some holes in him, but he doesn't do the big exit before I have a chat with him. Are there any questions?"
"What if some IPs go down?" one man asked.
"Innocent persons," Caspian said. "There are no innocent persons. That's why people get baptized. Any other questions?"
He was smiling.
"All right, start your sweep," he said. "If in doubt, take it out."
"That truck up on the highway?" one man said.
"What about it?" Caspian asked.
"It just stopped and turned around."
"A couple of you guys check out that truck and tell the guy to mind his own business," Cleet heard Caspian say. "We're on it, Mr. Younger," another man said.
"The guy has a squirrel cage for a brain," the first man said. "I can't remember his name."
"Then be quiet and go find out who he is."
3 rockets zipped from an island in the lake and popped overhead in a shower of blue and pink and white foam, lighting the orchard like a pistol flare.
"Behind you, Mr. Younger,"
one of Caspian's men said, pointing at the cherry trees. That was when they all cut loose. They had seen Cleet, but not me. At least 6 or 7 were firing in his direction, the bullets ripping through the trees, cutting branches and raining black cherries on the ground. I was still on one knee. I raised the M1 to my shoulder and aimed through the peep sight and began shooting. I had never fired an M1 at a human target. The first man I hit was running for the edge of the shed, trying to position himself so he could choose his shots as his compatriots took the brunt of our fire. I saw red flowers bloom on the back of his shirt while his body jacked forward and struck the shed wall. Another man had set up behind the fender of the Chrysler and was firing a semi-auto that had a suppressor and an extended magazine, not aiming and probably not counting rounds. My first shot hit the headlight and blew glass into his face. The second whanged off the top of the fender and hit the shed wall. The third went home and knocked him loose from the car and onto the ground, where he remained with his feet pulled up in a fetal position. The bolt locked open on an empty chamber, and I heard the tinny sound of the clip ejecting. I pushed another into the breech and released the bolt and began firing again, the stock recoiling solidly into my shoulder with each shot. I saw Cleet Purcell coming toward me, bent low, holding his hip as though he had walked into the sharp corner of a tabletop. He sank down next to me. "How bad are you hurt?" I said. "I think it went on through. Maybe it clipped a bone," he said. A bloodstain was spreading through his shirt. "More of them are headed our way." "No, there were only 8 or 9 besides Younger. I got at least 2 of them." "I saw them coming down the slope. I didn't imagine it." I shook my head. "That's not possible," I replied. "I know what I saw." He took his .38 from his holster. "Get going, I'll slow them up."
I got to my feet and pulled him up with me, working his big arm over my shoulder. "You going with me, or we're going out together?" His eyes closed and opened again, as though he were unsure where he was. "Let's rock," he said. We moved through the trees, the cherries hitting our faces, the tree branches like whips against our skin. I could feel Cleet's knees starting to sag. "I need to rest," he whispered. "Let me go, Dave. I'll be all right. I've just got to sit down and rest for a while. I've never felt this tired." Cleet sat in a grassy depression in the lawn of the stone house, a swale that probably operated as a drain during the spring runoff. In his mind's eye, he was back in the valley that led to the hills resembling a woman's breasts. It was sunset in the valley, and in the gathering dusk, he began the ascent of the first hill in a series he would have to traverse before he could slip off his pack and his rifle and his steel pot and lie down and sleep in a dry hole, free of mosquitoes and snakes, and dream about a Eurasian girl who lived on a sampan by the shore of the China Sea. Everything taking place around him no longer seemed his concern, because he knew he was about to die. Cleet lay on his back inside the swale and looked up at the stars. "We never made it back from over there," he said. "We thought we did, but they body-bagged us and forgot to tell us about it. They stole our lives, Dave." Then he rolled on his side and vomited in the grass. I wiped his mouth with my handkerchief and brushed the hair out of his eyes. "You can't leave me, Cleet," I said. "Who said I am?" "We have to go, partner. Can you make it?" "Go where?" "To hook up with Gretchen and Alf. We need to nail these guys as they come out of the orchard. We still have Surrett to deal with." We headed across the lawn into the shadow of the stone house. I could see Gretchen and Alifair coming toward us. Gretchen was holding the Mauser bolt action with one hand across her shoulder. She grabbed Cleet's other arm. "Let's get him into your truck," she said. "Screw that," Cleet said. "Do what I tell you, big boy," she said. "We're cut off, Dave," Alifair said. "They've got a couple of vehicles parked across the drive." "Surrett," I said. "I don't know. What do you want to do?" she said. "Did y'all see an orange pickup on the road, one with a camper and a bed?" I said. "We saw some headlights stop on the road," Gretchen said. "You think that's Wyatt Dixon's truck?" "I guess he doesn't own the only orange pickup in West Montana," I said. "We have too many hurt people here. We gotta get off the dime," she said. "We're in a box," I said. "That's the long and short of it. Our advantage is that they have to come to us. We've also put a dent in their numbers." "Dave, look," Alifair said, pointing up the slope. "I don't know where they came from. I had no idea who they were or how they got there, if they worked for Caspian Younger or not." "Give me the AR-15, Cleet said, his head on his chest. I dropped my piece on the lawn." Gretchen squeezed my arm tightly, her face close to mine. "Time to bust some caps, Dave. We'll figure all this out later," she said. She picked up the AR-15 and left Cleet the Mauser. She was right. We were outnumbered, cut off from the highway, and flanked with the lake at our back. I could see Molly and Albert and the two girls on the back steps of the house, and I could see Felicity Louvière sleeping in the front seat of Gretchen's pickup. Cleet could hardly move. "Take it to them," I said. "Do what?" Alifair said. "We go right down the middle," I said. "If Caspian Younger wants a fight, let's give it to him." We left Cleet with Felicity Louvière and walked 3 abreast across the lawn. Alifair and Gretchen and I, each of us bearing down on Caspian Younger, who had just emerged with his men from the cherry orchard. Like most cowards, he had not anticipated our response. "Well, what do we have here?" he said. "Keep working on it, you'll figure it out," I replied. "Is this the defining moment for you and your little team, Mr. Robichaux?" "You tell me, Mr. Younger. You're the guy who turned his wife over to the tender mercies of a sadist like Asa Surrett, the same man who murdered your daughter," I said. His eyes shifted sideways when he saw that he was caught between allowing me to speak and ordering his men to shoot in order to stop me from revealing his failure as a father and husband and finally as a human being. I held the M1 at port arms, the safety off. No matter how things played out, I was determined to spike his cannon before I went down.
"I get it," he said. "This is your finest hour. The egalitarian philosopher delivering his grand speech to the multitudes. Unfortunately, the role doesn't serve you well. We've researched every aspect of your life, Mr. Robichaux. We have your psychiatric records, your pitiful statements about your dependency on your whore of a mother, your sexual history in Manila and Yokohama, the possibility of a homoerotic relationship with your fat friend, your constant whining about all the injustices visited on the miserable piece of swamp you grew up in. The fact that you take others to task for their mistakes has established new standards in hypocrisy. The problem for you, Mr. Younger, is that after I'm dead and gone, you'll still be you," I said. "You'll wake up every morning knowing that your half-brother is Wyatt Dixon, and on his worst day he could stuff you in a matchbox with his thumb. By the way, how'd a loser like you convince all these guys to work for you? Do they know you had your daughter killed so you could inherit her estate? If you do that to her, what will you do to them?" "You're looking at your executioner, Mr. Robichaux," he said. "Want to add anything to your final words?" "Yeah, you're going with me," I said. "No matter what happens, I'm instructing my men to enjoy themselves with Horowitz and your daughter one piece at a time." "Fuck you, you little pimp," Alifair said. "Copy that," Gretchen said. The three of us knew our time had run out, and our flippancy was a denial of the fate that awaited us. We'd rolled the dice and lost. I suspected I had about 3 or 4 seconds to live. I saw an electrical flash in the clouds. In that brief moment, I saw a figure standing atop the peaked roof of the workshed, like a human lightning rod waiting to be struck. I saw the rifle, too. It was a long-barrel lever-action repeater, and I guessed it was the 1892 Winchester with an elevator sight that Wyatt Dixon carried in the camper shell on the back of his truck. The shooter fired only once. The round was likely soft-nosed, with a notched cross hammer-tapped into the lead for good measure. When it struck the back of Caspian Younger's skull, it left a hole no bigger than the tip of your little finger, but blew his forehead apart like an exploding watermelon. The men who had been standing on either side of Caspian Younger moved away from his body, staring at it dumbly, glancing back at the orchard and the shed and the mountain tops, as jagged and sharp as scissored tin against the sky. I tried to make out their faces. Were they mercenaries, adventurers, or jailhouse riffraff? "We've got no grievance against you guys," I said. "The way I see it, Younger got what he deserved. How about we call it square?" I saw them start stepping back from us, like people withdrawing from a presence they truly fear, not because of their experience with it, but because of an atavistic instinct that goes back before recorded time. Then I realized my terrible mistake. Surette never left the house, I thought. Cleet was still sitting on the bumper of the truck, nauseated, his head spinning from blood loss. "Got you, fat boy," a voice said. Cleet raised his eyes and looked straight ahead. He felt the muzzle of a handgun touch his ear. "Is that you, Boyd?" he asked. "You're still hanging around?" "We never left you, idiot. We snookered you good. What do you think dying is gonna be like?" "I'll let you know." "You think I won't pop you?" "Not unless Surette tells you to. For the rest of your life you won't take a dump without his permission." Cleet turned his head slowly, trying to concentrate on Jack Boyd's face. "If you do anything to Molly and Albert and the girls, I'm going to hurt you." "You're going to hurt me?" "Take it to the bank." Jack Boyd walked toward the front of the house, the German rifle slung upside down on his shoulder, his trousers tucked inside the tops of his hand-tooled boots.
Involuntarily, Cleet's head fell on his chest, his eyes shutting, his shoulders slumping. For a moment, he thought he was going to fall on the grass. He forced himself to his feet and walked toward the back of Gretchen's pickup, the stars burning coldly in a sky that looked like purple velvet. He reached inside the truck bed and felt along the sides until his fingers touched the tip of a steel chain. The odor from behind me was unmistakable. I turned and looked into the face of Asa Surratt. He was wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying a Bushmaster semi-automatic rifle. "We finally meet," he said. He touched the muzzle of the Bushmaster to the back of Alifair's head. "Lay your weapons down, please."
"Don't do it, Dave,"
Alifair said. Surratt winked at me. "Humor me," he said. "You got it," I said. I set the M1 down on the grass. Gretchen lay her AR-15 down and pushed it away with her foot. "Do as he says, Alifair," I said. She was carrying a cut-down Browning 12-gauge that Gretchen had given her. She squatted slowly and placed it on the grass, then stood up. She gazed at Surratt a long time.
"We saw what you did to Felicity," she said.
It was what she wanted. "I looked through the house. Where were you?" I said. "In the attic. The one place you didn't look." Jack Boyd came out of the darkness carrying the Mauser upside down on its sling. "Where's Cleet Purcell?" I said. "Relaxing, I suppose," Boyd said. "You didn't finish them," Surratt said. "You didn't tell me to," Boyd replied. Surratt looked at me and Gretchen and Alifair. "Get on your knees," he said. "Sorry," I said. "I can put you there if you wish," he said. "Have you ever seen someone shot through both kneecaps? Would Daddy like to see his daughter shot through her kneecaps? Tell me now."
"Kiss my ass,"
Alifair said. "Don't worry," he said. "I have something special in mind for you. I'm going to turn you into an artistic masterpiece." That was as far as he got. Cleet Purcell lumbered out of the darkness holding the bear trap by a handle welded to the bottom of the frame, the jaws cocked. He swung it down on top of Asa Surratt's head like an inverted skillet, the trigger impacting on Surratt's skull. The jaws snapped shut on Surratt's ears, mashing them into his scalp. Surratt dropped the Bushmaster and whirled in a circle, fighting to pull the trap from his head, his teeth grinding, blood running down his neck into his shirt collar, the tether chain hanging down his back like a Chinese pigtail. I picked up the M1 and shot Jack Boyd to death and then followed Asa Surratt down the slope toward the water. As he stumbled onto the dock, I aimed through the M1's peep sight and let off 3 rounds. But I have to hand it to him. He was still standing when I stepped onto the dock. I created a blank space in my mind, where I thought of absolutely nothing except the faces of the innocent people whom this man had tortured and killed. In particular, I saw the faces of children. Inside that space, I pulled the trigger over and over until the bolt locked open and the clip pinged into the darkness. I'm convinced that not one round went wide or high, and that he ate every one before he fell off the end of the dock. Only one thing bothers me. I thought he would go straight down into the depths of the lake with the weight of the bear trap. Instead, I saw him roll on his back, his clothes, even the armored vest, ballooning with air. He looked up into my face and grinned, the jaws of the trap embedded an inch into his skull. Only then did the lake close over his head. I wondered if Asa Surratt didn't get the last laugh. I heard Cleet behind me. "You better sit down," I said, taking him by the arm. "Where's Surratt?" he said. "Down there," I said, motioning at the water. Cleet propped himself against a dock post and unzipped his fly. I saw a golden stream arch onto the water's surface. "Wow, does that feel good," he said. His face filled with release as he tilted it up at the sky. "Look at the stars. You ever see a more beautiful place? Lordy, lordy, Streak, I think I'm about to pass out.
Even in retrospect, I cannot say with any exactitude what occurred on the lake that fateful summer night in 2012. Who were the other men on the grounds the morning Asa Surratt died? I don't know. The only bodies the authorities found at sunrise were the ones we shot. I have two theories about the shadowy figures who came out of the darkness and then disappeared. They could have been part of a larger group, perhaps international mercenaries in the pay of a global corporation run by the business partners of Love Younger. But who would believe such a wild speculation? A second possibility might have more credibility. Men like Caspian Younger and his father are always among us. They do not take power, we give it to them. The armies of the night are faceless and mindless, and the modern equivalent of Visigoths. But when they have a leader, their time in history rolls around again. Cleet Purcell was amazingly resilient. His wounds healed during the summer and early fall, and by October, we were able to go up to British Columbia and fish the Elk River, then continue on to Banff and Lake Louise in the heart of the Canadian Rockies. Molly and Albert and Alifair and Gretchen came with us, and each morning we ate breakfast together on a terrace overlooking gardens filled with flowers against a backdrop of the biggest, bluest mountains I have ever seen. We didn't talk about the events of the summer, or the blood we had shed, or the death of Asa Surratt and Love Younger and his son Caspian. To dwell upon the evil that men do gives second life to their deeds and lionizes poseurs and non-entities who will never be more than historical asterisks. When Cleet and I hiked above Lake Louise, he had to sit down and catch his breath because of the thin air and the steepness of the grade. But as we sat in the dappled shade of the pines and cedar trees, looking down at the milky green waters of Lake Louise and the gold poppies in full bloom, I saw in his shirt pocket the letter he had received that morning at the hotel, and I knew where his thoughts had gone. "Felicity's in South America, huh?" I said.
"Yep, that's what she said," he replied.
"She'll be back one day."
"No, she won't. When her kind go away, they go away."
"Did you know I got a card from Wyatt Dixon?"
"So what did he say?"
"Tell Miss Gretchen good luck with her movie making."
"That's it?"
"That's it," I said. "Ready?"
"I'd like to just sit here a while. The lake looks like a giant green teardrop at the foot of that snowfield. I've never seen flowers that gold," he said.
"I think you're right."
"Dave,"
he said. "What's up?"
"You think we've done okay with our lives? You think the good outweighs the bad?"
"That's the way I'd read it." I cupped my hand on his shoulder. "Let me know when you're ready, and we'll finish our stroll and take everyone to lunch. It's a grand day for it."
"Roger that, big man," he replied.
We got up and hiked the rest of the way to the log tea house on top of the mountain, the trees so thick and tall on either side of us that they seemed to touch the clouds, more like the pillars of heaven than earthly trees.